Chapter 1. A New Beginning. Minato and Kushina could sense the Sandaime and his personal guard getting closer. They could not let them intervene, so Kushina raised a barrier to prevent them from getting closer. Soon after that, the Sandaime and two ENBU arrived at the scene. "Remove the barrier, Kushina. Let me through." The Sandaime yelled, but Kushina and Minato had resolved they would sacrifice themselves to protect Naruto and the village. "Don't worry, Naruto. Everything will be all right. Your mama and daddy will look after you even if we're not there with you," Kushina said, sobbing. Minato started to perform a series of hand seals that the Sandaime recognized immediately. "Don't do it, Minato. There is no need for you to sacrifice. We can still save Kushina, but you must let me through," yelled again the Sandaime. Both Minato and Kushina were perplexed. Minato stopped the jutsu midway and stared, stunned, at the old man. "Trust me, Minato. We can save her. Remove this barrier and let me help you," begged the old retired Hokage. The couple looked at each other, and as if they were reading each other's minds, they nodded. Kushina lifted the barrier. "Minato, let Kana take care of your baby. Kazan, share your chakra with Kushina. Kushina, I need you to hold the QB a little longer with your chakra chains." The former Hokage then approached Minato. "We'll use the 8 trigrams sealing jutsu to seal the QB back into Kushina. I've used a large amount of chakra while containing the QB, so I'll need your help. But how can that save Kushina?" "Hiruzen-san, once a Biju is extracted from its Jinchuriki, the Jinchuriki is doomed to die. There is no time to explain, Minato. Let us do it," the old man urged Minato. The Hokage and former Hokage performed the hand seals. A stone table and candles appeared in front of both shinobis. "Kazan-san, place Kushina on the altar," Minato ordered. The Imbu did as was told. Again, both Hokages continued with the sealing jutsu. 8 trigrams seal," exclaimed both shinobis. The tailed beast was then absorbed by Kushina. "I curse you, Yondaime Hokage," yelled the QB as it was sealed again into its previous Jinchuriki. The QB was again sealed inside its Jinchuriki. Kushina was lying down on the altar, unconscious. Minato got closer and held her wrist, looking for a pulse. He then hugged his wife, crying, and she hugged him back. "I'm ok, honey. I'm okay," said Kushina with tears on her face. The Sandaime fell on his knees, exhausted but relieved. "Minato, we need to take Kushina and your son to the hospital, and I need you to explain to me what happened." "Is Biwako okay?" said the old man. Try to catch his breath. "Hi, Hidun-san. I'll explain everything," said Minato, avoiding giving an answer to the former Hokage about his wife. He approached Kana and took his newborn son in his arms. "Both of you, go back to the village and help the others," the Yondaime ordered the ANBU. "Aye, Yondaime-sama," they responded and disappeared. Minato went next to his wife, placed his son in Kushina's arms, and held her hand. Hiruzen stood up and put his hand on Minato's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, they were all in Minato's and Kushina's house on the village outskirts. "Why didn't you take us to the hospital, Minato?" questioned the old man. "I can sense how Kushina is getting better. She is out of danger. I'll get a medical shinobi, but first, we need to tell you what happened." After an hour or so, Minato and Kushina had told all the events of the Sandaime. "Uchihamadara. That's impossible. Hashirama-sama killed him, and Tobarama-sensei himself buried him somewhere only he knew. There is no way." The Sandaime was shocked. It couldn't be true. Besides, I don't remember him being able to perform any time-space jutsu. It just doesn't make any sense. He continued in disbelief. "I can't tell for sure it was him. But who else could have been? He controlled the QB quite easily, and he knew the seal would be weaker now. I cannot think of any other shinobi capable of that. And from what I've heard, everything is possible when it comes to Uchiha Madara," replied Minato. The Sandaime was trying to take in all the information he had just received. The loss of his wife, the return of the most dangerous shinobi the world has ever seen, and the threat against Konoha. "I'm afraid we have some damage control to do, Minato." When the QB appeared in the village, I noticed the Sharingan in his eyes, and I'm sure many other experienced shinobis noticed too. Danzo insinuated that someone within the Uchiha clan was behind the attack, that they were trying to get a hold of power. Watching the Sharingan in the QB's eyes made me concur with the idea. We didn't let the Uchihas participate in the fight against the QB. I fear this will sever the relationship between the Uchihas and the village. If Madara is alive, we can't let him get supporters from his clan, the old man concluded with regret. We'll figure out, Hiruzen-san. I can't blame you for that. Hadn't I fought myself this masked Uchiha, I would have come to the same conclusion with the little information I had. Fugaka-san is a reasonable man. I'm sure we can find a way to patch up things with the Uchihas. However, for that to happen, we'll need to make sure the village knows the Uchihas had nothing to do with the attack. In the meanwhile, Minato couldn't continue talking. Sorry to interrupt, but I need to know. Sandaime-sama, how did you know I would survive if the QB was resealed inside me? Why didn't you tell us before? Questioned Kushina to the former Hokage. I wasn't completely sure it would work. It was only a theory from Ishinadano, explained the Sandaime. My great-grandfather? Replied Kushina, astonished. Yes. As you well know, Mito-sama was Ashina's Dano little sister. She became the Jinchuriki because of her unique chakra, a similitude you share with her. Ashinadano agreed to this only because he suspected that given the vitality of the Uzumaki clan and her special chakra, in the event of the QB being set free, she wouldn't die immediately as any other Jinchuriki. When I arrived and saw both the QB and you, I knew Ashinadano was right. He also suspected it meant that if the QB was resealed inside her, or you in this case, she wouldn't die. They were only suppositions, but Ashinadano was the wisest man I've ever met. And trying to save his great-granddaughter was worth trying to prove his theory. Kushina smiled, tearing up happily. Knowing that she had been saved indirectly by her great-grandfather made her very happy. She will honor her clan. Thank you, Sandaime-sama. You saved my family. We'll always be in your debt, Minato said while hugging his wife and son. There is nothing to thank for, Yondaime. And I don't mean to be rude, but the village needs you too. We need to go back and help the people. You should bring a medical shinobi to look after Kushina and a few ANBUs to protect the area, the former Hokage responded. I want Mikoto here with me while you are gone. Please, Minato, Kushina said, still holding her baby in her arms, who slept quietly. Are you sure it is a good idea to bring Mikoto? I don't think it is wise to bring her in. Fugaku and the rest of the Uchihas must be upset, the old man questioned. What better way to prove to Fugaku we trust them than letting his wife look after Kushina and Naruto? I think this is the best opportunity we may have to start mending our relationship with the Uchihas. I'll bring Kakashi, Guy, Gunma, Rado, and Awashi to patrol the area while I'm gone. I'll be back in a few minutes, said the Yondaime Hokage before disappearing. Minato came back with Mikoto and her children, Itachi and Sasuke. She immediately went to Kushina's side and comforted her in such a rush that she didn't notice the Sandaime was there. Are you all right? Why aren't you in the hospital? What the hell happened? When I saw the QB, I feared the worst, Mikoto said while sitting on the edge of Kushina's bed. Kushina only replied with a smile. Mikoto smiled back and then touched Naruto's face gently. She got Sasuke closer to Naruto. Both babies were asleep. Suddenly, both babies held hands and didn't let go. I'm sure Naruto-kun and Sasuke will be best friends one day, Kushina. Just like us. Both mothers looked happily at their babies. Mikoto noticed Kushina was still in her labor robes. She stood up and called her eldest son, Itachi, come here. There, hold your brother carefully, she said while placing Sasuke in Itachi's arms. And then, she noticed the Sandaime standing next to Minato. Sandaime-sama, I didn't see you. Mikoto was surprised, but the Sandaime and Minato could sense the resentment in her voice and face. She was surely mad at how her clan had been treated during the attack. When Minato was looking for her, he heard civilians and shinobis whispering about the Sharingan in the QB's eyes. The Sandaime was right. Sooner than expected, the village had already found someone to blame for the tragedy. He was sure Danzo had had something to do with word spreading so fast. But he didn't have the time for that now. No worries, Mikoto. You were concerned about Kushina, responded the Sandame gently. We better go now, Minato. There is much to do. Hi, Sandaime-sama. Kakashi and the others should be here any minute. Mikoto-san, please take care of my wife and son. Minato approached Kushina and whispered in her ear, You can tell everything to Mikoto. I'll bring Fugaka-san as soon as we're done in the village. He then kissed her and Naruto. He walked towards the Sandame, put her hand on his shoulder, and disappeared. Minato and Hiruzen appeared atop the Hokage's tower. Minato made his chakra burst, so he could be sensed by the shinobis. In just a few minutes, the heads of the military force arrived at the tower. The elders Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo, the Jounin commander Shikaku, the head of intelligence division Inoichi, the head of the hospital Nono Yakushi, and the military police captain Fugaku. The head of the ANBU wasn't there. He had died in the Kyuubi's attack. Nono-san, what is the situation in the hospital? Questioned the Yondaime. The hospital is at its full capacity. We have too many injured and not enough medical shinobis to treat them all. There's only so much we can do, Hokage-sama. If only Tsunade-sama were here. I am sorry. The head of the hospital looked exhausted. She had arrived in her scrubs, still covered in blood. You don't need to apologize, Nono-san. You are doing your best, and Konoha is thankful for that. You can go back to the hospital. You are more needed there. Nono bowed to the Yondaime and left the tower. What is the situation out there? Questioned the Yondaime to no one in particular. Shikaku was the first to speak. We have deployed all the shinobis to help the injured and take them to the hospital. We set up temporary camps surrounding the hospital since, as Nono said, it is at its full capacity. The search for survivors in the debris is still going on. Most of the casualties so far are shinobis. The civilians were taken to safety during the attack by the military police, and the casualties are low. Without even noticing himself, Shikaka stopped for a moment and stared at Fugaku. He was pondering the implications of a Sharingan in the Kyuubi's eyes and their lack of action against the Kyuubi. The head of the Uchiha clan, as well as the rest of the present, noticed it. Fugaku frowned and was about to speak when the Yondaime said, I can only thank you for that, Fugaku-san. Minato bowed to Fugaku, to everyone's surprise. Danzo, while calmed on the outside, cursed Minato in his mind. It is a shinobi's purpose to die protecting its village. I feel deeply about the loss of our comrades, but they died as shinobis, and as shinobis will be remembered and honored. The civilians cannot defend themselves. They chose a life away from the dangers that come with our path. Keeping them safe and away from all danger is a core value for us. Doing so is as important as fighting the danger. Konoha is in debt with your clan, Fugaku-san, concluded Minato, and raised his head. Everyone except for the Sandame was trying to understand the Yondaime's action, even Fugaku. The Sandame knew Minato was making sure the high commands of the village knew the Uchiha clan was trusted and had no blame for the attack. Fugaku bowed back to Minato. Thank you, Yondaime-sama. Everyone here knows Kushina's status as Jinchuriki, and I'm sure you should have lots of questions. We'll have time for that later. For now, I can assure you that Kushina is all right. Shikaku-san, while a new head of ANBU is appointed, you'll also take command of the ANBU. Prepare patrol troops, word spreads fast, and I don't want shinobis from other villages getting anywhere near Konoha. Inoichi-san, inform the heads of the clans that we'll have an emergency council meeting tomorrow at dawn. Do not inform the civilian representatives of the council. After that, you can rejoin the rescue troops to help the village. Fugaku-san, I took Mikoto with Kushina to look after her. Your wife and children are at my house. I'll take you there when everything is over. You're all dismissed. I need to have a word with the elders. After this, Shikaku, Inoichi, and Fugaku left to continue helping the village. Only the elders and the Yondaime remained atop the Hokage Tower. Minato and the elders went inside the Hokage Tower, to the war room. Once inside, Minato performed a series of hand seals, creating a barrier inside the room. This barrier prevented anyone from getting inside and nullified any sound to come out of the barrier, so no one could hear what they said. Do you care to explain what you just did, Minato? How dare you thank the Uchihas? They sure are behind the attack. We saw the Sharingan in the QB's eyes. Hiruzen saw it as well. Danzo spoke in a condescending tone. He was infuriated with Minato. I don't care for what you saw, Danzo-san. I know what happened and fought the man behind the attack. I can assure you that Fugaku and his clan had nothing to do with it. I already told everything to the Sandaime. And I remind you that you must address me as Yondaime. Minato was tired of Danzo's manipulations. Danzo was surprised to hear this. He didn't know how to respond. Minato had just confirmed that someone was responsible for this, but it was not an Uchiha. How could it be possible? He clearly saw the Sharingan in the QB's eyes. Could have been Orochimaru? He had been experimenting with the Sharingan. His right arm and right eye were proof of that. So it was indeed an attack, and not a natural accident? Questioned Koharu. Who was it? Did you capture or kill him? Asked Hamura. I know that it might sound unbelievable, but I'm sure it was Uchiha Madara. The elders were shocked. There had to be a mistake. That man is dead for good. Nonsenses. Madara died decades ago, and I was starting to take you seriously. Quite disappointing. Yondaime Hokage-sama. Danzo emphasized the title. He was smirking at him ironically. Enough of this, Danzo. He is speaking the truth. You three know as well as I do that only Hashirama-sama and Madara could control the QB this easily. That man was able to penetrate the barrier Minato, and I placed to protect Kushina. Not only that, but he also summoned the QB in the middle of the village. I don't need to remind you all how a summoning works. Madara is the only man in history who has signed a summoning contract with a tail beast. And based on what Tobirama-sensei told us, Madara forced the QB to create and sign that contract with his Sharingan and kept it hidden. Minato, please tell them everything you told me. They need to know. Hiruzen's words left speechless to his former teammates. Not even Danzo said a word. He had been so naive. He hadn't thought about the summoning contract. There was no way Orochimaru or any other shinobi, not even an Uchiha, could have found that contract. Not even the Shodaime had been able to find the contract. The Shodaime wanted to destroy it, while the Nidaime thought it would be an excellent asset for Konoha. It had to be Madara, but how? How did that man survive? Minato told everything that had happened to the elders. He was unsure if telling them was wise, but he trusted the Sandaime's judgment. The elders were taken aback. If that man was indeed Madara, he was just a shell of what he used to be. There is no way he would have lost against Minato. Danzo had an idea now of how he had survived. He was evaluating if it was wise to tell Minato and Hiruzen. He wanted to be Hokage and needed both of them dead for good. But he knew he was no match against Madara, no matter how weak the man was after losing against the Shodaime. Konoha's survival was far more important for now. The only shot Konoha had was keeping those two alive. I might know how Madara survived and how not even Tobirama-sensei realized he was alive. Danzo declared after a few moments of silence. Minato, Hiruzen, and the elders were surprised. The old war hawk was never willing actually to help. He always diminished Minato's and Hiruzen's decisions and questioned their authorities. Explain yourself, Danzo, demanded Hiruzen. You described the masked man with only one eye visible. Any Uchiha who blocks one of his eyes in the middle of a fight would be stupid. I think Madara kept his left eye hidden because he lost the light of that eye. Danzo started to explain. Suddenly, it all made sense for Hiruzen. How could he have forgotten about it? You know where I'm trying to get, don't you? Hiruzen questioned the old war hawk. The former Hokage nodded. The others still had no clue. Danzo continued talking. There are a few forbidden jutsus within the Uchiha clan. Those jutsus come with a high price. My guess is Madara used one of those jutsus, Izanagi. Izanagi? What does that jutsu do? Minato asked. It allows you to rewrite reality. You could heal all your injuries, no matter how bad they were. You can even cheat death. If you activate Izanagi in time, you could return from the dead. However, as I said before, it comes with a price. The user must sacrifice the light of one of his eyes. Danzo explained the Kenjutsu. So, you say he could have used Izanagi to make the Shodaime believe he died? But how? The Sandaime said the Nidaime himself buried Madara's corpse. Minato still needed to ensure there were no loose ends in their suspicions. That's true. Hashirama-sama and Tobirama-sensei knew about Izanagi. That's why Tobirama-sensei kept Madara's body for a few days to ensure he was dead. However, they knew so little about it. It is not like the Uchihas shared their secrets so willingly with the Senju clan, not even after the end of the War of Clans. Madara was a powerful shinobi and possessed the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. It is possible he could have programmed the Izanagi to be activated after some time to prevent others from finding out about it. The Sandaime concluded, Madara being alive was a more palpable truth after all the facts. So, what are we going to do now? How in hell are we supposed to fight back, Madara? He might be weak now, but he's surely trying to find a way to recover his power. He wouldn't have risked being exposed without certainty that he could succeed in his intentions. Hamir questioned. The best way to fight Madara is in equal circumstances. We need the Uchihas on our side. That's why you need to stop harassing them, Danzo-san. You will stop spreading the rumor that they are responsible for the attack. And from now on, you will no longer act freely. You and the Root will respond to me now. You won't act on my back. Every single mission, every move the Root makes, will have to be approved by me. Is that understood? Minato burst his chakra, oppressing the air. Only the Sandaime remained calm and undisturbed by this. Danzo could do nothing but accept, or at least, he'll let Minato think things will go his way. He didn't want him nosing around his business so much. Danzo nodded. As you order, Yondaime. As you should expect, this is top secret. If this information is revealed, whoever is responsible for this will be accused of high treason. Besides the presence here, I only plan to let Shikaku, Fugaku, and Mikoto know about it. We need Fugaku on our side. The elders nodded. You are dismissed. Minato lifted the barrier. He and the Sandaime went to the cave, where Kushina gave birth to collect Bawako's and the Anbiyu's bodies. After that, both joined the shinobis to help in the village. By 3 a.m., Minato decided it was time to go back home. He asked the Sandaime to join him. They went to find Fugaku and then went to his house. Minato, Kushina, Mikoto, Fugaku, and Hiruzen sat on the floor in the living room. Itachi, Sasuke, and Naruto were sleeping in Naruto's bedroom. Minato and Kushina told everything that happened to Fugaku. Kushina had already briefed Mikado. After this, the Sandaime explained their theory about how Madara could have survived. Fugaku, Kushina, and Mikoto were processing the information. I'm deeply sorry for how I managed the situation, Fugaku. I made a terrible mistake by preventing your clan from helping. The Sandaime said and bowed until his forehead touched the ground. Fugaku and Mikoto were aghast. They knew Hiruzen's apology was sincere. Yet, they couldn't believe such a strong man was bowing before anyone else. He had looked upon the Sandaime while growing up to such a point that he named his son after the Sandaime's father. It was true that lately his clan had been resenting the Sandaime and the elders, and yet, here he was, the strongest shinobi in the village, bowing and asking for forgiveness. Fugaku couldn't deny that Danzo's and Hiruzen's suspicions about the Uchiha's involvement were well-founded. The Sharingan reflected in the Kyuubi's eyes was a tell away, and they were not entirely wrong. It was Uchiha Madara, after all, the one responsible. After everything that had been said, he could forgive the Sandaime. However, the discrimination against his clan came from long before. The way his clan was being treated needed to change. Minato and Hiruzen needed to correct it if they were truly sorry. It's all in the past now, Sandaime-sama. I must admit that things were not playing in our favor. I appreciate your gesture. However, I hope the council assures the village that my clan had nothing to do with the incident. In addition, measures need to be taken. My clan has been discriminated against for the past few years, and I blame Danzo for that. He was always jealous of Kagami-san. I guess his resentment against my clan comes from his rivalry with him. And I'm going to be honest with you. I don't trust that man. Within the clan, Even Kagami-san's wife and son suspected Danzo killed him in the last war to get his Sharingan. The Kagami-san body was never found, so we could never prove it. He even had the nerve to offer to take Kagami's grandson, Shursui, into the route. Fugaku would take this opportunity. He knew Konoha needed them. Minato and Hiruzen needed them. It was the perfect situation to get things resolved. During the last war, several Uchihas were declared MIA. It's not strange to happen in the middle of a war. However, he always had a bad feeling. Most MIA Uchihas were in the same platoon as Orochimaru or Danzo. 3 years ago, Orochimaru became a rogue shinobi when the Sandaime discovered he had been kidnapping shinobis and experimenting on them. That only made his suspicions regarding Uchiha's MIA worse. He always suspected Danzo was involved as well. One day, the old war hawk just reported that Kagami had died in battle, but they had been unable to retrieve his body. Kagami-san possessed the Manjikyu Sharingan, and the other villages knew about it. If his body was never recovered, it was only logical to expect to find out later that a shinobi from another village had stolen his eyes. Yet, that never happened. Those are serious accusations, Fugaku. Hiruzen pointed out. Are you sure about it? Kagami and Danzo were teammates. I can't deny that Danzo was always jealous of Kagami and me, but I don't think he would get that far to kill his comrade. I know you trust him, Sandaime-sama, but you trusted Orochimaru as well. I suspect Danzo was aware of everything Orochimaru was doing. Perhaps they were even working together. I'm not asking you to act against him, at least not yet, but I would appreciate it if you investigated it, as a sign that the village really wants to make amends with my clan. Fugaku commented. You can count on that, Fugaku-san. I give you my word that I'll dig into it myself. I'll be as discreet as possible not to alert Danzo. Minato said. Hiruzen sighed. He knew deep down that Fugaku was right. He had suspected since he discovered his student that Danzo had been working together with him. He had let him act freely for so long that he became arrogant, and his lust for power was too big despite his intentions being noble and for Konoha's prosperity. Danzo needed to be stopped. He was glad he was Hokage no more. He was glad Minato had taken the mantle and the hat. He would do what he couldn't. There is something else we need to discuss, Fugaku-san. The Sandaime trusted me to lead Konoha 4 years ago when the war ended. The day he informed me of his intentions to appoint me as Yondaime Hokage, he told me it was time for the new generations to guide the village. I'll always be thankful for that, and I think that for his vision to be carried on as he intended when he made me Hokage, we need to renovate the council as well. I want the elders to take a secondary role. They'll still be part of the council, but with a less active role. I want you to be part of my council. I already have someone else to complete the new council, but I'll discuss that with him after the meeting later today. Do you accept? Minato expected Fugaku would accept immediately. However, he remained silent. It was Hiruzen who broke the silence. This is great news, Minato. Although I'm not sure how Hamura, Koharu, and the Fire Court will react to this. The Sandaime said with a smile on his face. There shouldn't be any problem. I plan to let Koharu-san and Hamura-san continue with their roles as liaisons with the Court of Fire. In that way, my new council can focus on leading the village and dealing less with the boring politics of the capital. Said Minato. I accept, but I do not intend to leave my position as captain of the military police. Fugaku finally gave his answer. They all stood up. It was time to leave. They would have a hectic day, and the meeting with the council was just in a few hours. They all needed some rest. Mikoto took Sasuke in her arms while Fugaku carried Itachi. They Minato's house, full of hope for the time to come for their clan. The Sandaime was about to leave as well. He still needed to inform his sons about their mother's passing. Before he left, he made a request to Minato. Minato, I need you to send a message to Jiraiya. He must come as quickly as he can. There is something I need from him. I will do, Sandaime. I expect he was already informed my Gamabuna-san. However, I'll send a message to Mount Miyaboka. Thank you, Minato. I'll see you in a few hours in the meeting room. Minato went back to his wife and son. He didn't sleep at all. He was just so happy his wife and son were alive. He spent the remainder of the night just looking at his wife and son sleeping. He knew Naruto would grow to become an extraordinary shinobi. He was grateful he got a chance to raise his son alongside his wife. He would make every moment count. He would not waste the opportunity the Sandaime had given him. And to do so, he needed to defeat Madara. He had to become stronger. It was a new beginning for him. Just a few comments. In order to make sense of the timeline, I needed to adjust some of the characters' ages. Below is a timeline of events in Konoha. Year 0, foundation of Konoha and the other 4 great nations. Hashirama, 29 years old. Tobirama, 26 years old. Madara, 30 years old. Mito, 28 years old. Hiruzen, 6 years old. Oanoki, 8 years old. Year 1, Madara dies, 31 yo. / Mito becomes Jinchuriki, 29 yo. Year 2, Moromaru is born, Hashirama's son, Tsunade's father. Year 20, Tsunade / Orochimaru / Jiraiya are born. Year 24, Hashirama dies, 53 yo. / Tobirama becomes Hokage, 50 yo. From the manga, we know that Tsunade knew Hashirama. So, for her to remember Hashirama, she should have been at least 4 years old when he died. In the manga/anime, Jiraiya and Orochimaru look pretty much the same as Hashirama and Tobirama. In the anime, they are in their 50s. So it doesn't sound so wild that the Hokages died in their 50s. Tsunade's old appearance will disappear. It makes no sense that she looks older than Oanoki and Hiruzen. Her normal looks are good compared with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Chapter 2. Hard Truths. Hokage Tower. The meeting was presided by the Yondaime Hokage and his council. Sitting at his right were the former Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. At his left were Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado. All the clan's heads were present. I know the last hours have been too stressful for everyone. Many brave shinobis gave their lives to protect our village and its people. I can only thank you all for your efforts. I want to have a moment of silence to mourn and honor them. The entire room remained completely silent until the Yondaime spoke again. Patrol troops have been dispatched throughout our borders to ensure no foreign shinobis enter the Land of Fire, and we have sent word to the capital to inform the daimyo as well. I know you're all eager to know what happened, but before I get to that, we need to— Minato was interrupted by Choza Kimichi. Answers are what we need, Yondaime. Answers, yelled the new head of the Akimichi clan. I want the head of whoever was responsible for my father's death. Choza growled while staring at Fugaku Uchiha. Just hours before, Choza had seen how his father, Torufu Akimichi, was cruelly killed by the Kyuubi. Torufu used his expansion jutsu to contain the Kyuubi long enough to allow the Sandaime Hokage to gather enough chakra to use a massive jutsu that allowed him to injure the Kyuubi and divert the Baijidama the tail beast was about to throw at the village. However, Torufu was not strong enough to contain the beast for long. The Kyuubi cut his stomach with its claws and bit his neck. Torufu died slowly of excessive bleeding. Choza-san, sit down. I will not tolerate this. I'm deeply sorry for Torufu's death, but I will not consent to your insinuations. Fugaku-san and his clan have all my trust. I expected to deal with this later, but given the circumstances, I'll do it now. Minato's chakra was so intense that Choza could feel the air compressing around him. He sat down slowly, but kept staring at Fugaku with contempt. I've heard the whispering around the villagers and the shinobis about the Uchihas and the attack. I know some of you saw the Sharingan reflected in the Kyuubi's eyes. However, I can confidently tell you that neither Fugaku-san nor other Uchiha from Konoha is responsible for this. Although I can confirm that it was no natural disaster, it was a deliberate attack on Konoha. Minato started explaining when he was interrupted by Hayashi Hyuga. Yondaime-sama, you said no Uchiha from Konoha was responsible for this. Are you saying that an Uchiha indeed perpetrated the attack? Hayashi seemed curious. Just like the Byakugan, the Sharingan didn't exist outside Konoha, except for a stolen Byakugan in the last war by a Kiri shinobi. I fought the man behind the attack and managed to defeat him. However, he escaped. He did have a Sharingan, but I need you to understand this. He had one Sharingan. Had he been a real Uchiha, he would have had both Sharingans. We assume he is a shinobi from another village who got the Sharingan in the last war and wanted revenge on Konoha. And I do not need to remind you that I'm a censor shinobi. I didn't recognize this shinobi's chakra signature. If he were a member of Konoha, I would have been able to identify him. Minato was lying, not only regarding the culprit's identity, but also his censor abilities. He was a censor shinobi, but unlike Hayashi or Inoichi, he couldn't have identified the shinobi by his chakra signature. This should be enough to calm people down. Do we know from which village this shinobi was? Questioned Shibi Aburame. He must have been an elite shinobi to dare to pursue such an impossible task alone. He attacked the village, knowing we had the Yondaime and Sandaime here. He was even able to infiltrate without the barrier team noticing him. Not to mention that he found the Jinchuriki and extracted the Kyuubi. The Jinchuriki's identity has always been kept secret since Konoha's foundation. This man is indeed a fearsome opponent. All the clan's heads stayed silent. Shibi Aburame rarely spoke in the council meetings. Everyone in the room was meditating on his words. He was right. What kind of shinobi could have done this? Sandai Masama, I don't want to be rude, but do you think this could have been Orochimaru's doing? Inoichi asked. He is an S-rank shinobi, strong enough to be a Kage. He could have found a way to elude the barrier and figure out the Jinchuriki's identity. He used to kidnap and experiment on shinobis. I'm sure some of the bodies we found in his labs were members of the Uchiha clan. And surely, he resents the village, and you, for not choosing him as your successor. Everyone seems to agree with Inoichi's observations. Fugaku was relieved that the suspicions about his clan were being erased. However, Inoichi's theory only caused panic among the Hokage and the council members who knew the truth. They had never stopped to consider Orochimaru may ally with Madara. Those two working together could not end in anything good. Hiruzen regretted, now more than ever, not having killed his student 3 years ago when he had the chance. I know for sure Orochimaru-sen wasn't the man I fought. However, I cannot disregard the possibility that he provided the man with Konoha's intel. I can tell you that Orochimaru-san is one of the few people in the village who knew the Jinchuriki's identity. So, Orochimaru could be part of it. Anyway, I need you all to understand that the Uchiha clan should not be blamed for the attack. I'm going to be as clear as possible now. Any insinuation of responsibility of the Uchihas regarding the attack will be severely punished. Is that understood? Minato's voice was full of authority. Everyone in the room nodded in acceptance. The meeting continued for 3 more hours. Discussions regarding the reconstruction, the funeral for the deceased, and preparations for battle in case any other nation wanted to invade Konoha were made. Minato appointed Shibi Aburame as the new head of ANBU. The members of the Aburame clan had always fitted perfectly in the ANBU corps due to their personalities. Shibi had proven to be the best choice for the job, although he made clear that he would not wear a mask or the typical coat that identifies the ANBU corps. You're all dismissed, except you, Hayashi-san. I would like to have a word with you in private. Sandaime, would you mind joining us? Said Minato, to everyone's surprise. Even the elders seemed confused before such a thing. Fugaku seemed to decipher what this was about as he left the room. In the Hokage's office, Minato was sitting behind his desk. In front of him was the former Hokage and the Hyuga's clan head. Do you remember what you used to say when we were in the academy, Hayashi? Questioned the Yondaime. The Sandaime was clueless, and these words took Hayashi aback. Ii-do Yondaime. What is this all about? Hayashi's pulse was getting faster. He seemed uncomfortable. Is that still your intention? Or did the boy I met turn into a different man now that he's head of his clan? Hiruzen still couldn't understand what was happening, but he could tell that Minato was giving Hayashi a hard time. When do you think that will happen, Hayashi? Minato was as serious as ever. The Sandaime was intrigued. It's not that simple, Yondaime. Things got worse than ever in my clan. I fear I'll never be able to fulfill my promise to my brother. But I need to know why you are asking me all this. Hayashi was also getting serious. I informed the Sandaime that I plan to make some changes in the council. I need someone to replace Koharu-san and Hamura-san as advisors. They'd still be part of the council, but their role will be more political. I want you to be one of my advisors on the council. However, the position is conditioned to fulfilling your promise to Hizashi years ago. So, please tell me what you need to make it happen. You have my full support to confront the elders of your clan. I'm honored, Yondaime. However, I don't think there is anything we can do. My clan is rotten. I fear a war within the clan may break out if I do that, resulting in a civil war in Konoha, said Hayashi. Sadness could be sensed in his voice. As your Hokage, I command you to tell me everything that is happening in your clan. I need to understand. I know the Hyugas made a deal with the Shodaime when they joined the village, but that was decades ago. If needed, I will take legal action to make things work. So, spill out, Hayashi. Hayashi sighed. He knew he should have come to the Sandaime years ago when he took the position as head of the clan, but he feared his father and the elders. He knew he should have reached Minato as soon as he became Hokage. His old friend never cared much for traditions, and as Hokage could do much good to help him with his clan. Usually, I would not have become head of the clan until my father's death. However, 7 years ago, my father killed 10 members of the branch family who rebelled against the main family. They were tired of the way they were treated. My father used the caged bird seal to kill them all and used them as an example for the rest of the branch family. Not even the elders agreed with my father's actions. Hayashi was interrupted by the Sandaime. How could that happen? Why didn't you tell me about it? You and the main family have covered such a thing for 5 years? Hayashi, what did you do with their bodies? The Sandaime was furious. Minato was shocked. He couldn't believe his ears. I know we are despicable, Sandaime, Minato. We were at war at the time, so we made it look like they had died on the battlefield. After what my father did, the branch family feared us so much. The elders decided my father was no longer competent to be head of the clan. He was forced to make me his successor. He had no choice. The elders threatened to deliver him to you, Sandaime, if he didn't step down. When I became head of the clan, I pretended to fulfill my promise. However, the branch family hates and resents the main family. If I remove the caged bird seal, I'm convinced they'd want revenge on the main family. I don't blame them for that. They deserve it, but as I told you before, that would end in a civil war. Konoha would have to take a side, and things can only end badly in any scenario. Hiruzen finally understood. Hayashi had promised his brother he would abolish the clan's main and branch family system. I see. It's settled then. We'll help you, Hayashi. We can help you in negotiations with the branch family. But your father, he can't go unpunished. He must respond to his crimes against Konoha. After the funeral, I'll inform the village about the changes in the council. We'll start the negotiations with your clan after that. Your clan's elders won't be able to take any actions against you once you become part of the council. I'm glad to see you're still the man I knew, my friend. Hayashi dropped happy tears. He should have done something years ago. He hoped it was not too late to amend his bond with his brother. After a small conversation, Hayashi was dismissed. The Yondaime and Sandaime were alone in Minato's office, or at least that's what they thought. As soon as the door closed behind Hayashi, the Hokages heard a familiar voice coming from the window. I'm glad to see you are both okay. So, where's my godson? Jiraiya was standing outside Minato's office. He listened to most of his conversation with Hayashi. Sensei, you're here. It's so nice to see you. Minato ran and hugged his sensei. Ever since his parents died, his sensei had been like a fatherly figure to him. It is nice to see you too, boy. And you as well, Gigi. I'm not a boy anymore, sensei. Minato blushed. Minato and Hiruzen told Jiraiya everything that had happened. He was glad his sensei arrived just in time to prevent Minato from using the Shiki Fujin. He was eager to see Kushina and meet his godson. However, the message he had received said his sensei was in his need. He needed to know what had happened. The old man must be grieving his late wife. So, Gigi, what did you need from me? asked the toad Sannin. I'll be direct. I am dying, said the former Hokage. Both Minato and Jiraiya were astonished. What do you mean, sensei? Jiraiya was genuinely disturbed by the news. The old man had always been the strongest shinobi he ever knew. He looked upon him. He always looked for his approval and recognition. I have cancer. It seems that smoking so much finally screwed me up. Bawako and the daimyo are the only ones who knew about it. Not even Koharu, Hamura, or Danzo knows. Bawako had been treating me to prevent the cancer from spreading. At the war's end, the daimyo and I agreed to pardon Awagakiru's debt to achieve peace. The court and council members didn't take the decision so well. That's when I saw an opportunity. I convinced the daimyo to take all the responsibility for this decision myself. And as I expected, Danzo and a few court members demanded my resignation. I did it knowing that would happen. The daimyo was never happy about it, but I told him my sickness would prevent me from fulfilling my duties correctly. So I stepped down and passed the mantle and the hat to you, Minato. My cancer has been attacking my chakra net and reserves. I grow weaker every day. Fighting the QB yesterday left me exhausted as I've ever been before. I had made peace with my fate and accepted my destiny. I could die knowing Konoha was in good hands. Now that's changed. Madara is a threat. I must recover my strength to protect Konoha. Tsunade is the only one who stands a chance to cure me and restore my chakra network. Jiraiya, I need you to bring Tsunade to Konoha no matter what it takes. The Sandaime finalized. Minato and Jiraiya were taking it all in. Jiraiya had always told his sensei that smoking would kill him one day, since he believed no one could ever kill his sensei in a fight. Minato felt sorry for the Sandaime. Minato had an idea. I think I know how to get Tsunade-sama back to the village, sensei. She's always cared for Kushina. She's her aunt, after all. I'll go with you to bring her back. That way she'll be faster. I'll tell her Kushina needs her for treatment. That's not a lie entirely. Sandaime, would you act as interim Hokage while we're gone? If we leave tomorrow, we should be back before the funeral. I have marked Tsunade-sama before. So, if she's in my range, we'll be with her in no time. Minato was looking forward to seeing Tsunade-sama. Kushina wanted her to marry Jiraiya-sensei, but she was too stubborn. I guess that'll work. We can leave tomorrow at dawn, kiddo. Sensei, why didn't you tell me anything? Had you told me, I could have brought Tsunade back years ago. You'll be all right, Gigi. Jiraiya stood up and placed his hand on his sensei's shoulder. Hiruzen smiled at him. I'm moved, Jiraiya. You still care for this old man. Hiruzen was happy to see his old student again and looking forward to seeing his other student. Hiruzen went to his office in the tower and left Minato and Jiraiya alone. Why don't you take me to meet my godson, Minato? And they both left for Minato's house. Jiraiya-sama, Kumein. Kushina welcomed, grinning. Here, take your godson, said Kushina while placing Naruto in Jiraiya's arms. This is your pervert godfather, Naruto. His name is Jiraiya-sensei, and he is one of the legendary Sannin. He's Daddy's sensei. You know, he is the one who named you. That's why he is your godfather. He is one of the strongest shinobi, and he is definitely the most pervert one, said Kushina while gently touching Naruto's face. Jiraiya made a funny face while replying. There was no need to say that, Kushina. Jiraiya was blushing. Kushina and Minato couldn't stop laughing. Naruto looked at his godfather, clueless. The baby seemed to like him and gave him a smile and some giggles. Jiraiya noticed it and smiled back at his godson. He had always wanted to be a father, but he had decided that the only woman he would have children with was Tsunade, but she didn't love him back. He grew fond of Minato and thought of him as his son, which would make Naruto kind of his grandson. Jiraiya spent the rest of the day with Minato and his family. They informed Kushina they'd leave the next day to go for Tsunade and about Hiruzen's sickness. She said she would stay in Minato's old apartment while they were gone. She didn't want to be alone, apart from everyone else. Kakashi kept guarding Minato's house even after he told them it was okay to leave. Kushina then invited him to go inside and have dinner with him. Kakashi hadn't had dinner with others since Rin died. He felt so good surrounded by his sensei, Kushina, and even the Sannin. Naruto seemed to sleep so peacefully. He missed his father. He missed his mother, even though he barely remembered her. He missed Obito. He missed Rin. The nightmares from that day still haunted him. Only during the last few months that he had been looking after Kushina during her pregnancy, he had found comfort in his sleep. Watching a new life develop somehow gave him comfort. And now, that life was snoring loudly just a few meters from him. He was happy. He was truly happy for the first time in years. Sitting at his sensei's table, he promised to protect that child from all harm, even if it cost him his life. Kakashi, I'm leaving tomorrow morning on a mission with Jiraiya-sensei. I need you to stay with Kushina at all times. I guess it would be better if you slept over here today. You can sleep in Naruto's room. He won't use it for a while, Minato commented to his last survivor student. Kakashi was aghast. He wasn't sure it was a good idea, but he longed for a resemblance of a family. He gave in to his sentimentalism and agreed to stay at his sensei's. Before they went to sleep, an ANBU appeared outside Minato's house. It was Kazan. A hawk from the land of fire arrived. The daimyo had informed the council that he would personally attend the ceremony funeral. Chapter 3. The Slug Princess Returns. The following day, as Jiraiya and Minato prepared to leave the village to find Tsunade, Naruto started to cry. Minato rushed to his son and picked him up from the cradle. The little baby stopped crying immediately. The warmth from his father comforted him. Minato stared at his son and smiled. He couldn't bear being apart from his son and wife. He feared the masked man could attack again while he was gone. Everything will be all right, dear. We'll be okay. Mikoto will be with me the whole time, and Kakashi-kun will look after us. Won't you, Kakashi? Kushina told her husband while hugging him, and Kakashi nodded. Hi, Kushina-san. You don't have to worry, Minato-sensei. I'll protect them with my life. Looks like you raised a very good shinobi, Minato. I know what you're thinking, but I don't think anything will happen. That man is injured from your previous fight, and no longer has the surprise factor. Sarutobi-sensei and the rest can handle this. We won't be gone for too long anyway. I have an idea of where Tsunade could be. Jiraiya reassured his former student. Minato couldn't help to smile. He felt reassured by his sensei and wife's words. He was also proud of Kakashi. He looked different now. The Sandaime was right when he suggested having Kakashi look after Kushina during the pregnancy. Well, we better get going. Minato finally spoke. He placed Naruto in Kushina's arms. But I'll take you all to the village myself. He took Kushina's hand. Sensei, Kakashi, place your hand on my shoulders. Reluctant Jiraiya did, as was told. He had always hated the sensation that comes after the Hiraishin no Jutsu. All of a sudden, they were all inside Minato's old apartment. Jiraiya was pulling himself together. Tsunade's search would be hell for him. Minato will not want to waste time, and they'd travel using the Hiraishin no Jutsu all over the land of fire. Not long after they arrived at the apartment, they heard a knock on the door. Minato could sense the chakras outside his apartment and let them in. The former Hokage, accompanied by Hayashi, Fugaku, Mikoto, and her children, entered the apartment. I see you are ready, Minato, Jiraiya. I figured you'd be worried about Kushina and Naruto's safety. So, I have decided to let Shikaku, Koharu, and Hamura deal with the village administration. Fugaku, Hayashi, and I will look after your family. There is also an ANBU team led by Ishibi guarding the apartment. Kakashi can join them. I honestly don't believe that man will try anything, but you can rest assured that your family is in good hands. The former Hokage said in his calm voice. Minato was surprised by the man. He had anticipated his thoughts and fears. He could see now how the man led Konoha to win all 3 shinobi wars. I appreciate it, Hiruzen-san, Fugaku, Hayashi. Kakashi, report to Shibi-san and join the patrol team. Mikoto-san, I'm deeply thankful to you for keeping Kushina company while I'm gone. Minato bowed to all the presents. Kakashi disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Fugaku said goodbye to his wife and children. Then he, along with the Hyuga clan head and the former Hokage, disappeared to take positions to patrol the apartment undetected. Minato and Jiraiya left shortly after. Minato teleported them to a forest a few kilometers from Konoha, where he had a tree marked with the Hiration. Konoha's forest. You said you had an idea of where Tsunade-sama could be. Sensei, where should we go? Minato asked. I first need to ask you something, Minato. You said you marked the masked men when you fought him. And, as far as I remember, your Hiration mark does not disappear. Does that mean you can take us to his location if he is within your Hiration's range? Jiraiya had been thinking about it since Minato told him about the fight. The masked man was injured, and surely, he and his student could defeat him together. Even if this man were indeed Madara Uchiha himself, he would be in a deteriorated state. He would have killed Minato and destroyed Konoha easily if he had had his full power. He would have asked his sensei to accompany them, but he didn't want to put the old man through that after fighting the QB and his sickness problem. Minato sighed. I thought about that too, sensei. I tried as soon as Kushina and Naruto were safe. That night, I created a clone to go through all my marks in the entire land of fire and beyond, trying to detect him. He is either inside a barrier I cannot access or has found a way to erase my mark. He hated the Naidame Hokage, so it wouldn't be a surprise for me if, in all these years, Madara found a way to suppress the Hiration mark. I see. Of course you had already thought about it. You are the smartest shinobi I know, after all. So, if my suspicions are correct, Tsunade should be in the small town of Karatsu. Karatsu? I didn't know Tsunade-sama liked the port cities, Minato replied. Well, she's an Uzumaki as well. Karatsu is a port city that served as a trading connection between the land of fire and Yuzushiogakure. Mito-sama used to take her there often. Nowadays, there's a memorial dedicated to Yuzushiogakure in the city. I'm sure that by now, she had already heard about the QB incident, and she might think Kushina died. If I'm correct, she must be drowning her sorrows in alcohol in the last place outside Konoha she can feel close to the Uzumaki legacy. Minato felt a shivering through his spine. He tried not to think about Yuzushi's fate. Kushina got depressed every time her clan or home country was mentioned. She was one of the last survivors of her clan. It was too late when Konoha arrived to aid Yuzushiogakure in the previous war. The entire country had been destroyed. The Sandaime believed some members might have been able to escape and find refuge. The former Hokage told Kushina that a few Uzumakis had left their home country generations before to have a civilian life. He suspected it was more likely that the survivors would try to do the same to stay away from Kyumo and Kiri's radar. Kushina then decided it was better to let them continue their lives and not bother them. So she resigned to be, along with Tsunade-sama, the last official members of the Uzumaki clan. I do not have any mark close enough to Karatsu to teleport us there, but I can get us there close enough. After that, it should not take more than half a day to get Karatsu and Tsunade-sama mark within my range. Minato commented. They did as planned. Minato teleported them to the closest mark he had to Karatsu. Unfortunately for Jiraiya, it meant taking several jumps with Minato's jutsu. It made him feel sick and dizzy. After giving his sensei a few minutes to recover from the dizziness, they continued their travel to Karatsu by land. It was already dark by the time Minato could sense Tsunade's mark. He stopped and informed his sensei that they would teleport again, which didn't make Jiraiya happy. Inside a local bar in Karatsu. I said more sake, you morons. Don't you dare to stop serving me. I need to forget. Tsunade yelled at the bartender, who was completely frightened by the blonde woman before him. Tsunade-sama, you've had enough. Please, stop drinking. Let's go to the hostel. You need to rest. Shizun implored while carrying a pig with a red vest and a pearl necklace. Nonsenses. Shizun, don't you see? I'm the last Uzumaki alive. Grandma Mito would be ashamed of me. I wasn't there to protect our family in the war. I refused to call when Sarutobi-sensei told me Yuzushiogakure was under attack. I wasn't there in Konoha to stop Orochimaru. I wasn't there to save Kushina. Tsunade, the legendary Sannin. Huh, bullshit. I'm just a failure. You are the only precious thing I have now. I have lost everything and everyone. Sarutobi-sensei and Jiraiya must hate me for leaving the village. Minato, poor kiddo, losing his wife and child. What good is it in being the best medical shinobi if I fail every time to save the ones I love? I would take my life right now if I didn't have you, Shizen, said a drunk Tsunade, inconsolable, crying. Don't say such things, Tsunade-sama, said Shizune, who started to cry as well, along with the pig. There is no way the Sandame, the Yondame, or Jiraiya-sama hates you. You know that, and there is nothing you could have done. The Sandame sent you a letter when Yuzushi was destroyed. Konoha didn't arrive on time. It wouldn't have made a difference if you had been there. Stop recriminating yourself for that. We don't know what happened with the Kyuubi a few days ago, but not even the Yondame nor the Sandame couldn't prevent it. It was not your fault. My uncle wouldn't want you to live like this. Tsunade-sama, we need to go back to Konoha. Shizune was talking firmly, even though tears couldn't stop pouring from her eyes. No, I can't go back to Konoha. It only reminds me of everything I've lost. Don't you see, Shizune? I'm ashamed of myself. I can't go back. Don't bring that up again. Bartender, more sake. More sake. Tsunade turned her back on Shizune and continued drinking. Shizune hadn't seen Tsunade like this since the day she had heard about Yuzushi. Tsunade-sama, please. We need to… Shizune was interrupted. Out of nowhere, two men were standing in front of her, between her and Tsunade-sama. She recognized them immediately. Tsunade was so drunk that she didn't sense them coming. She just kept drinking, pleased that Shizune had finally stopped talking. You really look awful, Tsunade-heim, the Toad Sannin said in a mocking tone. Although he genuinely felt sorry for her teammate and beloved, he knew her too well to see that she was torturing herself. Minato looked at the slug Sannin. He had never seen her like this. Tsunade froze. She couldn't believe her ears. She was afraid to turn around. She couldn't face them. How could she? She needed to get away from there. Won't you give me even a hi, Tsunade? After all this time, there is so much we need to talk about, you know? Jiraiya placed his hand on Tsunade's shoulder. The slug Sannin remained silent. Immerse herself in her thoughts and regrets. The warmth she felt from Jiraiya's hand was recomforting, but she didn't deserve it. So, she just shook his hand away and took a sorb of sake, still not facing the men behind her. Tsunade-sama, I know this is a big shock for you, but we need you back in Konoha. Kushina, Minato couldn't finish. Quit it, Minato. I won't do it. There is no way I will return to Konoha. I'm truly sorry for what happened, but I'm not going back. Tsunade said with a mix of anger and sorrow. Shizune just stayed silent, perplexed. I am sorry, Tsunade-sama, but you'll come with us to Konoha one way or another, even if I have to take you there by force. Once more Minato was interrupted by Tsunade. By force? You've got some nerves, kiddo. Sarutobi-sensei may have named you Hokage, but do you really think you can defeat me? I want to see you try it. Tsunade finally turned around and stood up, facing Minato. Minato remained calm. I don't want to get to that, Tsunade-sama, but if that's what I need to do to take you back home to help my wife and son, then that's what I'll do, Minato said, raising his chakra. Tsunade was shocked. Did he just say my wife and son? How can that be possible? There is no way. He must be lying, just a trick to make her go to Konoha. What do you mean, Minato? Asked Tsunade, intrigued. What you just heard. It would have been easier if you hadn't interrupted me every time I try to talk. Kushina is alive, and we have a son named Naruto. Naruto? Tsunade knew where Minato had taken that name from. But I need you to look after them. I don't know what complications may have come after the incident. Kushina needs you. My son needs you. Hiruzen-san needs you. I am sorry, Tsunade-sama, but there is just so much at risk right now. You are coming back to Konoha with us, Minato said firmly. Tsunade couldn't help to burst into tears of joy. Kushina was alive, and she had a new baby. She sat down again. The news was too much for her. Could she be able to go back to Konoha? She felt the urge to go back home at that precise moment. She wanted to see Kushina and Naruto. However, at the same time, her guilt and shame clashed inside her mind. She looked at Shizune, his late fiancée's niece. She had accompanied her ever since Dan died. Initially, She only took her in because she wanted to feel close to Dan's memory. However, after living together for so long, she thought of her as her own daughter. Shizun became her moral compass since she was completely broke after all her trauma. Shizun just stared back at Tsunade and nodded with a smile. Tsunade knew it was time to go home. It would be an opportunity for atonement for all her sins. She stood up. All right, kiddo. I'll go back to Konoha, but that doesn't mean I'll stay forever. I'll just go to make sure Kushina and Naruto are okay. Is that understood? Said Tsunade while cleaning the tears from her face. Minato and Jiraiya smiled. However, I'm too drunk now. We'll leave tomorrow. I think for now you could tell me everything. It's not that I'm not happy Kushina and the baby are alive. But how on earth did she survive after the QB was released? Tsunade asked, curious. This is something we can't discuss here in a bar, Tsunade. We need to go somewhere else, Jiraiya commented. They left for the hostel, and in a private room, Minato raised a barrier to prevent being spied on. Jiraiya and Minato told Tsunade and Shizun the whole story. Tsunade said that whatever they planned to tell her, Shizun would hear too, so they had no choice but to let Shizun know the truth. They omitted Hiruzen's sickness for now. They thought it would be better for the former Hokage to tell her himself. Minato also told them their plan to go to the capital to escort the daimyo to Konoha for the funeral, something Tsunade didn't like at all. Note, they left the next day for the capital. However, the daimyo said he couldn't travel the whole trip with the Hiraition no Jutsu since the whole court of the Land of Fire was going, so they traveled by land on their way back to Konoha. To sum up, Minato, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizun and the court from the capital arrived in Konoha 4 days after Minato and Jiraiya's departure. Konoha's main gate. The daimyo and his court, along with Minato, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizun, were received at the main gate by the former Hokage, the elders and crowds of shinobis and civilians waiting to see the leader of the Land of Fire and the Yondaime. The daimyo wanted a big entrance, so he asked Minato to teleport him with the Saiyans. So, as the caravan from the capital got closer, the Yondaime, the daimyo, Tsunade, and Jiraiya appeared in front of the Sandaime and the elders. The citizens of Konoha were surprised and burst into shouts of joy when they saw Tsunade Haim was back in Konoha, although the daimyo thought it was because of him and his epic arrival. After a small reception between the members of the court and the shinobi council, the daimyo, escorted by his 12 guardian ninja, left to rest. The funeral would be held the following day at the cemetery before the memorial monument. Once all the members of the council and the court were gone, Tsunade finally had time to talk with her sensei. It's been so long, Tsunade, said the old man. I know, sensei. I'm sorry for Bawako-san. Jiraiya and Minato told me. How are Asumakuen and Kazan-kun holding up? Kazuna had been the first baby Tsunade brought into the world as a midwife. They are heartbroken, as I am, but they know what a shinobi's life is like. They're handling it quite well. I'm glad, sensei. Jiraiya and Minato told me you needed to talk to me about something important. What is it? Tsunade asked her former sensei. Hiruzen was pondering if this was the right time to let her know about his medical situation. After a few minutes of meditation, he replied, You've traveled a long way, and it's been a hectic day today. We'll talk about it after the funeral. For now, you should go and see Kushina. She's looking forward to seeing you. Tsunade could tell there was something odd about her sensei. Jiraiya seemed concerned when he told her it was an urgent matter. However, she was indeed exhausted from listening to the members of the court and the daimyo all the way from the capital to Konoha. Besides, she was also eager to see Kushina and meet Naruto. She agreed with her sensei and left to see Kushina. Minato had told her she was in his old apartment. Minato's old apartment. Tsunade, accompanied by Shizun and her pig pet, Taunton, knocked on the door. A few seconds later, the door opened, and they saw Makoto Uchiha behind it. Tsunade-sama, it's so good to have you back in the village. Please come in. Both kunoichis entered the apartment and saw Kushina looking after 2 babies playing on the floor. One of them was blonde and blue-eyed, and the other was black-haired and dark eyes. They noticed a third child, not older than 6 years old, they estimated. He was surely Makoto's son. Kushina screamed happily when she saw Tsunade walking into her apartment. Tsunade-sama, I'm so happy to see you. I missed you so much. Shizun, you've grown so much. And look at that. You even brought a pig to prepare dinner. You remember I love pork chops. How nice of you too. To these words, Tonton rapidly jumped into Shizun's arms. Shizun looked terrified at the idea of eating her beloved pet, while Tsunade laughed loudly. You haven't changed a bit, but you're crazy if you think I'll let you cook Tonton. He's my pet. Kushina's face went from extreme happiness to complete disappointment. Tsunade's eyes started to water. However, she made sure not to drop a single tear. She didn't feel that comfortable with Mikoto. Both Uzumaki's kunoichis hugged for a long time. You look pretty well to me, child. I think your husband exaggerated things about your health to make me come. Tsunade looked at Kushina. She didn't seem to have any symptoms to worry about. But then, she had just had the QB sealed inside her for a second time. It was better to be safe than sorry. I want to examine you, Kushina. But first, let me see your little boy. Tsunade approached the two babies and kneeled to look at them better. My goodness, he's Minato's replica. I was expecting a redhead boy. He's beautiful. Oh, and see that. He also got the marks from the QB on his cheeks, Tsunade commented while softly touching Naruto's face with her hand. What do you mean by also? Kushina was not expecting this. Tsunade kept rubbing both babies' heads while she responded. You know, my father had the same marks on his cheeks. He, like Naruto, was nourished by the QB's chakra while my grandma was pregnant with him. Kushina, Shizun, and Mikoto were surprised. None of them met Tsunade's father. But it wasn't this that surprised Mikoto. You mean that Mito-sama was the former Jinchuriki? I had no idea. But it makes sense, Mikoto commented. Tsunade realized that she had just screwed up. The Jinchuriki's identity had always been kept secret in Konoha. Because of her, Mikoto knew Kushina was the Jinchuriki, and her grandma was the former. Shit, exclaimed Tsunade and stood up. You understand that you can't tell anyone about Kushina's status? And of course my grandma's legacy, right, Mikoto? Tsunade's voice was threatening. Mikoto felt disturbed, and Itachi ran to stand in front of her mother to protect her from the stranger woman he had never seen before. Kushina rushed to calm down the situation. It's all okay, Itachi-kun. There is nothing to worry about, said Kushina while rubbing Itachi's head. Then she turned to face Tsunade and said, Tsunade-sama, there is no need for this. Mikoto's been my best friend for years. She knows about me, and you can be sure she won't say a word about Mito-sama. Mikoto nodded and relaxed. Itachi seemed to relax as well. Oh, well then. I apologize, Mikoto. I think I'm just a little overprotective. I'm sorry if I scared you, Itachi, right? You are a very talented child. It's not common for someone your age to be able to sense such a subtle intent in my chakra. Are you already in the academy? Tsunade asked the young Uchiha. Itachi didn't truly understand what Tsunade meant by that, but before he could reply, his mother spoke up. He is joining the academy this year, Tsunade-sama, said Mikoto, proud of her son. He had just been praised by one of the Sannin. Tsunade went back to the babies and kneeled again. And what's this little one's name, Mikoto? Asked Tsunade while petting Sasuke. His name is Sasuke, Tsunade-sama. Oh, like Sarutobi's sensei, father. I'm sure he'll grow up to be as strong and noble as he was. I still remember him. He was a very Gentile man, just like Sensei. He was handsome as well. I'm sure Sasuke-kun will be very popular among the girls when he grows. Tsunade couldn't stop looking at the babies. She had longed to form a family with Dan, but that dream died with Dan. However, from time to time, she remembered what her grandma had told her after Dan's death and before she left Konoha. She still couldn't understand his grandma's words to her when Dan died. You were Dan's love, my dear. You were his everything, but you were too blind to see that he never was your true love. What you're looking for has always been right in front of your eyes, and yet you don't see it. I hope you see it before it's too late, my dear. She cast these memories away as she stood up. Well, let's start. Kushina, I'll check you up first. Then I can look at the children If you don't mind me doing a medical exam on your boys, Mikoto. Of course not, Tsunade-sama. I'd be honored. Tsunade smiled and instructed Kushina to lie on the bed. Minato's apartment had no private room, so she just had to do it right there. Tsunade gathered chakra in her hands. Tsunade's hands were covered in a bluish-green aura of chakra. She examined Kushina inch by inch to make sure everything was okay. After around half an hour, she stopped and told Kushina she could stand up again. Overall, you're okay, but you'll need some vitamins. Your body is weak, and for some reason, the seal seems to be sucking more of your chakra than it did before. I suspect it is because your body hasn't entirely recovered from all the stress from the birth, the extraction, and resealing process. That's a lot to take in for a human body. It's a blessing that you have the Uzumaki clan's endurance. Shizune and I will prepare some pills to bust your metabolism, and I'll check on you daily. You need much rest. Tsunade gave her a few more indications before she continued with Naruto. Kushina took it pretty well. The only thing she hated was the resting part. She needed to stay active. Kushina took Naruto and took him to Tsunade. Mikoto also had to take Sasuke since he started crying as they took Naruto away. After examining Naruto, Naruto is in excellent condition. He'll be all right. There are a few traces of Kyuubi's chakra in him. I guess this is normal since he was nourished with its chakra in your womb. It should disappear eventually. I'll keep an eye on this. You don't have to worry. We can confirm with Sarutobi-sensei if my father had a similar condition when he was born. I'm sure my grandpa and granduncle told him everything related to the Kyuubi when they trained him. Kushina seemed unsure about Tsunade's statement regarding the Kyuubi's chakra in Naruto. She would need to confirm with Minato and the Sandaime. Now, let's see Sasuke-kun, Tsunade ordered. Sasuke's checkup went fast and well. He was a healthy boy. It's your turn, Itachi-kun, commented Tsunade to the toddler. Itachi seemed reluctant, but his mother told him to do as he was told. Itachi then lay on the bed so Tsunade could examine him. Tsunade noticed something odd in Itachi's lungs and heart. She was worried. Mikoto and Kushina noticed Tsunade's expression change, and it was not a happy look. Tell me, Itachi-kun, do you have difficulty breathing when you run for too long? Or does your chest sometimes hurt without any reason? Tsunade asked while she increased the chakra flow through her hands to reach further in her examination. Not, ma'am. Never, Itachi answered calmly. Tsunade bit her lip as she continued examining him. The boy was sick, but it seemed it was a dormant condition. However, she was sure the sickness would propagate as he started using more and more chakra. She needed a Hyuga's assistance to examine his chakra net properly. It's okay, Itachi-kun. You can stand up. You know, Shizune hasn't been in Konoha for many years, and we need to find a decent hotel for tonight. Would you be a gentleman and accompany Shizune to find us a hotel? Tsunade asked nicely to the Uchiha boy. He nodded, went to Shizune, bowed, and took her arm. Come with me, Shizune-san. I'll show you where the hotels are. Mom, I'll be back in a while. They both left the apartment. As soon as they had left, Mikoto burst. Is there something wrong with Itachi? Mikoto was on the verge of tears. Tsunade sighed. It seems like he has a dormant condition. I can sense his lungs and heart are good in theory, but there is something odd. The flow of chakra in his lungs and heart is erratic and dispersed. I would need to run more tests to confirm any diagnosis, but I think it's remained dormant since he hasn't used his chakra for too long. The more chakra he molds, the more it will propagate. I can't say for sure how serious it is. I can't see the chakra net. Shizune and I can examine him further after the funeral, but I need a Hyuga and a Yamanaka to assist me. Are there any members of these clans with medical training? That would be more helpful. Mikoto was sobbing. Tsunade's words were like a bucket of cold water thrown at her. Kushina hugged her friend and comforted her. There is no need to alarm, Mikoto. I promise you that Shizune and I will do everything we can to heal your son. As I told you, it is a dormant condition. It is the perfect time to prevent it from awakening and spreading. It'll be all right. He is a strong boy. I can tell that, and he's talented. You should tell your husband, but no need to burden Itachi with this for now. Kakashi, Come here. I know you're out there. Kakashi appeared before Tsunade. Who's the head of the hospital? Asked Tsunade. That would be Nono Yakushi, Tsunade-sama. The young A&BU replied. Excellent. She's one of the best. Go. And tell her I need a list of all the medical shinobis in the village. And tell her to make sure to highlight any Hyuga or Yamanaka in the list. I'll be in the Senju compound. You can bring me the list there. The young A&BU nodded and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. I'll better go now, Kushina Mikoto. I need to research some stuff in my old library. I'll go find Shizune and tell Itachi to come here. Tsunade walked towards the door, stopped next to Mikoto, and placed her hand on her hands. He'll be all right. You have my word. And she left. Kushina spent the next moments comforting her friend until Itachi came back. Later that night, Minato and Fugaku arrived simultaneously at Minato's apartment. Fugaku went there to pick his wife and children up and take them home. Kushina told Minato everything as soon as the Uchihas had left. Minato said they would talk with the Sandaime the following day regarding Naruto. Mikoto waited until the children were asleep to tell Fugaku what Tsunade-sama had told her. He was aghast. He was worried sick, but at the same time, he was glad Tsunade-sama had detected it. If she hadn't returned to the village and his wife and son hadn't been there when she visited Kushina, they would have never found out about Itachi's condition. He didn't sleep that night. He prayed for his son's well-being. The following day at Konoha's cemetery, the entire village was there, dressed in black robes, even though this cemetery was exclusive for shinobis. The portraits of those who died in the incident laid before the monument with a flame shape. 2 photographs stood up among the others, Bawako Sarutobis and Torafu Akimichis. They were distinguished figures in Konoha, so their portraits occupied the honor stands. The funeral was presided by the daimyo, Minato, and Hiruzen. The daimyo was flanked by the 2 Hokages. The elders stood behind the 3 of them. The members of the council and the court were next in line. Hidden where they couldn't be seen, the 12 guardians stood, ensuring the daimyo was safe. There was a moment of silence to honor the deaths. After that, the daimyo and Minato gave a speech that brought some people to tears. And as if the sky itself lamented all the losses, it started to rain. The leader of the 12 guardians approached to offer cover to the daimyo, but he rejected it. He remained there, honoring the fallen heroes of the Land of Fire. The Sandaime kept his gaze upon his late wife's portrait during the whole ceremony. The ceremony lasted about 2 hours. At the end of it, the villagers returned to their lives. However, several events were set in motion that day, all of them linked to Tsunade, who would play a decisive role in the fate of those who trusted their lives in her. Chapter 4. A New Council. Hokage Tower. A meeting was held between Konoha's council and the Court of Fire after the funeral. Minato and the daimyo presided over the meeting. As always, the civilian members of the council couldn't stop praising the daimyo steadily. The daimyo and his court granted Konoha an extra budget for the reconstruction of the village and compensation for the families whose members died in the Kyuubi's attack. Konoha is grateful for your generosity, daimyo-sama, Hamura said politely while bowing to the daimyo. It is my pleasure, Hamura-san. We in the capital can have a peaceful life thanks to all of you. This is the least we can do for you, the daimyo replied, hiding a vast smile behind his folding fan. The man loved being adulated. As Hamura-san just said, we are grateful, daimyo-sama. Now that all this has been settled, I would like to give some announcements. The Yondaime Hokage started. I have decided to make some changes in the council. This took by surprise everyone in the room, except for the former Hokage, Fugaku, Hayashi, and Tsunade, who were already aware of this. What do you mean by this, Yondaime-sama? One of the court members questioned, interrupting Minato. Koharu-san and Hamura-san have served Konoha for over 30 years alongside the Sandaime-sama, and will continue to do so. However, I have decided to expand the council, which will now be formed into 2 divisions. One of them will be led by the Sandaime-sama. Koharu-san and Hamura-san will join the Sandaime in this Council of Elders. Their leadership in the previous years has made Konoha the strongest village among the 5 great nations, and their experience is invaluable. They will be responsible for the liaison between Konoha and the Court of Fire. As for the main council, Fugako Uchiha and Hayashi Hyuga will take over the positions as my new advisors. Everyone seemed to take the news with excitement. The daimyo and members of his court seemed pleased by the changes made by the yondaime. Koharu and Hamura were relieved they were not being kicked out of Konoha's leadership and would continue to serve Konoha's welfare. However, one man was not happy at all, Danzo Shimura. Despite not showing any expression, he cursed Minato in his mind. Without Koharu and Hamura as active council members, his influence will be reduced. Fugaku hated him, and Hayashi wouldn't be easy to manipulate. The old war hawk was immersed in his thoughts, trying to find a way to submit Hayashi to his will, when the yondaime started to talk again. The second announcement I need to make is related to Danzo-san and the ANBU forces. Everyone in the room then turned their look and stared at the old man, who is now more upset than ever. Shibi-san is the new leader of the ANBU Corps, as you're well aware. However, we have decided to create a secondary ANBU Corps. This new team will be led and trained by Danzo-san. They will operate independently from Shibi-san's team, but they will respond to me and my council. Minato emphasized the last statement. All the shinobis in the room already knew about the existence of this new ANBU team. However, it was unknown to the civilians, the daimyo, and his court. Minato intended to make public knowledge of the existence of the route, so Danzo couldn't act so freely. Danzo couldn't argue in front of everyone. He knew it would mean political suicide. He had no option but to thank the yondaime for his new position. We could discuss further your new team, Danzo-san, later today. I want to make sure you get to know every member of your new ANBU core team. This was just a subtle warning to the old war hawk. Minato intended to figure out exactly how many members the route had and who they were. Unknown to Danzo, Minato had already deployed a group of shinobis loyal to him and Konoha to watch over the route headquarters. The team was led by Jiraiya and formed by Hisashi Hyuga, Mikoto Uchiha, Kazan Saratobi, Kanasamino, Kakashi, Gama, Rado, Iwashi, Baikia Hyuga, Hisashi's wife, and Yugao Yuzuki. Wonderful news, Minato. Wonderful news, indeed. I'm glad to see an Uchiha involved in Konoha's leadership. It was about time. I'm sure you'll do a great job, Fugaku-san, and you too, Hayashi-san. Konoha and the Land of Fire are in good hands. Congratulations to you, too, Danzo-san. The daimyo avoided looking at the old war hawk. He had always been afraid of him. He honestly didn't think giving a small army to that man was a good idea, but he was too scared to say something against it. After some deliberation with other minor topics, the meeting was concluded. The daimyo and his court left the Hokage Tower to the Kikyo Castle, which served as a dwelling for the daimyo. He, his court, and his 12 guardian ninjas would leave Konoha the following day, escorted by Shibi Aburame and a group of ANBU to the capital. The clans had congratulated the new council members as they left the meeting room. Eventually, only the yondaime, council members, elders, and Tsunade were left. Now that we're alone, I'd like to make something clear, Danzo-san. The route will no longer have the authority to act on its own. You will present to me and the council a list with all the members of the route, their active missions, and the location of all shinobis you have infiltrated in the other villages by the end of the day. You can't keep forcing the clans to provide children for your corps. I also need a summary of all the missions the route has had since I took the position of Hokage. Is that clear? Minato's coldness disturbed Koharu and Hamura. They disagreed with Minato's actions. In their minds, despite how awful Danzo's actions had been, he had always acted for Konoha's safety and survival. Danzo was furious and frustrated, but he wouldn't give Minato, nor the Fugaku, the satisfaction to show it. It is crystal clear, Yondaime-sama. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to prepare all the documents you asked for. He bowed to Minato and left. Koharu and Hamura stared at Minato for a few moments. They were pondering if it was wise to say something. They had just been stripped of power in the village. Going against Minato's decisions was not wise for the moment. They decided not to speak, so they bowed and left as well. After the elders were gone, Sensei, I know you want to talk to me today. I first need to go to the hospital for a deeper checkup on Itachi-kun. I hope you don't mind. Tsunade had spent the entire night reading medical books from the Uzumaki and Nara clans, trying to find an explanation for Itachi's condition. I didn't know Itachi-kun was ill. I'm sorry to hear that, Fugaku. I'll see you later today at the Senju compound. Hi, Sensei. Meet me there in 3 hours. Minato, you can also bring Kushina and Naruto to the Senju compound. We can discuss with Sensei about Naruto's chakra there. The former Hokage had an idea of what they needed to discuss, but said nothing and proceeded to leave as well. Hayashi, could you please join the surveillance team and replace Makoto-san? I'm sure she'll want to be there for Itachi's Koen examination. Hayashi bowed to Minato and left. Minato and the others knew Danzo would not surrender all the information from Naruto, and if Fugaku's suspicions were correct, he had committed several crimes against Konoha. Danzo would not come down easily. The surveillance team had a guarantee Danzo wouldn't empty his headquarters. With the Hyugas working on the mission, they could plot the whole building in case they needed to infiltrate, count all the shinobi inside, and track anyone who left the building. I'll leave for the hospital now. Shizen must be already there getting everything ready with Nono. Bring Itachi-kun to me as soon as Makoto returns from the surveillance. Tsunade left and was followed by Fugaku, who left for his home to meet with his wife and children. Minato was left alone in the tower. He went to his office to work and waited until it was time to take Kushina and Naruto to Tsunade and Hiruzen. Konoha's hospital. All the medical staff cheered as Tsunade walked into the hospital. Having her back busted their morale. She blushed and waved at them while walking, trying to ignore them and avoiding all the injured patients in the waiting room, as they were unaware of her hemophobia. She walked straight to the room Shizen had booked to examine Itachi. Shizen, Nono, and 2 other medical shinobis were waiting for her there. As she entered the room, Nono and the other 2 shinobis bowed to her. Tsunade-sama, it's so good to have you back. We need your leadership in the hospital. It's been chaotic since the Kyuubi incident. With you back in Konoha and taking over the hospital, we'll do way better. Tsunade was taken aback. People thought she had returned to run the hospital for some reason. But she couldn't. She wouldn't. She was unable to operate. Shizen noticed Tsunade was overthinking the situation and processing what was happening. So, she decided to speak up to change the subject. Tsunade-sama, this is Natsu Hyuga-san, said Shizen while signaling a young woman with short dark green hair, wearing a full-length kimono with a white apron on top. She is Kagura-san personal medic. Natsu bowed again to Tsunade. Kagura Hyuga is Hayashi's wife who is currently pregnant with Hinata, and this is Sana Yamanaka. He is a member of the barrier team and a medical shinobi trained by Nono-san herself. He was a slim, fair-skinned man with slanted, dark eyes and very long, auburn hair which reached well into his back. He ties it into a high ponytail that will support us during Itachi's Koen checkup. Tsunade greeted both very well. Tell me, Santa, do you know how to use the vision share technique from your clan? Tsunade asked the Yamanaka shinobi. Hi, Tsunade-sama. Ido, excellent. Let me explain to you what we'll be doing today. Itachi Uchiha, Fugaku's son, is ill. I'm not entirely sure what his illness is, but I know it is attacking his chakra network. It seems dormant, but I could sense a disturbance in his chakra flow and erratic behavior. The only way to confirm this is by looking into his chakra network. That's why I need you, Natsu. Your medical knowledge is helpful, so I need you to look into his chakra network and walk me through it. If you notice any weirdness, I need you to point it out to me. However, I would like to see it myself. And that's why you're here, Santa. I want you to use your vision share technique to link Natsu's vision to mine, so I can see everything she sees. What will happen if you confirm that the chakra network is compromised? As far as my knowledge, there is no way to heal it, Nono asked with a shade of sadness on her face. She was now the caretaker at the orphanage. She loved children, and knowing a little boy was sick made her sad. She wondered now if her little boy, Kabuto, was okay. Kabuto was not her real son, but for her, all the orphans were her children. Danzo had taken him apart from her years ago. With Tsunade-sama back in Konoha and taking over the hospital, she could bargain with Danzo to go back to the route if he returned Kabuto to Konoha to have a normal life. For the first time in years, she was hopeful. She was returned to reality when Tsunade spoke again. It could be cured. It is not something anyone can do, of course. I have done it successfully only once before. However, the symptoms and effects I saw on Itachi-kun are different from that case. After the assessment, I can decide whether we can operate or not. If the surgery is viable, I would need your assistance again to perform it. They nodded in agreement, surprised by Tsunade's statement. Being able to fix and heal the chakra network was beyond imagination. No wonder she was renowned as the best medical shinobi. Tsunade hoped Itachi's sickness was limited to the chakra network. It would mean she needed not to open and be exposed to blood. The surgery could be performed with a chakra blade to fix the network. Not long after, Fugaku and Mikoto arrived with their children. Mikoto had Sasuke in her arms, and Itachi stood behind Fugaku. "Nice to see you again, Tsunade-sama. We are deeply grateful for what you're doing," Mikoto said, lowering her head. She was unable to bow since she had Sasuke in her arms. Fugaku, on the other hand, did a full bow, and Itachi followed his father's example. There is no need for that. "Itachi-kun, would you mind getting on the bed, please?" Itachi nodded, climbed the bed, and sat on the edge. "Tell me, Itachi-kun, do you know how to mold chakra?" Before Itachi could answer, Fugaku spoke. He is a very talented boy. He can already climb trees and walls. Tsunade-sama. Fugaku could not hide a proud smile when talking about his son. Tsunade and the others were indeed surprised. It was an impressive achievement for a young boy who was not even in the academy yet. My, you are full of surprises, kiddo. Very well, then. I'll need you to lie on the bed. When I tell you, I need you to mold chakra. I'll ask you to increase it or decrease it. Just follow my instructions, and you don't have to worry. It won't hurt. The Uchiha boy did as he was told and laid on the bed. Natsu and Tsunade stood next to his bed, while Santa stood behind them, placing his hands on Natsu's and Tsunade's heads. Nono and Shizen stayed apart, on the opposite side of the room, where Fugaku, Mikoto, and Sasuke stood. Ninpo, Kyoyu-Bijin, shared vision technique. Santa activated his jutsu, while simultaneously Natsu activated her Byakugan. Tsunade could now see everything Natsu saw. "Natsu, I'm not used to the Byakugan. I know you have an almost 360 degrees vision, but I need you to focus on Itachi-kun. I'll get dizzy with this craziness otherwise." "Hi, Tsunade-sama." Natsu focused her sight on Itachi's body and reduced her vision to a normal range for a human. "That's better. Now guide me through, Natsu. Explain what you notice." Tsunade could now see Itachi's chakra network. She could see in plain sight an irregular behavior on the chakra flow near the lungs and heart. Itachi's Koan chakra flow is being dispersed erratically as it passes through the fourth internal gate, gets back to normal after going through the fifth gate, and is erratic again as it gets closer to the eighth gate. It seems that somehow the gates of pain and death got damaged. Tsunade could see the erratic behavior in located areas. However, she was unable to identify the gates. She knew the first two gates were in the head and the last one in the heart. That's why she had the Byakugo seal on her forehead, because it was close to two gates, making it possible to store such a massive amount of chakra. "Natsu, could you point me out the exact location of the gates and what they look like?" Natsu was a shy woman and stuttered for a bit before finding the courage to speak again. She was blushing for being with too many important people in the room. "The gates themselves are invisible, Tsunade-sama. However, we know their locations based on the amount of chakra stored on specific tenketsus, chakra points. If you look at the tenketsu located at the trachea base, where it connects with bronchial tubes, you'll see how the chakra seems to be stored in this tenketsu. That's the fourth gate, the gate of pain. Located right below the lingula, you'll find a fifth gate, the gate of limit. The eighth gate, the gate of death, is located at the heart's aortic valve. Tsunade could now see what they would call gates. These tenketsus were more significant than the others, and as Natsu had said, they seemed to store the chakra and regulate the chakra flow. However, The pathways emanating from the fourth gate had an erratic flow. These pathways ran around the lungs, and as the chakra went through the fifth gate, the flow returned to normal. The same happened with the eighth gate. This is why she sensed an illness in Itachi's lungs and heart. The erratic flow of the chakra was making them malfunction. Itachi was not an active shinobi, so he didn't use a large amount of chakra in his daily life. That's why no severe symptoms have manifested. However, if he wanted to pursue a life as a shinobi, he needed to eradicate this problem, or he'd be doomed to die young. Itachi-kun, I need you to mold as much chakra as possible. Itachi looked at the blonde medic shinobi for a second, then at his mother. She gave him a nod of approval and a poor intent of a smile. He could see his mother was worried. He smiled back at her mother and held his hands together to mold chakra. Tsunade and the others were impressed by how much chakra Itachi could mold. He was too young to be able to mold chakra with such ease. Tsunade was sure the amount of chakra Itachi could mold was already paired with a Chunin level. This kid was talented, for sure. She hadn't been so impressed since Minato. As for Itachi's chakra flow, Tsunade and Natsu saw how the more chakra he molded, the more erratic the flow was. Not only that, but the fourth and eighth gate were not serving their purpose. The 8 gates regulate the chakra flow, limiting the amount of chakra within the body. Opening the 8 gates is possible through intense training to gain more power. However, these gates need to be opened in a specific order. Not doing it in the correct order could cause a collapse in the chakra network and eventually lead to death. Itachi's 4th and 8th gates were not limiting the chakra flow appropriately. It was as if they were leaking more chakra than they should. In other words, he had the 4th and 8th gates semi-opened, and since the chakra pathways connected to the lungs and heart were compromised, these organs were being affected. That's enough, Itachi-kun. You can stop molding chakra and get down from the bed. You can break your jutsu. Santa Yamanaka broke his jutsu. Tsunade was glad to get her vision back. Looking through the Byakugan was hard for someone who is not used to that. Natsu deactivated her Byakugan. Itachi leaped down from the bed and went to his mother's side. Both Fugaku and Mikoto placed their hands on Itachi's head and rubbed his hair. And so, what is it, Tsunade-sama? Is Itachi going to be okay? Asked Mikoto, anguished. Fugaku was as scared as his wife, but he had to stay calm for her and his son. Tsunade sighed and finally spoke. Itachi's lungs and heart are not in danger for now. I thought his chakra network was damaged. That's something I can deal with. However, after seeing through the Byakugan, I see it is not the chakra network itself that's damaged. 2 of his internal gates are damaged. I have never fixed a Tenketsu, let alone one of the 8 gates. At this moment, I'm unable to perform surgery on Itachi-kun. Before Tsunade could continue, Mikoto started crying. Fugaku's face softened, and for the first time in his life, he could not hide his feelings. He was scared. Tsunade had never seen Fugaku like this. Everyone else in the room was distressed by Tsunade's words and Mikoto's cry. Everyone, please leave the room. We'll give you some privacy, so you can discuss with Tsunade-sama. Nono ordered Natsu, Sana, and Shizen to leave the room. However, Tsunade asked Shizen to stay. Nono was the last one to leave. She closed the door as she left. Itachi didn't understand exactly what it meant. Was he dying? Wouldn't he be able to be a shinobi? How could he fix the shinobi world if he was sick? He wanted to be Hokage. How could he achieve this if he was sick? Were all his dreams destroyed now? Calm down, all of you. I said that I couldn't perform surgery on Itachi-kun at this moment. It doesn't mean I'm giving up. I'll resume my studies on the chakra network. I'll find a way to heal him. His condition will not prevent him from being a shinobi, but it will have side effects as he increases the use of his chakra more often. Until I find a way to heal his tenketsus, I'll need Itachi-kun to come for regular checkups at least once a month. That way, I can prevent his lungs and heart from getting sick. Although, I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure how long it will take me to find a way to fix his tenketsus, but you have my word that I will find a way. Somehow, Tsunade felt excited again about practicing medicine. She wouldn't let this kid die if she could stop it. His talent was beyond comparison, and she was sure he would become a strong shinobi. Knowing that their son was out of danger relieved Fugaku and Mikoto. Mikoto hugged Tsunade, squishing Sasuke in Tsunade's large breast. Fugaku kneeled and bowed before Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, I'll always be in debt to you. Nothing is more precious to me than my sons. Tsunade felt awkward. She was never close to Mikoto. Being hugged by her was odd, not to mention seeing Fugaku kneel and bow to her. Leaving pride aside is not an easy thing to do, especially for that man. He was the proudest man she had ever met. What the heck are you doing, Fugaku? Stand up. There is no need for this. I'm a medical shinobi. It is my duty. Besides, your son is quite strong. He can handle this. Itachi smiled, blushing. Fugaku stood up, and Mikado finally let go of Tsunade. Shizun and I will prepare some pills for Itachi-kun. We'll have them ready the day after tomorrow. Come to the Senju compound to pick them up then. I'm sorry to leave in such a rush, but Sarutobi-sensei must be waiting for me now. As Tsunade left the room, Mikoto continued thanking her. The Uchiha family went back to their home, while Shizun and Tsunade went to the Senju compound. Konoha streets, close to Senju compound. Tsunade and Shizun were heading to the Senju compound. Tsunade hadn't said a single word on the way. Tsunade-sama, are you all right? Tsunade just sighed. I don't know, Shizun. I didn't expect Itachi's situation to be this severe. I need to get back to training with my chakra blade and get better. Fixing chakra pathways is one thing, but the 8 gates are on another level. Shizun smiled. Tsunade was trying to get back to medicine by her own choice. Does this mean we'll stay at Konoha? Asked Shizun, looking at Tsunade by her eye's corner. Tsunade didn't answer. This is why she never came back to Konoha after she left. Not even once. She still loved the village. She knew that if she returned, she wouldn't be able to leave again. Kushina and Naruto were not making things easier for her. They were the last family she had left, along with Shizun. Even Sarutobi-sensei surprised her. She was expecting to find her home abandoned. She cried when she arrived and saw the Senju compound full of life as if her clan was still there. Kushina told her that the Sandaime had ordered to keep the maintenance of the Senju compound, so that when she decided to return, she would find her home as she remembered. She was moved by her sensei. He never lost hope that she would return one day. However, the memories of her loved ones she lost still haunted her and still hurt her. She wasn't sure she'd be able to deal with it. Before she could notice, they were in front of the Senju compound. As a coincidence, her sensei, Kushina, Naruto, and Minato were arriving at the same time as them. Once inside, the Sandaime was the first to talk. Tsunade mentioned you two wanted to talk about Naruto with me, and I think I know what you'll ask. To be honest, I'm glad you're here too, Tsunade. I think it's about time I told you a secret about your father. Tsunade was intrigued. What kind of secret could her sensei refer to? If I'm correct, you two want to know about the presence of the Kyuubi's chakra in Naruto. Am I correct? Kushina and Minato nodded. They explained to the former Hokage what Tsunade had told them about Naruto's chakra being merged with a portion of the Kyuubi's chakra. The Sandaime felt the urge to light up his pipe, but stopped before Kushina's threat to smoke in her baby's presence. Moromaru-san had the same condition when he was born. His chakra was one with the Kyuubi's. In the beginning, Hashirama-sama and Mito-sama believed the traces from the Kyuubi's chakra would disappear. However, it never did. Kushina and Minato were concerned, but Tsunade couldn't understand what her sensei was saying. She never felt any trace of the Kyuubi in his father. This made no sense at all. It wasn't until Moromaru-san turned 5 years old that a Shinadano and Mito-sama placed a seal on him to suppress the Kyuubi's chakra in him. The Sandaime was interrupted by Kushina. So there's a way to suppress it? Do you know how to do it? The Sandaime nodded, made a couple of seals, and a scroll appeared before him. Mito-sama wrote the seal in this scroll for you, Kushina. Before I give it to you, I must tell you everything. The first thing you need to know is that Mito-sama regretted placing that seal on Moromaru-san ever since he died. She blamed herself for her death. Kushina had already extended her arm to reach the scroll. She froze suddenly after listening to Hiruzen's words. What do you mean by that, sensei? Tsunade stood up. She was furious. Why would her grandmother blame herself for her father's death? Explain yourself, Gigi, Tsunade demanded. Hiruzen sighed, took a deep breath, and continued. The seal didn't just suppress the Kyuubi's chakra. It suppressed Moromaru's sand chakra as well. His condition, and Naruto's condition, is different from a Jinchuriki. He didn't have a Biju sealed inside him. The Biju's chakra nourished him. His chakra and the Kyuubi's were one single chakra. They were connected and merged. It was part of him. Not even a Shinadano was able to separate them. To suppress the Kyuubi's chakra, a Shinadano and Mito-sama had to suppress basically half of Moromaru-san's reserve of chakra. Everyone was aghast. Tsunade admired her father. He was a strong man, although he was never as strong as her or Sarutobi-sensei. Her father never admitted it, but she knew he considered himself a failure for not being as strong as his father or uncle. Even she was stronger than her father. He was always trying to prove himself worthy of his legacy as the son of the Shodaime Hokage. In the end, that's what got him killed. He alone tried to face a group of shinobis from IWA during the Second Great War. Her sensei, Jiraiya, then hunted down these shinobis to retrieve his body. They had taken it believing they could get his DNA and find the secrets of the wood style. Complete nonsense, since her father couldn't use wood style. How could her grandmother do that to him? How did her grandfather allow it? Was her father aware of this? Before Tsunade could storm up to her sensei, Kushina spoke. Sandaime-sama, why did Mito-sama and Shodaime-sama do that? What reason is behind all this? Bawako and I were supposed to talk with you too about all this after Naruto's birth. But after everything that's happened, I completely forgot. Mito-sama decided to suppress his son's chakra due to the connection that he developed with the Kyuubi. His chakra was in resonance with the Kyuubi's. He could enter Mito-sama's subconscious where the Kyuubi was held, without Mito-sama noticing it. He could talk with the Kyuubi. He did it since he was 3 years old, maybe even before. Mito-sama discovered it when he was 5. Kushina yelled, "No way. Are you telling me Naruto will share a bond with the Kyuubi? He will be able to talk to him, and that my only option to prevent it is suppressing half of my son's chakra. This is nonsense. Why didn't you tell us that long before I got pregnant? You doomed my son. He will either share a connection with an evil beast or live unable to reach his full potential. This is completely unfair. And you, don't you have anything to say? This is your son as well." Kushina looked at Minato, tears on her face. Minato was indeed furious at the Sandaime, but he knew the man, he trusted the man. He needed to hear the whole story before unleashing his anger. It took all his will not to explode and yell at the old man. "Kushina, let's hear the whole story. I'm sure the Sandaime has a really good explanation." The Sandaime smiled, which made Kushina even angrier. Hashirama-sama and Tobirama-sensei, even a Shinadano, believed that Mito-sama's decision was wrong. Hashirama-sama, especially, believed the best thing they could do was to allow Moromaru-san to spend time with the Kyuubi. However, you must know by now, Kushina, that a mother would do everything for her son. Fearing that Mito-sama would perform a dangerous sealing jutsu on her son, a Shinadano agreed to help her develop a sealing jutsu. Hashirama-sama had no choice but to agree with this. Minato was now intrigued. Why would all these men consider it wise to let a little boy interact with the Kyuubi? But before he could ask, the Sandaime spoke again. "I know what you're thinking, Minato, and I'll explain why Hashirama-sama wanted his son to interact with the Kyuubi, but first, let me tell you something about the Bijus. Shizen-chan, would you mind preparing me a cup of tea, please? This will be a long conversation." Shizen nodded and left the room to prepare tea for everyone. Centuries ago, maybe even millennia, the Bijus were not feared by humans, and the Bijus didn't hate humans. They're creatures that have been on Earth longer than human history can remember. In ancient times, they were revered as a source of knowledge and wisdom. Humans learned techniques from them. You fought the Yambi time ago. Do you remember what kind of creature he is? The Sandaime questioned. "It is a colossal ape, a monkey, indeed. He is a monkey. He is the reason my clan's name is Sarutobi. His real name is Son Goku." Yes, the Bijus have names, but humankind has forgotten them, at least most of them. He taught the water screen cave monkeys how to talk and use chakra. He trained them to be shinobis. They revere him as the sage god of the monkeys. He named Enma king of the monkeys. Later, Enma and son Goku-sama taught a clan of humans their fighting style and jutsus. That clan took the name of Sarutobi to honor them. The Sandaime was interrupted by Kushina, who was perplexed by how the Sandaime talked about the Yanbi. Sama, why on earth would you, especially you, refer to a Biju as Sama? Hiruzen shook his head in disapproval of Kushina's comment. You're not listening to me, Kushina. You are biased against the Bijus due to your experience with the Kyuubi. It has been said that the Kyuubi is a mass of evil and destruction. That's just a lie. Bijus were not like that in ancient times. They turned against humans because humans turned against them first. In the seek for power, humans started to haunt the Bijus. They were trying to control their power to be superior. Humankind betrayed them first. We are the reason they became a synonym for destruction and despair. And Shinadano and Hashirama-sama knew this. When Hashirama-sama captured all the Bijus and distributed them among the other nations, my father volunteered to become son Goku-sama Jinchuriki. However, Konoha kept the Kyuubi and delivered the Yanbi to IWA. The Sarutobi clan considered leaving Konoha to join a Wagakure to ensure that son Goku-sama would be treated with respect, and as Sarutobi would always be his Jinchuriki. Kushina, Minato, and Tsunade were speechless. Tsunade couldn't believe Sasuke-san had considered leaving Konoha just for the Yanbi. At that moment, Shizen came back with cups of tea for everyone. The Sandaime took his cup of tea and took some sips before continuing with his story. It is evident that in the end, Hashirama-sama convinced my father to stay in Konoha. My clan is not the only one with techniques learned from Biju. The Aburame clan and the Kamizuru clan from a Wagakure use insects as weapons. They learned those techniques from the Nanabai. No Aburame or Kamizuru clan member would ever attempt to attack the Nanabai's Jinchuriki because they respect the Biju. Similarly, no member of the Sarutobi clan would ever attack the Yanbi. Son Goku-sama and Enma are users of the Senjutsu. It was a tradition that only the head of the Sarutobi clan would be taught the Senjutsu of the monkeys. When son Goku-sama was given to a Wagakure, he forbade Enma to continue teaching the Senjutsu to the Sarutobi clan. My father was the last member of my clan to learn it. However, he never used it again after that, out of respect for son Goku-sama. Before Hiruzen could continue, he was interrupted again by Kushina, who was running out of patience. That's really awesome, Sandaime-sama. But I don't see how that's relevant here. Hiruzen retook a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and continued. You totally missed my point here, Kushina. I take by Minato's and Tsunade's silence that they get it. But let me continue Moromaru's story, so you can fully understand. Mito-sama found out her son had been interacting with the Kyuubi because he told her he had a new friend, a giant orange fox, trapped in a huge cage. He said he didn't have control to decide when he could visit his foxy friend. Most of the time, it was during his sleep. He said the fox used to tell him stories about the creator of Ninshu. Ninshu? That word sounded familiar to Minato. He was sure Jiraiya-sensei had discussed the difference between Ninshu and Ninjutsu, but he was not paying attention back then. All of them were surprised to hear that the Kyuubi was friendly with Moromaru as a child. The Sandaime continued. He, of course, referred to the sage of the six paths. Mito-sama asked the leader of the Yamanaka clan at the time to read her son's mind. It only proved that the boy was telling the truth. In his sleep, he had been visiting the Kyuubi's cage for at least 2 years. The Kyuubi never tried to attack or intimidate the little boy. Hashirama-sama suspected that since Moromaru knew nothing about the Kyuubi, he treated the beast just as a talking animal. He didn't hate the Kyuubi. He didn't fear the Kyuubi. He was friendly and kind to him, and in response, the Kyuubi treated him similarly. Mito-sama thought it was just a trick that the Kyuubi wanted to use him as a tool against her. Despite all the efforts from Hashirama-sama, he couldn't convince her. Hashirama-sama hoped that Moromaru-san could be the one to regain the trust of the Kyuubi. He believed his son would be the one to bring peace between humankind and the Bijus. But Mito-sama wouldn't take that risk, and things turned out as I already told you. Mito-sama also asked the Yamanaka clan's head to block all the memories of the Kyuubi in Mormar's mind. He had no recollection of it. Now that you know everything and have the scroll with the seal, you can choose what to do. Hiruzen continued drinking his tea, waiting for Minato or Kushina to speak up. However, the young couple had no words. Both were analyzing the implications of it in their mind. Kushina was afraid, but perhaps the Sandaime was right. Moromaru had been robbed of the opportunity to bring Bijus and humans together by his mother. Would she do the same to Naruto? Would she deprive him of his power and strength because of her fears? Being his mother gave her the right to do so. Was it her choice to make? Hiruzen figured it would take a long time for the couple to come to a decision. It was better to leave them alone. He stood up. Tsunade, why don't we give them privacy? I think we can go to your underground lab. We can discuss what I need to tell you. Tsunade and Shizune also stood up. The three of them left the living room. Kushina and Minato were so immersed in their thoughts that they didn't even notice when they left. Tsunade's underground medical lab. The lab had been built by Mito Uzumaki for Tsunade so that she could practice and develop her medical ninjutsu. It was well equipped. It was basically a small underground hospital. Before you say anything, Sensei, I must apologize for how I talked to you before. I'm sure my grandmother made you promise that you wouldn't say anything about my father. I also want to thank you. It means a lot to me that you kept the Senju compound so full of life in my years of absence. Tsunade smiled at her sensei, and a single tear dropped from both of her eyes. Hiruzen was touched. He was a sentimentalist, after all, not to mention that he thought of his students as his own children. After an emotional moment, Hiruzen decided it was time to talk about his cancer. I'm afraid I need to kill the mood. It is not good news what I'm going to tell you. You and Jiraiya always said to me that smoking would kill me. It seems you two were right. I have cancer. Tsunade and Shizune were shocked. Shizune covered her mouth as a scream of surprise came out. Tsunade rushed to her sensei and asked him to lie on the bed so she could examine him. As he was doing so, he said, Buwako had been keeping the cancer from spreading for the last few years. What do you mean with the last few years? For how long have you been sick, sensei? The old man lay now on the bed. Tsunade started examining him. I discovered I had cancer after my fight against the Sandaime and Yonde Mizukage in the last war. I felt overwhelmed after we defeated Kiri's and Kyumo's armies that had invaded Yuzushiobikure. I could barely catch my breath. It was unusual. I thought it was due to the intense battle against the Sandaime Mizukage and a fully transformed Sanbai. I had fought other Bijus before and never felt like that. I ignored it and continued the siege. When I returned to Konoha 2 months later, I asked Buwako to examine me. She confirmed my suspicions. My lungs were failing because I had cancer. She said it was at an early stage and that she could prevent it from spreading. She said she was not skilled enough to operate me and remove it. So, I continued the war with my cancer. I might be sick, but I'm still one of the strongest shinobis alive. I needed to end the war. When the war ended, I decided to step down as Hokage. Konoha needed someone healthy to look after her. I had made up my mind. I was just waiting for the cancer to kill me. But now that's changed. Madara is alive and threatening Konoha. If I must die, I'll do it defending Konoha. That's why I need you to heal me. This cancer is making me weaker. If you can heal me, I can regain my strength. Tsunade listened carefully to her sensei as she examined him. She was relieved that the cancer hadn't spread so much yet. Buwako-san did a great job keeping it at bay. I will continue to prevent it from spreading for the time being. You'll have to come see me every other day. And sensei, you need to stop smoking. I want to monitor it for a while before any surgery. Sensei, you know I can't operate on you myself, but Shizune is an excellent medical shinobi. Besides me, she is the best medical shinobi. She already surpassed Nono a long time ago. Thanks to Buwako-san, Shizune will suffice to remove it. Hiruzen smiled at her student. He stood up and looked at Shizune. I place my life in your hands, Shizune-chan. Shizune blushed and nodded to the former Hokage. The old man turned back to Tsunade. Tsunade, one more thing. I've kept it a secret. Only the daimyo, Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, and you two know about it. Tsunade crossed her arms and her forehead's vein was pulsing so much. How come your sons do not know about it, Sensei? You better tell them today. If you don't tell them, I'll do it myself. Hiruzen just nodded. The three of them went back to the living room to meet with Minato, Kushina, and Naruto. As they entered the living room, Minato and Kushina, with Naruto in her arms, stood up. So, have you decided yet? Questioned the former Hokage to the young couple. Minato and Kushina looked at each other, then at Naruto. They raised their heads to look at the former Hokage. Kushina took Mito's scroll with the sealing jutsu and destroyed it. Hiruzen smiled. He hoped Minato and Kushina wouldn't follow Mito's steps. Perhaps now, Naruto would bring the peace Hashirama-sama had dreamed of. Maybe Naruto was meant to be Jiraiya's student and become the child of the prophecy. When Jiraiya told him about Gamamaru-sama prophecy, he thought it referred to Minato. But now, this child had a better chance of achieving true peace. He believed peace would only come true when Bijus and humans could live together. Well, we all better get going. Main Gate of Senju Compound Chapter 5, The Root Part 1. Main Gate of Senju Compound. Perplexed, Kushina and the others stood there before the revelation of the Kyuubi's name. None of them ever considered the Bijus as thinking and feeling creatures, let alone that they would have a name. Kushina wondered if she could also, one day, befriend the Kyuubi. Minato had told her about his fight against Killer Bee in the war. The Yondaime Raikage's little brother was a perfect Jinchuriki, in complete control, in tune with his Biju. From Minato's perspective, Killer Bee seemed to enjoy the Hachibi's company. She felt jealous of him, though she never said that to anyone. She had also met a perfect Jinchuriki during the last war when she accompanied the Sandaime to defend Yuzushiogakure. However, she didn't get to fight Yagura Karatachi, the Sanbai's Jinchuriki. That man became the Yondaime Mizukage after Hiruzen killed his predecessor in the fight. She could still remember the intense battle in her homeland against Kiri and Kyumo. That red-haired woman from Kirigakure with lava and boil Kekiai Genkais gave her a hard time and pushed her close to her limits. Kushina was feeling extremely curious and immersed in her thoughts about Yagura and Killer Bee and their relationship with their Bijus that she didn't notice that the Kyuubi's chakra cloak had started to cover her. The Kyuubi was furious, and his chakra was taking over control of Kushina, given she was so distracted. This is not good, Minato. People are going to sense the Kyuubi's chakra. We can't let them find out Kushina is the Jinchuriki. Tsunade was yelling, but Minato already knew all that. He could sense some shinobis were coming into their location. He placed his hand on Kushina and used the Hiraishin no Jutsu to take his wife and son to their home on the outskirts of the village. Tsunade-sama would find a way to explain to any curious shinobi what they felt. Minato's and Kushina's residence. The Namikaze family appeared inside their house. Their home was far enough from the village for any shinobi to sense Kushina's chakra bursting. Minato rushed and tried to take Naruto out of Kushina's arms, but two tails of chakra had already formed in the cloak, and with one of them, he was pushed away. Minato performed a series of hand seals. Blue chakra flames covered his fingertips. He needed to suppress the Kyuubi's chakra. He used his Hiraishin to get close to Kushina fast enough to prevent the Kyuubi's chakra from defending against him again. He pressed his hand on Kushina's stomach. The Kyuubi's chakra cloak stopped attacking him. However, it didn't disappear. Kushina was still in her mindscape where the Kyuubi was held. He was worried. Naruto, for some reason, was not upset at all. His baby seemed unperturbed by the malice of the cloak. Kushina, fight it back. Don't let it control you. Minato couldn't understand why the seal hadn't been able to suppress the cloak completely. Kushina's mindscape, Kyuubi's prison. Kushina found herself in front of the Kyuubi. The room was mostly dark except for a few fire torches on the walls. The room was split into two sections, an open area where Kushina could wander around and the Kyuubi's cage. The cage had a very tall gate made of steel bars. In the center of the gate, a sheet of parchment with the word seal on it secured the door from being opened. The floor was covered with a thin layer of water. Several times she had been summoned to this place unwillingly by the QB's rage. However, this time was different. She was shaking out of fear. Fear not for the beast trapped behind the gates in front of her. Fear because she noticed Naruto was still in her arms, inside her subconscious. She had just learned that her son would share a bond with the bijou sealed inside her, and that he could access this place. She didn't think it would be this soon. That stupid old monkey! I will kill him. The QB spoke behind his cage. He hit the cage with his fist, but it didn't even move. Kushina could feel how the QB's chakra altered the water that flooded the room. She collapsed on her knees, held Naruto close to her chest, and turned to look at the giant fox. You are a fool if you think I'll repeat the mistake I made with Moromaru. I'll destroy your son at the first opportunity one get. I will kill him. You will wake up one day with the blood of your beloved son in your hands. The word from the fox made Kushina shiver. She held Naruto tighter. She couldn't stop the tears from coming out her eyes. She had never shown any weakness to the beast. She could feel the fox's influence getting stronger. No matter how hard she tried to escape from her subconscious and return to Minato, she couldn't manage. Her fear seemed to make the fox's influence stronger, and he was preventing her from leaving. Stop it. I'm begging you. You will not have my son. Kushina's voice was so weak that the QB could barely listen to her. Once again, the giant fox hit the cage's gate. However, unlike the first time he did it, the gate shook just a little. Both noticed it. Kushina lost her breath for a moment while the fox evilly smiled. He once again hit the gates and could feel how they were getting weaker. The Uzumaki girl had always shown a strong will against him and kept the seal strong. But now, she was terrified. Kushina stood up abruptly and approached the gates. You will not escape, you stupid fox. I will not let you do it, said Kushina firmly, still with tears in her eyes. The fox only laughed. Look at yourself, woman. You can't stop shaking. I can smell the fear in you. I will get free, and your son will be the first to die. Kushina had been careless and had approached the gate too much. The QB took advantage of this and pulled one of his hands through the bars to catch Kushina and Naruto. However, she quickly reacted and jumped backward to move away from the fox. The claw of the QB was only a few inches from Naruto's face. Kushina was about to get further away when Naruto started laughing and trying to reach the claw with his hands. Kushina couldn't believe it. Despite the intense killing intent the QB emanated, Naruto still felt comfortable with him. The fox himself was surprised by the baby. He was trying to kill them both, yet the baby was trying to touch him. He was puzzled. Memories from Moromaru flooded the QB's mind, and his body acted against his will. He retracted his hand back to the cage and remained staring at Naruto. He lowered his ears, and his expression softened. Kushina was astonished. Perhaps the Shodaime Hokage was right, and humans and bijus could live together peacefully. She was sure now that Mito-sama had made a mistake with her son. She cleared the tears from her face and doubtfully approached the gate. Naruto seemed to get more excited as they got closer to the QB. She fixed her gaze upon the QB. They looked at each other for a while until the fox roared. He then turned his back on them and cuddled inside his cage. You know, Kurama is a beautiful name. Isn't there an ancient clan with that name that lives in the mountains in the land of fire? Kushina waited for an answer, but it never came. The fox remained silent in his cage. Perhaps one day, the three of us can be good friends. We're stuck together until I die. So why don't we make it a pleasant time for everyone? What do you say, Ekurama? You have no right to use my name, filthy human. My siblings and I were betrayed by your race a long time ago. You humans only seek power and domination over everything you know. Now be gone. Kushina could sense the sadness in the QB's words, despite the anger and hatred in his tone. In the same way as she had been forced on her subconscious, now she was being pushed away and could feel she was recovering her consciousness. Minato's and Kushina's residence. Minato felt relieved as he saw how the QB's chakra cloak started to dissipate. Kushina gasped as she regained consciousness. She was feeling weak and tired. Are you okay? What happened? No matter what I did, I couldn't wake you up. Kushina just nodded and walked toward their bedroom. Minato helped her stand on her feet as she reeled when she tried to walk alone. Once inside their bedroom, Kushina placed Naruto in his cradle. She stayed there looking at their son for a moment, touched his face gently, walked to her bed, and sat at the edge. "We are fine, don't worry, dear. The QB didn't take very well that we learned his name and relationship with Moromaru-san. He was outraged. But, I think that Hashirama-sama was right. I think we made the right decision. Naruto must grow unbiased against the QB, and maybe, one day, they'll get along." Kushina smiled. However, suddenly she realized it was late. "It's getting dark. You have an appointment with Danzo-sama tonight. You need to leave." Kushina urged Minato to leave. They could talk about everything that happened later. He needed to go and deal with Danzo and the root. However, Minato shook his head. He performed some hand seals. Ninpu, Kuchios no Justu, a small red toad appeared before Minato. The toad had a red body with blue markings around his eyes and head. He also wore a pair of green goggles hanging around his neck and a white pouch. "Kosuke-chan, I need you to deliver a message to Fugaku and Hayashi. They must be in the council room in the Hokage Tower." The small toad nodded in agreement. Minato wrote on a scroll something. He then gave it to Kosuke. "I will deliver it. Yondaime-sama." Kosuke left immediately to the Hokage Tower. "What are you doing? You need to go. You are dealing with one of the elders. You're the Hokage. You need to be there." Minato shook his head again. "You and Naruto are more important. Fugaku and Hayashi can deal with Danzo-san. I'm sure my absence will irritate the old man. It might be even better this way. Now, tell me everything." Minato sat beside his wife and held her hands. Hokage Tower. Kosuke went straight to the Hokage Tower. It was a long way to go from Minato's house, but he was the fastest among the toads from Mount Mayaboku. As he was getting closer to the tower, he could distinguish two men walking toward the tower as well. They were the men he was looking for, Fugaku Uchiha and Hayashi Hyuga. He speeded up to reach them before they entered the tower. Hayashi noticed his presence and signed Fugaku to stop. They both turned around to find a small red toad jumping in their direction. Would it be a message from Jiraiya-sama? Or maybe Minato's? The toad finally arrived at them. "Fugaku-sama, Hayashi-sama. My name is Kosuke, and I have a message for you from the Yondaime-sama." He then proceeded to take the scroll from his pouch and offer it to the men in front of him. Fugaku took the lead and grabbed the scroll. He opened it and held it with his hands extended so Hayashi could read it too. "Thank you, Kosuke-san. You can leave now," Hayashi commented as he received the scroll from Fugaku and hid it in his sleeves. After the red toad had disappeared in a cloud of smoke, they entered the building and went straight to the council room to wait for Danzo. They were surprised to find the former advisors in the council room. They hadn't been called for the meeting by the Yondaime. They had no reason to be there. "Koharu-sama, Hamura-sama. No mean to offend, but may I ask you what you are doing here?" The Hyuga asked before Fugaku could say anything. He knew Fugaku would be too rude to the elders. The Uchiha had a resentment against the elders. After all, he had never tried to dissimulate it. "I think we're all here for the same reason. Hayashi. We are here to listen to Danzo's report regarding the root," Koharu said. The two elders seemed offended by Hayashi's questioning. "My apologies, but I'm afraid you're not needed. The Yondaime summoned only the two of us. He decided you two shouldn't be present during Danzo's hearing." Hayashi explained in a respectful tone. "Hearing? This is not a trial. Hayashi, why is it that Minato does not want us here?" Hamura was angry at Hashi's comment. "Hayashi-san just made a wrong choice of words, Hamura-san. As for why the Yondaime doesn't want you here, I think it needs no explanation. Don't you think?" Fugaku was expecting to hurt the elders' ego and remind them they were no longer in a privileged position. "I'm afraid that no, Fugaku. It is not obvious. So would you mind elaborating?" Koharu spoke this time. "If you insist. You must remember that your new duties are unrelated to Konoha's administration. You are liaison members between Konoha and the capital. You have no place in the decision-making of Konoha's welfare anymore unless the Yondaime summons you. And, as Hayashi-san already told you, you weren't called to this meeting. The other reason not to summon you is your close relationship with Danzo-san. You two always sided with him whenever he and the Sandaime had a different opinion. You are biased in his favor. You can't be present at this meeting. I don't want to be rude, but you must leave now. Fugaku stepped aside from the doorway as he ended his speech so the elders could exit the council room. The elders were annoyed by the way they'd been treated by Fugaku. Hamura was about to reply, but Koharu stopped him. They left the room at a steady pace. Hayashi and Fugaku took the seats that used to be occupied by the elders. The middle seating remained empty, as the Hokage was not present. A few minutes later, the Old War Hawk arrived, escorted by 4 Root ANBU members wearing black cloaks and masks. The ANBUs were carrying tall piles of documents and folders. Danzo ordered them to put them on the desk and leave. Danzo stood in front of Fugaku and Hayashi. His right arm and eye were covered in bandages. He appeared frail and weak. However, Fugaku and Hayashi knew he was a strong man. He let his opponents believe he was a weak man, so they let their guards down. Fugaku trained under Kagami Uchiha, and he had told him that Danzo was nowhere near as strong as him. However, he was a resourceful man who would use any dirty trick during a battle to win. Where's Minato? Doesn't he know that punctuality is vital for a shinobi? Let alone for the Hokage, the old man asked. The Hokage will not join us today. He is dealing with some personal matters, Hayashi commented. This would certainly bother Danzo. Personal matters? He's a Hokage. He is not entitled to have such things as personal matters. His duty to the village comes first. How absurd. I'm guessing he is dealing with his wife being unable to control the Kyuubi's chakra. Several shinobis sensed her. I don't. With all due respect, Danzo-sama, we're not here to listen to your opinion about what the Hokage is entitled to or not. Regarding Kushina-san incident, Tsunade-sama already did the damage control, and the few shinobis who sensed it were given a reasonable explanation. Hayashi wouldn't let Danzo dictate the meeting's agenda. Fugaku smirked, which infuriated Danzo even more. You are not here to ask the questions, Danzo-sama. You are here to answer them. Why don't you take a seat? The head of the Hyuga clan finished. Danzo refused to sit and remained tall before the new advisors. He didn't expect the Hyuga to act so boldly. It seemed he had underestimated Hayashi. Very well then, let's get started, Danzo-san, said the Uchiha as he took a folder from the pile of documents the old man had presented. We'll begin with the exact number of members the root possesses and their identities if you don't mind. The Uchiha was enjoying it. The Old War Hawk stayed unperturbed. However, he knew the old man was furious. He was most likely cursing him in his mind. According to these files, you only have 57 active members in the root. 9 of them are infiltrated into other nations, and 4 of them are children. Is that correct? Hayashi questioned. If that's what my report says, then that's what it is, Hyuga. Hayashi only smiled and continued. You were supposed to provide their identities. However, I see several of them have no last name. To be precise, only 11 of the files contain a last name, and these are shinobis that you recruited as children years ago from the main clans in Konoha. The clan's heads already provided a list of all the shinobis you forcefully recruited from their clans. It is a curious thing that the only shinobis you provided a last name are those we already knew were part of your organization. Don't you think? Hayashi remembered that Danzo had tried to recruit a branch family member years ago. His father might be a disgusting man for how he treated the branch family, but in his sickish desire to control the branch family with an iron fist, he had refused Danzo's request to provide a Hyuga for the root. A few days later, that boy from the branch family was found dead, drowned in the river. It was determined that it had been an accident, although he always suspected Danzo had had something to do with it. Before Danzo could say something, Fugaku spoke. We know for sure also that in your organization, there are no members from the Hyuga, Uchiha, Sarutobi, or Senju clans. Is there a specific reason for that? Did you fear that the loyalty to Konoha and the Sandaime from these clans was stronger for you to control them? Fugaku and Hayashi had the job of teasing Danzo, driving him up the wall to see how much he would bear before giving a sign of emotion. Danzo hated Fugaku as much as he had hated Kagami. He had the same arrogance and sense of superiority. He couldn't stand the smirk on Fugaku's face. He was on the right track, though. For obvious reasons, he never recruited someone from the Sarutobi clan. The Uchihas never trusted him, and back in the day, when Fugaku's grandfather was head of the clan, they supported Hiruzen. It wasn't until Fugaku became head of the Uchiha clan that the tensions with Hiruzen began. As for the Hyugas, it wasn't that he hadn't tried to recruit one of them, but Hinansho, Hayashi's father, had refused to provide one. With the bird's cage seal, it made no sense to wrap one of them. Hinansho would have figured it out and could have killed him with the seal. Finally, the Senju clan. After the First Great War, they decided to continue their lives as civilians. They took their spouses' family names and were eventually forgotten. People just believed they all had died. Tsunade was the last shinobi from the clan, and unlike Orochimaru, she was loyal to Hiruzen. He had kept track of all the Senju remnants as civilians. Not even one of them proved to be talented. The glory of the mighty clan had died with Tobirama. The interrogation went on for hours until nearly dawn. Despite all the efforts from Fugaku and Hayashi, Danzo never even flinched. Fugaku had to acknowledge him for that. Both advisors stood up. That would be all. At least for now, Danzo-san. Before you're dismissed, I must inform you that the Yondaime wants to meet all the root members personally. He will send a message with the date and place you should present them. We hereby, on behalf of the Yondaime Hokage, order you to call back to Konoha all the shinobis you have on active missions. With the exception of your 9 infiltrated recruits, you should present every member of your organization. Given the nature of the missions the Root is undertaking, you have 2 months to summon them here. Fail to do so, and you will be found in contempt and held prisoner. I hope that we made ourselves clear, Danzo-san. The council will conduct a more exhaustive analysis of the documents you provided in the following days. You are now dismissed from this meeting. Fugaku seemed to enjoy way too much reprehending Danzo. Danzo had to praise their perseverance and their ability to irritate him. It took all his self-control to restrain himself from replying or attacking them. "Oh, it is crystal clear, Uchiha," Danzo replied while walking out of the room. He would make them pay for this humiliation. Minato and Hiruzen will have to pay as well. Later that day, Fugaku and Hayashi briefed Minato about everything that happened with Danzo. Namikaze's residence. 8 weeks later. Jiraiya stood close to the window, his back resting on the wall and cross-armed. His gaze fixed upon the horizon outside the window. It was late at night already. Only a few traces of light could be seen from the distance from where the village was. The village slept. It was cold outside, one of the most frigid winters Jiraiya had ever seen in Konoha. No wonder the villagers were so quiet now. The smell of the coffee Kushina had prepared was comforting, or could it be Tsunade's essence? She was sitting on a couch next to him, legs crossed, one arm on the couch's arm and the other extended on the couch's back. Despite the cold weather, she wore her regular attire. Her large breast was exposed. She was keeping her body warm with her chakra flow. Their sensei was sitting at the table with a cup of hot coffee. The former Hokage kept wearing his Hokage robes even now that he was retired. Only the distinctive hat was missing. Next to him were the Hyuga twins sitting. None of them enjoyed the taste of the coffee, so instead they were drinking herbal tea. Fugaku stood behind his wife, who had taken a seat on the main couch when offered by her friend. His expression was as hard as ever. Mikoto, on the other hand, seemed amused. She was happy that her clan, and most importantly, her husband, was taking a significant role in Konoha's ventures. Kushina sat beside her friend, feeling awkward having all these people at her home. She never liked serious and tense situations. She had been told before by the Sandaime that she didn't know how to behave at formal events. She, like Tsunade, was considered almost royalty for being the last member of her clan. The daimyo liked having the last member of the Uzumaki clan present in all the events he assisted at Konoha, and she always ended up grounded by Koharu and Hamura for her lack of self-restraint and loud behavior. Their babies, Naruto and Sasuke, were now in Naruto's room. Itachi-kun was looking after them. Minato had placed a silencing seal in the living room to prevent Itachi from listening to what they were about to discuss. Minato, Shikaku, and Shibi stood side by side, close to the couch where Mikoto and Kushina sat. The rest of the surveillance team remained in their positions, spying on the route. "Are we sure about it?" the Naraz clan head questioned as he read Jiraiya's report. "I didn't expect him to have this many members in the route. He won't come down easily." "We are entirely sure, Shikaku-san. Of course, that's only the number of root members we've been able to track down. We don't know how many people Danzo-sama has infiltrated in other nations. Maybe even in our regular ENBU Corps," Hizashi spoke. He felt comfortable talking on his brother's behalf. His brother has dramatically changed since he became an advisor for the Hokage. He had even told him he was working on fulfilling his promise, but that had to wait until this mission was over. Every single shinobi has a different chakra signature. With the Byakugan, we've been able to identify in total 193 different members in the route. 24 are children. One child, in particular, has a very peculiar chakra. He is always close to Danzo-sama and is trained by him. Not to mention that inside the headquarters of the route, there are 5 rooms heavily protected with seals. Not even with the Byakugan, we've been able to see through the walls of these rooms. I had no idea Danzo-sama possessed such seals to block our vision. He must be using Tobirama's sensei seals. He developed some protective seals for the Hokage's vault where we keep Hashirama-sama scrolls, as long with all the forbidden scrolls written by every Hokage. He designed those seals so not even Byakugan could see through them. It was still unclear to the former Hokage how Danzo had managed to learn these seals. Perhaps he tricked Hamura into teaching them to him. Tobirama-sensei had only taught the seals to him and Hamura. I didn't know the Night Aim had developed such techniques. Hayashi had taken the information as an insult. Did the Night Aim Hokage believe the Hyugas could have tried to steal those scrolls? How vile of him to think so low of his clan. Hiruzen was a perceptive man and noticed Hayashi's contempt. It is not that he didn't trust your clan, Hayashi. Tobirama-sensei was the kind of man for whom not even all the possible precautions were enough. That's just who he was. I read the report he delivered to you 8 weeks ago. He only included in his report those members Sarutobi-sensei already knew about. The deadline Minato gave him to present the entirety of his force is getting closer. He started emptying his headquarters early this week. We've tracked down all the shinobis that have left the HQ. It looks like he has more in common with Orochimaru than we thought. So far, we've followed them to 8 different hideouts in the Land of Fire. 3 of them used to be Orochimaru's. The toad Sannin spoke, but his gaze was still fixed upon the window, looking in the village's direction. We also have Nono's situation. She just disappeared 2 weeks ago. She used to be part of the route years ago. Sarutobi-sensei and I appointed her as my replacement in the hospital so that Danzo couldn't force her back to the route. With a high profile in the village, Danzo couldn't act against her so easily. It can't be just a coincidence she's gone now. Tsunade had noticed a weird behavior in Nono a few days after Danzo's hearing with the advisors. One day, she didn't show up. She didn't worry about it initially, but it's been gone for 2 weeks now, and she's nowhere to be found. I agree with you, Tsunade-sama. Nono-san wouldn't have abandoned her children just like this. The advisors, the Sandaime, and I will go to the orphanage early morning tomorrow. Maybe they can tell us something about Nono's whereabouts. I have a mark close to the orphanage, so we can use my Hiration to get there without being followed. We need to be careful. Minato looked up to Nono-san. She had dedicated the last years of her life to looking after all the orphans. He had witnessed before how these children referred to her as mother. She was a loving and caring woman. Why would Danzo do something against her? I will go with you too. Nono was one of the very first medics I ever trained. I feel responsible for her. The slug princess's expression was a mix of sadness and anger. She squeezed the couch's arm with her inhuman strength and broke it unconsciously. I'm so sorry, kiddo. I'll buy you a new one. No worries. Tsunade-sama, kiddo. Minato couldn't help to feel underestimated every time he spoke with his sensei or Tsunade-sama. Despite his position as Hokage, they still treated him as a child. What is your plan, Yandame-sama? Are we going to take them down in a full strike? Or do you want to get the root to change their loyalty to you? The Jounin commander didn't think the second option was viable. The root members underwent intense training to remove them from any emotion and brainwashing. They were loyal to Danzo. Minato just sighed and rubbed his forehead with his hand. He never thought being Hokage would imply undertaking such decisions. He understood why Hiruzen had said that passing on the hat had released him from a heavy weight on his shoulders. We still have no concrete proof that Danzo-san or the Root have committed any crime against Konoha. Minato could notice Fugaku was not happy to hear that. He continued before the Uchiha could argue. We know they have done it. That's a fact. But that man is too careful. Taking him down without proof will bring us problems with some clans in the village and the Court of Fire. Based on what we know about their training and brainwashing, I'm afraid a fight is our only course of action. However, I must tell you this. They're still Konoha's citizens. In their twisted minds, they think following Danzo mindlessly is best for Konoha. When the time comes, we must fight to incapacitate them, not kill them. I know they will not act similarly, but we're not them. Shibi-san, how many members do we have available in the ANBU? If we do this, we must make it as quiet as possible. We can't involve regular shinobis in this. This will be a mission for the ANBU. Shikaka knew keeping the good image of Danzo, despite all his crimes, was essential. If the village knew about this strike, could cause a division of opinion and lead to a rebellion. Several shinobis fought alongside him during the 3 wars. He was considered a war hero by some. It had to be contained at least until the strike had taken place and proof was found. Only then could Danzo be brought to trial. We have close to 500 elements in the ANBU. However, a third of them are in missions outside the Land of Fire. I understand that you don't want to involve other forces in this, but I offer the support of my clan for the strike. The Aburame clan has the highest number of members in the ANBU. You can count on our discretion for this. Shibi felt responsible for the situation with the Root. Danzo's right hand was Tatsuma Aburame. In a similar way to the regular Yenbyu Corps, the Hyugas had found that the Aburame clan was the one with the larger presence in the Root. There is no need for that, Shibi-san. The ANBU and us will suffice for the attack. We won't attack all the hideouts at the same time. We'll take down the HQ and Danzo-san here. We'll deal with the hideouts once we have him as our prisoner. He's been emptying his HQ, so there will not be much resistance. After that, we'll get the others. The 9 of us here are more than enough to take down the HQ. We'll take the ANBU as a precaution. Minato couldn't let the Aburame clan get involved. If he allowed that, Fugaku would expect him also to allow the Uchihas to act. The Uchiha clan had a resentment against the elders. They might get too excited to act against one of them. After a few more hours of deliberation and planning, everyone left. Tsunade was too nervous about Nono. She hoped the people from the orphanage could give them some answers. Konoha's orphanage. The orphanage was located on the outskirts of Konoha. The building was in the middle of a plain, open area where the children could play. This area was surrounded by dense pine woods. The orphanage was built during the early years of the Sandaime Hokage reign. He built it right after the end of the First Great War. The number of orphans increased a lot after it. It was a huge building built with wood from the Senja forest. The Senja forest was a forest grown by the Shodaime Hokage. The wood from the trees from this forest was more robust and more resistant since they were created and fed with chakra. It was made of the same tree used for the chakra papers to identify someone's nature of chakra. Hiruzen chose this location so the children could always have a great view of nature. It was close to the woods where he used to be trained by the Shodaime and Nidaime. He used to visit the orphanage regularly. Good memories from his masters constantly flooded his mind when he was there. However, he hadn't visited it in the last couple of years. A chubby tall woman rushed to the door when she heard someone knocking. It was too early in the morning for any visitors. Who on earth could it be? She wore a black gown with a white apron and a white coif covering her hair. I'm coming. I'm coming. For God's sake. She was nearly at the door when it was opened abruptly. She froze when she saw the Yondaime and Sandaime Hokage standing there, accompanied by the advisors and Tsunade Haim. Geez, it's freezing outside. Sorry to enter this way, Kiri-chan, but I'm too old to stay in the cold for too long. The former Hokage laughed as they entered the building. A second man wearing a black kimono with white trimmings and a white apron walked into the room, running as he heard Kiri yell out of surprise. "Is everything okay, Kiri-san?" asked the man. He was tall and old. He had a gray beard and mustache. His dark eyes were hidden behind large rectangular glasses with a brownish frame. He was speechless the moment he saw who had just entered the orphanage. It was not a rarity to see the Sandaime here, or at least it didn't used to be. The Yondaime also visited the hospital every quarter to see how the children were doing. However, this was the first time all the council and a Sandaime were here. "What can we do for you, Yondaime-sama?" Kampu, the man with glasses, Kampu, and Kiri seemed to be distressed by this visit. They were nervous. "Is there somewhere more private where we can talk more freely?" Tsunade asked as she got closer to Kiri. Tsunade was intrigued by their behavior. Their presence could be a shock for them to take in, but they were starting to sweat. There was something off about it. They even seemed to be afraid. "Of course, Tsunade-sama. Please, follow us." "Tsunade-sama? Is that blonde woman the same Tsunade-sama mother talked about?" A young boy was hiding behind the door, spying on them. He was a short boy with long dark hair and eyes. He had a prominent nose with a large birthmark covering it. He wore a dark green cap, a blue scarf, and a dark sweater with blue trousers. Tsunade and the others felt the presence of the boy, but said nothing. If the caretakers were hiding something related to Nono, the boy could be a more helpful source of information than them. They all loved Nono as a mother. They were taken to Kempu's office. He was the second in command of the orphanage since Nono arrived. He decided to let her run the orphanage since he felt he was too old. He had been directing the orphanage since its creation. He was a young man back then when Hiruzen-sama had entrusted him with the children of Konoha. "Please, take a seat," the old man offered to his guests. Kiri brought in more chairs for everyone. However, Fugaku and Hayashi rejected them. They could have said something before she had to go all the way to one of the classrooms to get them. She was breathing heavily, trying to catch her breath again. Kempu sat behind his desk, and Kiri remained standing next to him. On the other side of his desk, Minato, Hiruzen, and Tsunade sat while Fugaku and Hayashi stood behind them. "I think the purpose of our visit is quite obvious, Kempu-san. Do you really want me to explain myself?" Minato questioned while he gave a cold gaze to the caretakers. Both of them gulped in fear. "I'm afraid so, Yondaime-sama. I can't think of any reason for the whole council, along with the Sandaime and Tsunade-sama, to come all the way here." Kempu stuttered as he spoke. They were no shinobis. They didn't know to hide their emotions. Minato and the others could see through them. Before Minato could continue, Tsunade burst. "Don't play the fool with us, you too. We are here because of Nono. She's been gone for 2 weeks, and you'll tell us where she is." Tsunade was a fearsome woman when she was angry. The boy who had followed them all the way to Kenpu's office fell on his back when Tsunade yelled. Kenpu and Kiri were shaking. This wasn't good. There was no way they could hide the truth from them. It would be better to spit it out and hope they would protect them from the root. They looked at each other. Kenpu nodded to Kiri, and she spoke as Kenpu dried out the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. "All right then, we'll tell you everything we know, but we'll need you to swear you will provide the orphanage with protection, Yondaime-sama," the woman said. Her hands were still shaking, and Kenpu seemed to be terrified. After Minato had assured them that nothing would happen to them and that they would be protected from anyone who could threaten them, they continued. 3 years ago, Danzo-sama came to the orphanage. He was accompanied by Orochimaru-sama and another shinobi I couldn't identify. It was a couple of months before Orochimaru-sama left the village. They came to threaten Nono-san. Danzo-sama wanted her to rejoin his troops. He said he needed a talented medic shinobi and an expert in infiltration. However, Nono-san refused to go back to her former life, Orochimaru again. Hiruzen could only regret all the wrong decisions he made regarding his student. He should have killed Orochimaru when he had the chance. Danzo-sama said he could only accept a trade. If she didn't return to his troops, she needed to provide a child from the orphanage to take her place, someone who could be trained by his men and turned into a weapon for Konoha. Kiri stopped for a few seconds before continuing, but she was interrupted by Kenpu. You must know that Nono-san loves every child from this orphanage as if they were her own. She would never surrender one of her children to Danzo-sama. I saw Nono's determination in her eyes. She was about to accept and go back to the root. However, Kenpu looked down. Sadness filled his eyes. However, before Nono-san could say anything, one of our children volunteered to go with Danzo-sama. Danzo-sama and the others were impressed by the boy. They didn't notice he had been listening to us the whole time. He told Danzo-sama he had been training regular and medical ninjutsu with his mother. He said he was the perfect choice and that his mother deserved a peaceful life in the orphanage. Kiri continued when Kenpu couldn't keep talking. He felt sorry for the boy. He had been mean to Kabuto when he arrived at the orphanage, yet he sacrificed himself for their welfare. Nono-san didn't agree to that, but it was pointless. Danzo-sama was fascinated by the boy. He threatened Nono-san with destroying and killing everyone in the orphanage if she resisted or if we told anything about it to Hiruzen-sama. Kenpu could not look up. He was afraid to see the disappointment in their eyes. He had dedicated his life to the orphanage since the Sandaime built it. He had failed to do what he was charged to do. He had been incapable of protecting Kabuto. That stupid geezer. He's disgusting. Damn you, Orochimaru. I can't believe I never noticed he was such a twisted person. No wonder he and Danzo got along so well. Tsunade was furious. She wanted to make them suffer herself. I'm sorry. It's never easy to learn that the man you considered your friend for so many years turned out to be even more disgusting than I already knew he was. However, what does all that have to do with Nono's disappearance? Tsunade was so focused on the story that she had forgotten why they were there for a second. Tsunade was not informed about the children's experimentation when Orochimaru's lab was found. Hiruzen and Jiraiya decided not to let her know all the details. It was pointless that she knew everything. It has everything to do with it, Tsunade-sama. Your return to Konoha was another factor for the recent events. Kiri's comment gave Tsunade a shiver. Why would she be a factor in all of this? You see, Nono-san was extremely happy since your arrival. A few days after you arrived, she said maybe now was the perfect time to get Kabuto back. After the Kyuubi's incident, it wasn't strange that she didn't get back until very late. Sometimes, she didn't even come to sleep. We just thought she was swamped in the hospital. It turned out she was doing something else every time she didn't come home. 2 weeks ago, she finally came clear with us. She waited until it was very late and all the children were asleep. She woke us up in the middle of the night to talk with us. Tsunade and the others were puzzled. Tsunade more than the others. Kenpu raised his hand to indicate Kiri to stop. He finally raised his head and continued where Kiri had left. Nono-san said that now that you were back in the village, she wasn't needed anymore in the hospital. She told us she had made a deal with Danzo-sama. She would return to Danzo-sama troops and work for him for a year on an important mission outside Konoha. In exchange, Danzo-sama would let Kabuto return with us once Nono-san had completed her task. She said Danzo-sama had refused to let her see him before the mission and that we couldn't say anything to the Hokage. Nono-san and Danzo-sama were supposed to make sure Konoha's archives showed she had been sent on a mission to prevent any suspicion from the Hokage office. I don't know what went wrong, but that's all we know. Other than the same day, Nono-sama left. A man wearing a black cloak and a white mask came to tell us we'd be being watched and that we would be killed if we said anything to you. You don't have to worry about that. The men that were watching you have been incapacitated the moment we arrived. We have them under a strong Jinjusta for now. They won't even remember we were here. Minato's words surprised the caretakers. The boy behind the doors couldn't help but let a wow escape his mouth at the Yondaime statement. Minato and the others could listen to him, but, again, said nothing. The file for Nono's mission had indeed been placed in Konoha's archives. But given the timing for it, Minato knew something was off. He hadn't ordered a mission for her, nor did Tsunade-sama. He made sure to let the man who placed the file believe he had done an excellent job fooling them, so that Danzo wouldn't suspect. Danzo never expected Tsunade to be so close to Nono as to get to this point due to her absence. Thank you for your information. I'll have some of my best AMBU looking after you. You don't have to worry about Danzo's men. We are leaving now. Kiri-san, Kimpa-san, Minato, Hiruzen, and Tsunade stood up, ready to go. Kenpu and Kiri bowed to them. They were crying, "Please, Yandame-sama, bring Nono-san and Kabuto-kun back home safely." "You have my word," said Minato, smiling at them. They found a little boy standing before them when they opened the door to leave. He also had tears on his face. He walked through Minato, the advisors, and Hiruzen and went straight to Tsunade. Tsunade was surprised. Any regular boy would be excited to see the Hokage and former Hokage. Yet, he was going to her. The boy was blushing. He had never seen such a beautiful woman before, non-counting his mother, of course. He was trying with all his might not to stare at the large breast of the blonde kunoichi in front of her. This was really hard since, given his short height, they were right in front of his face. "You are Tsunade-sama, right?" The boy asked, stuttering. "I am." "Who's asking?" The blonde woman replied. "My name is Urushi Yakushi, and I have something for my mother for you." Tsunade and the others were surprised. Even the caretakers were. What could he have for Tsunade? He called himself Yakushi. These children were indeed Nonos. Apparently, most of the orphans called themselves Yakushi after their mother. "And what is it, boy?" she asked. "It is a letter, ma'am. She gave it to me the night she left. She told me to hide it very well. I was supposed to give it to you only if she didn't return in 1 year. But I want my mother and my brother back. You can have it now." "Well, I'm right here." "Give it to me, boy." Tsunade extended her hand. But the boy stayed muted. "I didn't know you would be here." "It is in our bedroom, ma'am." "Very well, then. Let's go." The boy delivered the letter to Tsunade. It was a scroll with a piece of parchment on it. The boy didn't know, but it was a storage scroll with a protective seal on it. She noticed the familiar seal on it. She invented it years ago. She was not proficient in Fuinjutsu despite being an Uzumaki, but she had developed a few of them with Jiraiya's help that could come in handy for a medic shinobi. Despite the boy's insistence, she decided not to open the letter there. They all left and returned to the Hokage Tower using Minato's Hiraishin. Hokage Tower, Council Room. Everyone was back in the council room in the blink of an eye. It was, for sure, an unpleasant sensation for everyone but Minato. Tsunade took the letter out of her pocket. The seal required a drop of blood and a specific medical ninjutsu to be opened. Tsunade had invented it so that all the medical equipment she had developed and was used by every medic shinobi in Konoha was not stolen by other villages during the war. The medic shinobis carried all their medical kit in storage scrolls protected by this seal. She wondered how on earth did Nono get her blood to prepare the seal for her? That was not important at the moment. She closed her eyes as she bit her thumb to make it bleed. Keeping her eyes closed, she rubbed her bleeding thumb on the seal and applied the distinctive healing chakra with a bluish-green aura. The seal disappeared, and the letter appeared in Tsunade's hand as the storage scroll disappeared into a cloud of smoke. She healed her finger and cleaned the blood off it with a handkerchief before opening her eyes. Fugaku and Hayashi found this extremely odd. They, of course, weren't aware of Tsunade's hemophobia. "Tsunade-sama, if you are reading this, it is highly likely that I'm dead. Danzo-sama has been doing horrible stuff in the route for several years. He's committed treason several times against the Sandaime and Konoha. I regret my part in all this. I decided to return to the route with the hope of getting back my beloved son. I know the chances that Danzo-sama would keep his word are very low, but I had no other choice. You are the only one I trust, and the only one that could understand the work we developed. My work with the route was not limited to espionage. A copy of all my work during the last few years with Orochimaru-sama and Danzo-sama in genetics is in a safe place, hidden from the route. They don't know about the existence of such a copy. I moved the files so you can access them, and maybe this would be enough to take down Danzo-sama and the route. You will find the documents in Iwaki's Koen grave, inside his coffin. I'm deeply sorry for what we did, for what I did to you and your family. Tsunade-sama, I hope one day you can forgive me. I know that after you read my notes and research, you will hate me. I have no right to ask anything from you, but please protect my children, save my Kabuto from Danzo-sama. What is the meaning of all this? What was she apologizing for? How could she dare to profane his little brother's resting place to keep these documents? Why would Nono torture her like this? What does it say, Tsunade-sama? Minato asked. He was worried. Tsunade-sama was pale, as if she had seen a ghost. Her hands and knees were shaking. Minato and Hiruzen got closer to her. Is everything okay, Tsunade? Questioned her old sensei. Tsunade was only able to mutter a few words. Jiraiya? Bring Jiraiya to me. No questions asked, Minato used his Hiraishin no jutsu to go for his sensei. Just a few notes. Naruto was born on October 10th, and it's been around 10 weeks since then. This would make the date close to mid-December. From the anime chapter of Naruto and Hinata, we know that it gets snowy in Konoha during the winter. That's why the cold weather. At this moment, Kabuto would be around 9 years old, which would be too early for the time Orochimaru finds him. Things will go a little differently with Nono and Kabuto from here on. He is still going to be found and trained by Orochimaru. That must happen. His story just needs to change slightly because Nono's plot will be more involved with other stuff. In the next few chapters, we'll start getting some time skips to reach Naruto's graduation from the academy. Something I forgot to post in the first chapter. Asterisk the Otsutsuki are not aliens. Their power will come from Kagaya eating the fruit from the Shinju. Asterisk Kimura Otsutsuki and the Hyugas will have a more significant role. I always thought their potential was wasted in Naruto's lore. Asterisk no reincarnations from Ashura and Indra. I always hated that. In the end, Neji had been right. Naruto was tied by his fate with Ashura. That's gone. Asterisk Nagato's Rinnegan will have another origin. Asterisk Madara's eyes will end up with someone different. Chapter 6, The Root, Part 2. Somewhere in Konoha. Jiraiya lay on the floor of an abandoned tower. He needed to keep his chakra as low as possible to prevent others from detecting him. His eyes resembled a toad's. His pupils were thin and horizontal. He was using his toad spying technique, which linked his vision and ear with a summoned toad. That way, the toad could get closer to the target he intended to spy on without raising suspicion. His summoned toad was a Baratoad, the smallest toad species in the world. It had been able to enter the root headquarters, and thanks to that, he was inspecting the interior of the building with his jutsu. Given that the toads used chakra from natural energy, they couldn't be detected by a regular sensor shinobi. Everyone was surprised by the ability of Jiraiya to infiltrate. He could enter the headquarters and listen to conversations inside the building without being noticed. Jiraiya was engrossed in his mission when his student, the Yondaime Hokage, suddenly appeared before him. Jiraiya stood up, preoccupied. What could bring Minato here? What happened, Minato? How did things go in the orphanage? Jiraiya asked as he released the summoning jutsu and ended the spying technique. Minato's expression troubled Jiraiya. I don't have time to explain, Sensei. I need you to come with me. Tsunade-sama needs you, Minato said while extending his hand to his sensei. Jiraiya didn't even hesitate. When he heard Tsunade needed him, he took Minato's hand, and both disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hokage Tower, Council Room. Minato and Jiraiya appeared in the room. Fugaku and Hayashi were gone. They had decided to leave Tsunade with the people she was close to. Jiraiya ran to Tsuwanda as soon as he arrived. He kneeled before her and placed his hands on hers. She was shaking. Their sensei was standing behind her with his hands on her shoulders. She raised her sight and met Jiraiya's eyes. He could notice her eyes were starting to water. What happened, Tsunade? Are you all right? He was worried for his beloved. Tsunade stood up. I need you to come with me, she said as she started walking towards the door. Hiruzen and Minato nodded to Jiraiya. He stood up as well and followed Tsunade. She stopped at the door and turned to Minato and Hiruzen. I'll explain everything to you later. I need to confirm something first, and then she continued walking. Once outside, The Hokage Tower. Tsunade. Wait, where are we going? Tell me what happened, please. Jiraiya kept trying to make his teammate talk for a long time as they walked. She continued walking without saying a single word to him until they reached a local bar. Wait for me here. It won't take long, said the blonde Kunoichi. It is too early in the morning for a drink, don't you think? Please let me know what's happening. Tsunade avoided making eye contact with Jiraiya. She got closer to him, but kept her head low. Looking at the floor, I'll tell you everything once we reach our destination. For now, can you just be with me and say nothing, please? Just be with me, she said with a frail voice as she placed her hand on Jiraiya's chest. Jiraiya was in shock. He hadn't seen Tsunade like this since Dan's death. Watching her like this hurt his soul. He placed both of his hands on Tsunade's shoulders and hugged her, holding her close to him. It's okay, Tsunade. If that's what you need from me, that's what you'll get. Tsunade whispered a quiet thank you and let go of Jiraiya to enter the bar. A few moments later, she came out of the bar with a takuri of sake and 3 achokos. At least let me carry those for you, Tsuna. She smiled at Jiraiya and gave him the takuri and achokos. She then continued walking, and Jiraiya followed her in silence. Tsunade stopped again to enter the Yamanaka flower shop. She was inside for a moment and returned with a bouquet of tsubaki flowers. Jiraiya looked at the flowers with surprise. Tsunade. These flowers are... Tsunade spoke before Jiraiya could continue. I know. It's been too long. You promised you wouldn't say a word until we got there. Remember? Jiraiya said nothing and followed her again. Although now, he knew where they were heading. What could have happened in the orphanage to make Tsunade go there? She hasn't been in that place since Mito-sama died. They walked into the Senju forest in the opposite direction to where the orphanage was located. They walked for what seemed an eternity to both of them until they reached a huge mausoleum with the Senju clan symbol on top of the gates. The former daimyo had had it built when the Shodaime Hokage died. Mito and Tobirama thought it was unnecessary. Hashirama never liked the luxury. However, they couldn't reject the daimyo's offering to the late Hokage. He built the mausoleum for the entire family of the first Hokage. The resting place for Hashirama, Mito, Moromaru, Yuumi, Moromaru's wife, Nawaki, and Tobirama was there. That's the closest place to Konoha that Tsunade had visited since she left the village. She only returned for her grandmother's funeral, but never went to the village. And now that she was back, she was forced to come to this place where only sadness and torment waited for her. Tsunade stood before the gates, staring at them for a while before finding the courage to enter. She opened the gates and entered the mausoleum, followed by Jiraiya, who closed the gates behind them. 6 tombstones lay before them. There was still enough space for more tombstones, but only one more was needed as her grandfather's lineage would end with her since she never had children. Tears started to pour from her eyes. She sat on the floor right before Nawaki's grave. "Sit with me," said Tsunade in a low voice. Jiraiya sat beside her, opened the takuri bottle, and served sake in the 3 achokos. He gave one to Tsunade, took another for himself, and placed the last one in front of the 6 graves. "For those who left us too early, may they rest in peace," said Jiraiya as he drank his sake. Tsunade drank hers, too, but the tears never ceased. "Will you explain to me what happened?" asked Jiraiya. Tsunade took Nono's letter from her obi belt and handed it to Jiraiya to read. Has Nono lost her mind? Why did she do it? Jiraiya was furious at Nono. How could she do that to Tsunade after all she did for her? He stood up abruptly. Now it all made sense. This is why Tsunade was acting so weird. You don't have to do it, Tsunade. I'm here. Go outside, and I'll get the files from Nawaki's grave. Tsunade looked up to find Jiraiya's gaze and smiled at him. I don't think that'll do it. She must have placed the same sealing jutsu on his grave, so only I could open the coffin. Instinctively, she grabbed her grandfather's necklace. All the memories from her little brother flashed through her eyes. She stood up and went right to her brother's grave. Jiraiya tried to stop her in vain. She removed the concrete plate that covered the grave. A small coffin could be seen at the bottom of the hole. Jiraiya used a Doton jutsu to raise the earth and elevate the coffin. Tsunade touched the coffin gently, and, as she expected, a sealing jutsu had been placed on the coffin. She broke the seal with her blood and was about to open the coffin when Jiraiya held her arm. "You broke the seal already. Let me take the files. You don't need to see him." Tsunade bit her lip and considered it for a moment. Without saying anything, she turned around and walked a few steps away from her brother's coffin to let Jiraiya collect Nono's files. Jiraiya opened the coffin and found a small skeleton there. A bunch of folders and documents had been placed carefully in his arms, as if he were hugging them. The weight of the files made his clothes sink in his ribs. There was also a small bouquet of tsubaki flowers. They had already started to wither. Jiraiya looked at the boy's skeleton with sadness. The legs of the skeleton were missing. Nawaki had stepped on an explosive mine from a Wagakure during the Second Great War. The explosion hadn't been strong enough to kill him instantly. However, his legs were destroyed, and the bones shattered into small pieces that were thrown away as projectiles by the explosion. These pieces of bone had perforated his stomach, lungs, and face. The bleeding was excessive. Orochimaru had used a Katon Jutsu to cauterize the legs and stop the bleeding from his limbs. However, he couldn't stop the inner bleeding. Orochimaru used a strong Jinjutsu on Nawaki to put him to sleep and prevent him from feeling the extreme pain he was suffering. He carried him on his back to the closest medical camp on the battlefield. It was Nono's camp. On their way to the camp, Nawaki had woken up from Orochimaru's Jinjutsu several times. This was proof of how intense the pain was. Among the Sannin, Orochimaru was the best in Jinjutsu, and no one had been able to free from one of his illusions. Despite Orochimaru's efforts, Nawaki was already dead when he reached Nono's camp. Jiraiya moved Nawaki's hands gently and carefully to take the documents. When he lifted the pile of papers, he noticed something odd. Most of Nawaki's spinal cord was gone. There was no reason for this. Was this the reason Nono had placed the documents here? So Tsunade saw that the spinal cord was missing? But why? Why would someone take Nawaki's spine? Undoubtedly, the answer was in the documents she left for Tsunade. I don't know how to say this gently, but a shiver invaded Tsunade. What's wrong? What did you find? She dared not turn back and look at her little brother. Jiraiya approached her and gave her the pile of documents. He touched her face delicately and cleaned the tears from her face. Tsunade blushed. "I don't know who did it, but I'm sure we'll find the answers in these documents." Someone stole Nawaki's spinal cord from his grave. Tsunade was shocked. Why would they need his spinal cord? Unless she gave back the documents to Jiraiya and hesitantly approached the coffin. It was true. The spinal cord was gone, but why? But that was not it. Nawaki's body had been moved. She could tell by the uneven discoloration of the bones. Nono didn't just steal Nawaki's spine cord. She had taken his entire body, and this is just what she put back in the coffin for her to find. Furious, she yelled and cursed Nono for what she had done. Jiraiya comforted and calmed her. After a while, she finally calmed down. They placed the bouquet that Tsunade had brought inside the coffin. Tsubaki flowers were Nawaki's favorite. They closed the coffin, lowered it, and closed the grave. Tsunade decided to stay longer in the mausoleum to pay respects to her family and mourn them properly. She hadn't been able to mourn them for a long time. She would usually try to avoid thinking about them. She needed this time with them. It was twilight by the time she was ready to go. As they were preparing to leave, Jiraiya took a storage scroll and sealed the documents. They exited the mausoleum. However, before leaving, Jiraiya placed a sealing jutsu on the entire mausoleum to prevent others from going inside again. Full of anger, sadness, and wondering, Tsunade and Jiraiya left for the Senju compound to examine the documents. Senju compound. Tsunade and Jiraiya sat in Tsunade's studio. Jiraiya placed the storage scroll on the desk and performed the release seal to unseal the documents. Jiraiya and Tsunade went through them to classify them. They divided the documents into two sections: medical and scientific research and mission reports. They realized that there were some other storing seals in the documents, so before deciding to read everything they had, Tsunade broke all the storage seals. The size of the pile of documents had tripled. Jiraiya read the mission reports, while Tsunade read everything related to the experiments the root was developing. Jiraiya couldn't believe how far Danzo had gone. That stupid old war hawk had even plotted an assassination for the daimyo to have him replaced with a root member. He intended to make Orochimaru the Yondaime Hokage. He, of course, had failed miserably. It looks like he had underestimated the 12 Guardian Ninjas. The assault had been blamed on the Prodigy group from the Land of Woods. The files also confirmed Fugaku's suspicions. Danzo killed Kagami and stole his eyes. But he didn't stop there. He also killed Kagami's son right before the end of the last war. Jiraiya was so immersed and surprised by the reports that he didn't notice Tsunade's mood change. Jiraiya, would you mind preparing a cup of coffee? I guess we'll stay up all night with this. Tsunade's voice was monotone. She kept her head low to prevent Jiraiya from looking directly at her face. Jiraiya found this odd. However, he knew Tsunade had gone through a lot today in the graveyard. He didn't want to push the subject, so he did as he was told. He stood up and went to the kitchen to prepare a pot of coffee. By the time Jiraiya came back, Tsunade was gone. He couldn't see her nor feel her chakra. He got closer to the desk, where Tsunade was reading Nono's journals. What he saw froze him. He dropped both cups of coffee. He left the room rapidly and tried to sense Tsunade's chakra. He was not a good sensor, but he was so adept at Tsunade's chakra that he was sure he could sense her. And he did. He ran full speed to the door that leads to the basement, walked down the stairs, and found a massive metal door. He tried to open the door to Tsunade's lab, but he couldn't do it. It was blocked inside. He had no option. Tsunade may do something foolish after what she saw. He needed to get inside the lab no matter what. He formed a Rasengan and hit the thick metal door with it. The door was thrown away and suddenly stopped. Tsunade stopped it on the other side with only one finger. Then it fell front on the floor to reveal Tsunade. Jiraiya was speechless. Tsunade was standing there. Her arms, face and chest were covered entirely in blood. Tsunade, what have you done? A hysterical Jiraiya asked as he rushed to her. He examined her, trying to find the wound and the source of the blood, but he couldn't find any. He hadn't paid attention to her face, but he felt scared when he looked at her. He hadn't seen such hatred on her face ever before. More surprising for him, she wasn't trembling despite being wet in blood. He grabbed Tsunade by her forearms. Why did you do this? Tsunade looked directly at his eyes. That bastard. I will kill him. Next time I see Orochimaru, I will kill him with my own hands. Surely, Orochimaru was related to what he saw in Nono's journal. He could only imagine how hard it should have been for her to see those pictures. He hugged her and held her tight. He placed his hand on her head and comforted her. It'll be all right, Tsuna. I promise. You'll be all right, Tsunade broke. Her anger turned into sorrow, and she started crying like a wounded animal. She collapsed on her knees, and Jiraiya sat on the floor with her, still hugging her. He took a piece of his vest and started cleaning all the blood from her body. How could he do that with Nawaki? He looked up to him. Do you remember? Asked Tsunade, sobbing. I do. I was always jealous of Orochimaru because of that, commented the toad Sannin. He even stormed into a war council meeting when he found out that Orochimaru hadn't been assigned as a sensei after graduating from the academy. He called Tsurutobi sensei an old jerk in front of all the clan's heads, and the advisors, the blonde woman, continued. Jiraiya chuckled. He remembered that. Nawaki brought joy and happiness wherever he was, even during dark times like the Second Great War. Instead of taking that action as an insult, everyone laughed at his behavior. Even the always cranky Hamura and Koharu couldn't help but burst into laughs. Tsunade couldn't stop crying. Why would he do such awful things with him? Nawaki was just a genin. He wasn't supposed to be on the front lines. He sneaked into the front lines just to be with Orochimaru. Orochimaru promised he would look after him when he discovered him. I trusted him. I know his death is not Orochimaru's fault, but what he did with my little brother, Tsunade couldn't continue talking. It's okay, Tsuna. Everything will be all right. They stayed there until Shizune arrived and found them in the lab. Tsunade-sama, what happened? Jiraiya raised his hand to ease Shizune. Everything is okay, Shizune. I've got it. He took Tsunade in his arms and stood up. She clung to his neck, keeping her face hidden from Shizune. Jiraiya walked toward the stairs where Shizune was standing. Could you please clean all this mess, Shizune? When you're done, please prepare tea with something to help Tsunade find some sleep. Shizune nodded as Jiraiya went up the stairs and took Tsunade to her room. Jiraiya still found it hard to believe Tsunade went to these extremes to overcome her hemophobia. Her determination to kill Orochimaru was too intense. Jiraiya entered Tsunade's room and placed her on her bed. Walking into the room, he saw a small table full of pictures. He saw a photo of her being carried by her grandfather and grandmother beside them, another one with her parents and little brother, a picture of Dan, and two photos from Team 1, Hiruzen's team. One from the day the team was formed with their sensei, and the other from the day they all became Jounin. You need to rest, Suna. Shizune will be back with a tea that'll help you sleep. Jiraiya touched her face gently and stood up, ready to leave the room, when he felt Tsunade grabbing his arm. Don't leave, please. Stay with me. I don't want to be alone. Jiraiya considered making a joke to smooth the mood for a moment, but decided against it. He just nodded and sat on the floor next to Tsunade's futon. I think I've never told you how thankful I am for having you in my life, Jiraiya, Tsunade said, blushing. Jiraiya didn't expect that, but he was glad to hear it. He smiled at her, not with words, no. But I know our bond means a lot to you, Tsuna, she smiled. Tsuna. All day, Jiraiya had been calling her Tsuna. No one had called her that way since she last saw her grandmother. It felt oddly recomforting hearing Jiraiya calling her Tsuna. Shizune entered the room with a cup of tea. She had added a somniferous to give Tsunade a dreamless sleep. She didn't want her to have nightmares. She still didn't know why she was like this, but surely it was nothing good. Before drinking the tea, Tsunade asked Jiraiya to stay with her in her sleep, to which he agreed. Once Tsunade was deeply asleep, he asked Shizune to bring all the documents from Tsunade's studio. He decided to tell Shizune to read all the documents Tsunade was supposed to examine. He would continue reading the mission reports. They spent the entire night and part of the morning reading the documents. Unfortunately, some stuff from Orochimaru's and Nono's research was beyond Shizune's abilities. Tsunade would have to go through them later. However, she examined it and removed all the pictures of Nawaki's body from the files, so Tsunade wouldn't have to see them again. This was surely more than enough to take down Danzo for treason. The somniferous that Shizune gave Tsunade was too strong. She slept through all the morning. Shizune left to take some sleep around 9 a.m. It was almost noon when she woke up, and Jiraiya had just fallen asleep. He hadn't slept in days, spying on the route. When she finally woke up, she felt joy seeing Jiraiya sitting beside her futon. He was sleeping. She felt sorry for him. It must be uncomfortable to sleep sitting on the floor. She looked around and sat back. She stared at Jiraiya, and in the background, she could see her grandmother's portrait. She then remembered those words she said after Dan's death. The position of the portrait gave her the impression that her grandmother was smiling at her and looking at Jiraiya at the same time. She smiled and blushed momentarily. Is this what you meant, Grandma? I think I can finally see what you it, she said in a very low voice. She shook Jiraiya to wake him up. He woke up alarmed, thinking something must have happened. Are you all right? Is everything okay? I'm an idiot. I fell asleep when I was supposed to look after you. Jiraiya continued apologizing for falling asleep. Meanwhile, Tsunade couldn't stop smiling at him, something he found extremely disturbing. Why are you looking at me like that, Suna? You're freaking me out. The smile immediately turned into an angry face. You are a fool as always, but I appreciate you staying with me all night. You should take a nap while I prepare you something for breakfast. Tsunade stood up, and Jiraiya was speechless. Tsunade? Preparing breakfast for him? Whatever drug Shizune gave her must have messed up with her mind. During breakfast, Shizune and Jiraiya briefed Tsunade about everything they had found in Nono's documents. Tsunade read the research Shizune hadn't been able to decipher. She was utterly astonished. That freak bastard had achieved it. What he had accomplished was beyond Sarutobi-sensei's expectations in the research before he shut it down years ago. We need to take this to Minato and Sarutobi-sensei, Jiraiya. We have what we need to take the route down. After reading everything and listening to what Shizune and Jiraiya had found, Tsunade understood that Nono did what she did, tricked and fooled by Danzo and Orochimaru, and because she believed it was for Konoha's sake. Despite how painful it was for her, their immoral practice had paid off. It was almost twilight again when Shizune and Jiraiya had briefed Tsunade about everything, and she had read the research. They went to the Hokage Tower to inform them of their findings to take action against the Root as soon as possible. Root headquarters the following day. The Root headquarters were located underground. It consisted of a series of tunnels connecting the HQ's different sections, such as the training grounds, storage room, torture chambers, and conditioning rooms, among others. There were several entrances to the HQ throughout the village. The complex was located near the Hokage Mountain. Danzo was walking through one of the halls accompanied by Tatsuma Aburame, his most trustworthy shinobi. Danzo's walk was slow while he was using his cane. Even among his recruits, he maintained the facade of his weakness. "Have we heard anything from Nono yet?" the old man asked. It had been 2 weeks since she had left the village for her mission. He knew the chances of her succeeding in the infiltration were low, but the future of Konoha depended on her success. "Nothing, Danzo-sama. Perhaps I should join the mission as well, with the 2 of us." Before Tatsuma could continue, he was interrupted by his leader. "Nonsense. Nono's is a suicide mission. I can afford to lose Nono, but the Root needs you. The time for you to sacrifice for the tree's survival will come eventually. It would be foolish to send you there, too." Tatsuma wasn't entirely sure about it. He didn't trust Nono. She had been out of service for too long. She went soft in these years looking after those orphans. "What are your thoughts regarding Orochimaru? Do you think he was involved in the Kyuubi incident?" Danzo had stayed in contact with Orochimaru to continue his treatment even after leaving the village. Tatsuma had been his partner in the Root, and Orochimaru only accepted him as the point of contact. The Snake Sannin wasn't easy to track down. He could only be found if he wanted to be found. Ever since the revelation of the presence of Madara, and after the Root found that, Danzo had been suspecting Orochimaru was working with Madara. After a long wait, a few days earlier, Tatsuma had finally reached the Snake Sannin. Danzo sent him to determine if he had been involved in the attack. If that was the case, the snake had to die. Danzo saw Orochimaru as a great ally to achieve his goals, but Konoha's safety came first. They had been working together, helping each other. That relationship had worked for years because the Sannin never betrayed Konoha, attacked it, or revealed its secrets after he left. If that had changed, he needed to eradicate him. Orochimaru working with Madara would mean the destruction of Konoha without a doubt. Flashback. Outskirts of Konoha, a few hours after the Kyuubi attack. Danzo, accompanied by a large group of Root members, arrived at the place where Minato had fought Madara. The shinobis with him were mainly from the Inuzuka clan, accompanied by their dogs, and from the Aburame clan. They were the best trackers in Konoha. They found a massive crater in the middle of the area. This was the place, no doubt. This was the mark of the aftermath of the Rasengan. All of you, find a trace that doesn't belong to Minato. Identify it and track it down. Inspect the area for specks of blood, sweat, clothes, or anything we can use to track that bastard down. Danzo commanded with the authority that distinguished him. The ANBU dispersed in the area, looking for anything they could use to track down the masked man who attacked the village. Soon after that, Tatsuma called Danzo-sama. "Over here. You need to see this." Danzo and the other ANBU approached the site where Tatsuma was standing. When Danzo got there, he was baffled by what he saw. There was a white hand and a portion of the forearm in the ground. "This can't be. How is it even possible?" The ANBUs were shocked. Seeing Danzo show any sign of surprise or worry was not common. Tatsuma lifted the arm and handed it over to Danzo, who examined it with awe. "Danzo-sama, this looks very similar to your right arm. Does it mean that Orochimaru is working with this man?" Danzo was still stunned by the arm. It took him one moment before he could process what Tatsuma had said. His expression hardened and seemed furious. "Tatsuma, go and find Orochimaru. Don't dare to come back without talking with him. Don't let him suspect anything and say nothing about this arm." Find out if he was involved in this. If that snake had betrayed us, we'd have to eliminate him. Tatsuma nodded. Hi, Danzo-sama. And then he disappeared. Danzo kept looking at the arm as a child who stared at something completely new. The rest of the ANBU stayed there, perplexed, waiting for their leader to command them. This is an artificial arm made of the first Hokage cells. It has no blood vessels, nerves, muscles, or tendons. It is pure matter. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a scent either. However, it was attached to that man surgically. It had been attached to him, so it must have subtle scents from the man, his clothes, or something. All of you inspect this arm and try to find a trace you can track. Danzo placed the arm on top of the rock where Tatsuma had picked it up. He didn't want his essence to mix with Madara's and lose their little hope of tracking him down. Each ANBU member looked at the arm one by one to find a trace. Most of the Inuzuka members and their dogs were able to find a trace that didn't belong to Minato. Same for the Aburame clan. Their insect had found a chakra signature that didn't belong to Minato. This man possesses a time-space jutsu. It is most likely that the trace will disappear abruptly. Search the entire land of fire to find the trace again, and go to the other nations if needed. If you do find him, do not try to engage him. Inform me of the location. None of you, not even all together, are a match against him. Terra, you stay here. The rest of you go now. The NBUs nodded and left to start their hunt. Terra, take this arm to Magire. Tell him it is the top priority. He must examine this arm. I want to report ASAP. Danzo couldn't stop thinking about that arm. Nono would be the best to examine it. She worked with Orochimaru in this research, after all. However, with the hospital overflowing with people, it would raise suspicions to take the head of the hospital from her duties during this emergency. Magire was the best medical shinobi the route had since Nono left. The ANBU took the arm and left for the lab. How reckless you were, Minato. Leaving this crucial piece forgotten was a rookie mistake. The man cursed as he walked away from the scene. He had to go back to his HQ. In a flashback. Orochimaru is not easy to read, Danzo-sama. He didn't show any sign he knew who was behind the attack. He seemed to be surprised by Fugaka's appointment as the new advisor. He was expecting the blame for the attack to be put on him. However, he seemed disappointed Minato and Hiruzen didn't die in the attack. It looked almost as if that was his goal. At this moment, I can't say for sure if he was involved in this or not. But if I had to guess, I would say it is time for the root to break our relationship with him. Danzo pondered the information for a while. Tatsuma's input was always helpful in his decision-making within the root. For the moment, we'll keep things as they are. From now on, whenever you meet with him, you need to get as much information from him as possible. If he is working with Madara, we could use him to lead us to him. Tatsuma seemed to agree. Tatsuma had just returned from his search for Orochimaru. He was still unaware of everything that had happened in his absence. Did Magire have any luck with the arm? Questioned the Aburame. He confirmed that the arm is made of Hashirama's cells. However, that arm is more advanced than mine. Luckily for us, Nono came to me asking for a mission to get back her son. I had her examine it as well. It took her weeks, but in the end, she could activate the arm. When it reacted to the chakra she injected into it, it produced Mokuton. Tatsuma was shocked. Orochimaru had indeed been able to replicate the Mokuton in that child. However, he was unaware of this since they've kept Kino hidden from everyone so far. Even from Orochimaru, Danzo-sama wanted to get the Mokuton for himself. That's why Orochimaru and Nono have been working on that research with his right arm. It had been fruitless so far. It had allowed Danzo to artificially implant Kagami's left eye and his son's eyes in his right arm, but it hadn't been able to use Mokuton yet. She created a crop with the cells of that white arm. It should multiply. I'll replace my right arm with these new cells when we have enough of them. I would finally get the power to control the QB and then get rid of Minato and Hiruzen to become Hokage. Danzo's speech was interrupted by the arrival of a young shinobi. It was a boy, maybe 13 to 14 years old. He had copper hair tied in a short ponytail. Bandages completely covered his eyes, and he wore a dark, bluish ANBU uniform. His sandals were different. The ball and heel of his feet were exposed. What is it, Kesho? Tatsuma asked the young boy, Danzo-sama, the yondaime is here. He is about to enter the building. His wife stayed on top of the building while the yondaime and the others were getting inside. HMPF, so he decided to show up before his deadline. I was expecting that. Tatsuma, gather everyone on the main bridge to receive the yondaime. I'll join you shortly. Tatsuma and Kesho disappeared. Danzo resumed his slow walk, this time in a different direction. He was heading to the bridge. Route headquarters, main bridge. Minato was standing in the middle of the main bridge, connecting all the Route HQ tunnels. His advisors, Fugaku and Hayashi, stood to his left, and Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade to his right. Behind them stood Shikaku, flanked by Shibi and Hisashi. A small army of ANBU was there, too, standing all over the place on the different bridges from the underground base. Kushina had stayed on top of the building and created a barrier around the entire complex to prevent any Root member from escaping and the people outside from sensing what was happening in case a fight started between both sides. In front of them stood Tatsuma Aburame, and behind him, all the Root members who were present in the building. The total of 48 shinobis were there. Only Danzo was missing. None of the Root members kneeled before Minato, despite it being part of the code of the ANBU to kneel before the Hokage. However, they didn't take orders from Minato. They would only kneel before Danzo-sama. Tatsuma noticed that the Hyuga twins had their Byakugan activated. What are you doing here? The date you established for the Root to submit before you isn't until next week. Tatsuma asked Minato, consciously omitting his titles. Minato knew it was just intending to bother and disrespect him. The Hokage does not need to explain. He is entitled to change the date as he pleases without notification, and you, as shinobis of Konoha, must comply. Hayashi scolded Tatsuma, who replied with a chuckle. Where's your master? Tatsuma? Fugaku demanded. Before he could answer, the echo of Danzo's cane could be heard from the tunnel behind Tatsuma. The sound got louder and louder until the old war hawk emerged from the darkness of the tunnel. The Root members stood aside to let their leader walk by and kneel before him. Only Tatsuma remained standing, and Danzo joined him. It is considered bad manners to enter someone else's house without an invitation or announcement, Minato. But do tell me, what can we do for you today? The old man asked. We're here to meet all your shinobis, Danzo. Would you mind if we started with the 4 children under your tutelage? As you wish. Yoji, Kesho, Keed, and Kino, come forth, Danzo ordered, and 4 young shinobis stood between Danzo and Minato. Kino was the child that had survived Orochimaru's experiments and possessed the Mokuton. Sending him away was too risky. He was confident the boy would pass unnoticed. There was no reason for them to suspect about his Kekkei Genkai. Minato got closer to them. Why don't you tell me your name, age, and abilities? Let's start with you, said Minato, pointing to a boy with dark glasses. Shibi knew this boy. He was from his clan. He was left mute after his father had attacked him out of jealousy of his talent. Yoji had killed his father in self-defense. He had allowed Danzo to recruit him for the Root since the child had suffered severe psychological trauma. Shibi got closer to Minato. He would speak on this child's behalf as he was mute. Yondaime-sama. This is, however, before Shibi could say his name. The boy spoke. My name is Yoji Aburame. I'm 11 years old. Shibi, a serious man, was astonished. This caught Minato's interest. Why are you so surprised, Shibi-san? Asked Minato, intrigued. I know this boy, Hokage-sama. He is from my clan. He was attacked by his father 2 years ago. He cut his throat, but the cut was not deep enough to kill him. However, he lost his voice. I don't know how, but he was mute when Danzo-sama recruited him 2 years ago. I can't believe it, Danzo smirked. This was surely something extraordinary. What had Danzo done to allow this boy to speak again? Tsunade stood forward, intending to examine the boy. However, she stopped when she heard Danzo hit his cane on the floor. Stay right there, Tsunade-heim. You can examine the boy if you want, but that'll be after Minato has finished talking with the 4 of them. That'd save us some time, Tsunade hesitated. She was not willing to take orders from Danzo. However, Minato nodded, and she had no option but to stay put. Minato continued with the next child, Kesho, My name is Kesho Yamanaka. I'm 13 years old. I'm a sensor shinobi. Minato looked at the boy. He was intrigued again. He had his eyes completely covered. However, he had managed to move freely in the building. Why do you have your eyes covered, Kesho-kun? The boy was about to speak, but again, Danzo hit his cane on the floor. It is pointless to give them an explanation, Kesho. Remove your bandages and show them. The boy nodded. He started to remove his bandages, and when he had finished, he opened his eyes. To everyone's surprise, the boy was blind. Danzo noticed the surprise in everyone and talked. He is one of the best sensors I have ever seen. I'm sure that in no time, Kesho would match, maybe even surpass, the Naidame Hokage in sensory abilities. He is also a great fighter and an expert in futon and doton. Hiruzen was shocked. That boy must be seriously talented in sensory for Danzo to compare him with Tobirama-sensei. Tobirama was the only shinobi Danzo had ever looked up to. Tell me, boy, how can you fight and move around being blind? Minato asked. Kesho lifted his left foot to show the sole of his sandals. Everyone noticed his had open areas. But before he could explain how he could be a shinobi, even being blind, he was interrupted by Danzo's cane sound. I told you, Minato. It would save us time if you go through the four of them first. Then, we can explain how these crippled children are fine shinobis. Minato knew making the children talk without Danzo's permission was pointless. He continued with the next one. It was a girl. My name is Kid Shiragaki. I'm 13 years old, and before she could finish Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen reacted in a way none of them was expecting. That's impossible. The Shiragaki clan is extinct. The last member of the clan was Tsunade couldn't finish talking. That's right, Tsunadeheim. The last known member of the clan was your old friend Hiriko. However, you know what kind of experimentation he conducted. Kid is one of the subjects of experimentation of Hiriko. I'll explain further once we're done with the fourth child. Minato and the others didn't understand what it meant. They didn't remember any Hiriko in the village nor the name of the Shiragaki clan. However, the Sannin and the former Hokage seemed distressed by this girl. The next one's name was Kino, according to Nono's files. He was the result of Orochimaru's experimentation with Hashirama Cell, the heir of the Mokutan style. What about you, child? What is unique in you? Minato got closer to Kino. My name is Kino. I'm an orphan from the land of fire. I was rescued by Danzo-sama 3 years ago when I was 7 years old. I think we can now explain everything related to these children. Kino is a talented shinobi. I would say he is as gifted as your pupil Kakashi, Minato. However, besides being the only survivor from his village, he has nothing outstanding. Tatsuma and I taught Yoji how to use the insects inside his body to vibrate in a certain way to produce a voice. He is mute, as Shibi told you. The voice you hear is only the sound produced by the vibration of the insects. His talent is comparable to Tatsuma's. Tsunade approached the boy and examined his vocal cords and throat. He was indeed mute. It was impressive how this boy had managed to recover his voice. She hated Danzo, but she had to admit that what he did with this boy was remarkable. She then proceeded to examine Kesho. Just like with Yoji, his condition had no cure. Perhaps if the boy had had treatment when he started losing his sight, she might have been able to save his eyes. Kesho, as I told you before, is exceptionally talented with Doton and Futon. He uses his Doton to create shock waves through his feet. With these shock waves, he can map the area he is surrounded by. Similarly, with his Futon, he creates subtle sound waves. You could say he is a living radar. That, in addition to his sensory abilities, makes him a lethal threat. Minato got closer to Kesho and placed his hand on his shoulder. You are indeed an extraordinary shinobi, Kesho-kun, by Minato's surprise. The boy didn't take Minato's praise well. He shook Minato's hand away and stepped back from him. Don't take it personally, Minato. It is just that the boy was told by the teachers in your academy that he could never be a shinobi, that he had no hope of being useful for Konoha, and didn't allow him to enlist in the academy. You sure understand his resentment towards you, right? Danzo smirked. Minato had to admit that he would have told him the same if he had been in the academy. Danzo had proven to have a unique talent for finding broken children and turning them into lethal weapons. As for Keed, she is not really a member of the Shirogaki clan. She was abducted by Hiriko to be used as a guinea pig. She didn't get the chimera technique Hiriko was developing. However, she developed 4 chakra affinities, and her chakra reserves compare to a Jounin level even at her young age. Katon is the only element she can't use. She is proficient in elemental jutsu. Hiruzen ordered the Sannin to hunt and annihilate Hiriko, and ordered the ANBU and the Root to destroy his labs. I found Keed in one of his labs and kept her. I trained her and found out about her abilities. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen felt sorry for that child. She had a similar story to Kinos. Both of them were tortured and treated as lab rats. They deserve better. Despite what you may think, most of the Root members have similar stories to theirs. Outcast, crippled children who were told they were not enough for the village. You and Hiruzen rejected several of these shinobis from the academy due to a disability. You two are too blind to see beyond the limitations of a broken body. I, on the other hand, know that broken souls once put together and, when given a purpose, become the most exceptional shinobis. That purpose is protecting Konoha. You have the nerve to come here and demand loyalty from them when you rejected them before. Good luck with that. Danzo had a point. It seemed that he was telling the truth. He surely had kidnapped several talented shinobis. But he had also gathered all of those who had been rejected and gave them the purpose of protecting the village with their lives. No wonder they had such blind trust in the old man. However, that didn't change the fact he had committed several crimes. I must admit that what you've done with them is impressive, Danzo-san. However, you're still keeping things from me. Kino-kun, please show me your Mokuton style. Minato's words took Danzo and Tatsuma by surprise. Minato took advantage of the moment of confusion and used his Hiraishin to get close to Danzo. He placed his right hand on Danzo's chest, and a seal formed on his body. The seal extended through his chest up to his neck, all the way to his face, and finally to his right eye. In the same way, the seal extended all over Danzo's right arm. Tatsuma and all the members from the Root took their kunai out, ready to fight. They would defend Danzo even if they died. You fools. Lower your weapons. Fugaku was the most surprised by this. He was getting ready to fight. He didn't expect Danzo to order his subordinates to surrender. There is no point in fighting them. That would only weaken Konoha, and with the threat of that man, we can't let that happen. Danzo knew he stood no chance against them. It was pointless trying to fight. But how? How could they possibly know about Kino's Mokuton? Not only that, Minato's seal specifically covered his right eye and arm. They knew. How could they know? How did you know about Kino's Mokuton? Ask Danzo. He could feel his chakra being suppressed. He wouldn't be able to activate his Sharingans, even if he wanted to. We'll have a long conversation, Danzo-san. Take us to your private chambers. Tatsuma-san, you'll come with us too. Minato had stepped back. Hizashi-san, Shibi-san, stay here with the ANBU. Make sure no one leaves or tries anything. Danzo, Minato, and the others went to Danzo's office. It resembled the Hokage's office, but without the windows. It was located on the deepest level of the underground base. Danzo was heading to his desk, but was stopped by Fugaku, who grabbed him by the left arm. Tatsuma reacted and pulled his kunai. I've told you not to fight them. Tatsuma. What do you want, Uchiha? Tatsuma lowered his kunai. You seem to think that's still your seat. Danzo. Danzo understood what he meant. Minato passed him by and sat on his chair. Take a seat. Danzo-san, Minato commented. He sat. Next to him, his former teammate sat. The rest of the people remained standing. First of all, I want you to remove your bandages from your face and arm. Minato's voice was full of authority. Danzo knew there was no point in arguing or denying anything. It was evident that they knew what was under his bandages. He did as was told. A crimson-red eye with 3 tomos could be seen in his right eye. His right arm was completely white. Unnatural. Implanted on his arm, there were 3 red eyes. Kagami's left eye was in the back of his hand. Kagami's sons were placed one next to the other on his forearm. Fugaku was raging. Hayashi, on the other hand, was disgusted by the old man. Hiruzen, as soft as always, looked disappointed in his old friend. "Would you mind telling us how you got these Sharingans and that arm?" Minato asked. Danzo smirked. These eyes were a waste in Kagami. His ocular jutsu is the strongest among the Uchihas. Instead of using it in Konoha's favor, he kept it hidden, even from Hiruzen. Hiruzen and Fugaku were surprised by this. What was he talking about? He could tell by Fugaku's expression he didn't know either. Danzo laughed. Something completely odd for them to witness. So not even you, his pupil, knew about Kagami's Manjikyu Sharingan ability? I'm not surprised. Even Kagami knew you were not trustworthy. I hated the man, but he was loyal to Konoha. However, he was just as passive as Hiruzen. Kagami possessed the Kodoame Tsukumi. That's impossible. That jutsu hasn't been awakened by any Uchiha since ancient times, Fugaku replied. Only Hiruzen and Fugaku knew what Danzo was talking about. Fugaku explained to them how that jutsu worked. Why would Kagami-sensei keep that from me or the Sandaime? Fugaku was still trying to process the existence of such powerful Jin jutsu. I didn't know about it either until I stole his eyes. I had a member of the Yamanaka clan from the root examine his memories to discover everything about his eye abilities. That's when I found out. And as for why he didn't tell you anything, you know very well why. But let me tell the others. Kagami knew the Uchiha's contempt against the village was growing. He feared, sooner or later, a coup d'etat would be the only solution for them to obtain control of the village. If you or anyone from your clan had known about his jutsu, you would have forced him to use it on Hiruzen. The same way around. He feared that if Hiruzen or I knew about it, we would have forced him to use it on you to calm down your clan. Fugaku said nothing to defend himself. He couldn't deny that in recent years, some members of his clan had suggested a coup d'etat. His new position as advisor had erased such ideas from his clan. Kagami's son found out I'd killed his father, and I had no other option but to kill him as well, said Danzo casually. As for my arm, it is a result of an investigation of Hashirama's cells. Minato and the others had expected more resistance from Danzo. It was odd he was giving away the information so easily. Tsunade had been trying so hard to remain calm all this time, but she had had enough. Cut all the crap, you bastard geezer. We know you've been working with Orochimaru all these years, even after he left the village. You helped him with this inhuman research and to kill dozens of children. And you dared to profane my family graves to get Senju DNA for your tests. You experimented with my little brother's body. Tsunade took Danzo by his robes and lifted him easily from his chair. The old man didn't even flinch. He remained as calm as ever. Tsunade-sama, please calm down. We'll get to the bottom of this. I promised you that. Let's continue. Minato could only imagine what she was going through. They had found out that Orochimaru, Danzo, and Nono had been collecting DNA from any direct relative of the first Hokage. Orochimaru had gathered several samples of her blood during the Second War. They drained out Nawaki's body. They had extracted all the blood from his body. They had also profaned Hashirama's, Tobirama's, and Moromaru's graves to collect DNA from their spine cord, since their bodies were far too decomposed to collect blood. All these samples were recovered by Danzo and the Root when Orochimaru was forced to flee the village. That's how Nono had her blood for the sealing jutsus she used for the documents. Jiraiya approached Tsunade and held her by her shoulders. She calmed down and let go of Danzo. You should be proud of your brother instead of whining about it. He was a vital part of the success of the experiment. It is thanks to Nawaki that Kino's Mokuton was possible. Tsunade and the others knew what he meant. Orochimaru had implanted Hashirama cells in 70 children in total. Different combinations of serums were used by him. Some of them had only Hashirama cells. Others had a combination of Hashirama cells with the cells of his relatives. Kino, the only survivor from Orochimaru's experiments, had a serum mixed with Hashirama and Nawaki cells. Only Nawaki DNA had been able to replicate the Mokuton. Even in his death, your brother helped Konoha more than you have. Tsunade was furious. How can you live with it? You sacrificed the lives of dozens of children. Just because you were obsessed with my grandfather's Kekiai Jinkai. Danzo frowned. Those were needed sacrifices for Konoha's welfare. The Mokuton can tame the Bijus. Having a shinobi with this Kekiai Jinkai will secure Konoha's safety in the case of another event, such as the one from the Kyuubi. You come here with high morals, questioning me about all the lives I sacrificed for this. But tell me, Tsunadeheim, how many lives have been lost because of your incompetence? You bastard. Needed sacrifices? What can you possibly know about sacrifices? You are a selfish old man. Danzo seemed to be upset. It was this time the former Hokage who tried to calm Tsunade down. Tsunade, calm down. You are talking about things you don't comprehend. Tsunade stared at her sensei, aghast. After all this, he was still defending Danzo. How could he? He was about to yell at her sensei when Danzo spoke. I know plenty about sacrifice, you little spoiled brat. My son's blood is in your hands. Tsunade and the rest were speechless. Danzo had a son? No way. And why would he say his blood is in Tsunade's hands? Danzo stood up and faced Tsunade. She gave one step back. The old war hawk was unrecognizable. She hadn't seen him like this ever before. Hiruzen sighed. That's enough. Danzo, Tsunade. I told you that you were talking about things you didn't comprehend, Tsunade, but you didn't listen. The old man rubbed his forehead and sighed again. You know very well, Tsunade, that the experiment was Tobirama's sensei plan originally. He thought Konoha needed to keep the Mokuton alive. When Hashirama-sama died, he asked Mito-sama and Moromaru-san for their permission to collect blood from his body to experiment in the future to secure the Mokuton. According to Tobirama sensei, Hashirama-sama was around 14 when he first awakened the Mokuton. Tobirama sensei didn't start the experiment because he was waiting for you to turn 14 and see if you also had the Mokuton. He died before that, and when I became Hokage, I was reluctant to perform the experiment. I kept the blood samples sealed away for years, the old man sighed. He took a deep breath and continued. It wasn't until years later that I gave the green light for the experiment. It was Orochimaru who convinced me. We found volunteers for the experiment. Shinobis from different ages, from Jinin to Jounin. All of them were eager to participate in the experiment, hoping to get the Mokuton. Yasashi, Danzo's son, was one of them. He was too young. He had just become a Chunin. Hashirama-sama cells proved to be too strong for any shinobi to withstand. They all died, Yasashi included. I canceled the experiment. Danzo and Orochimaru came to me. They wanted to continue. Orochimaru said that if we used children instead of adults, the adaptation process to the cells would be smoother. After what I saw, I wouldn't let children be used as guinea pigs. I myself destroyed the labs where Orochimaru was conducting the experiment, all the records and all the remnants of Hashirama-sama blood samples. That way, I could be certain they couldn't continue with it on my back. I never thought Orochimaru would go so far as to profane graves to continue his research. Tsunade, for the first time, felt sorry for Danzo. Losing a child must be an unbearable pain. Was that what turned him into this cold-hearted man? Still, she couldn't understand why he would say Yasashi's blood was in her hands. Her sensei proceeded with the story. Danzo wanted to continue the research because he didn't want Yasashi's death to be in vain. We had an intense argument back then. After that altercation, Danzo started to act on my back. At that moment, he was the official leader of the ANBU. When they didn't agree to help him continue his research on my back, he quit his position as head of the ANBU and formed the Root. I knew he couldn't continue the research without Hashirama's cell, so I let him form the Root and act freely. Over time, I gave him too much freedom, and we ended up with this situation. That explains why Danzo resented Hiruzen so much. They had always thought it was because Tobirama had named Hiruzen and not him as his successor. Jiraiya was the first one to speak. I remember Yasashi. He was one of the Jinin from Sakumo's team. I didn't know he was your son. But why do you blame Tsunade for his death, huh? Danzo turned his gaze to Jiraiya, then to Tsunade. That woman is a failure. The best medical shinobi in the world. And yet, she hasn't practiced medicine for over 20 years just because her beloved fiancé died and now gets scared at the sight of blood. She was still a proficient medical shinobi when we started the experiment. Orochimaru tried to convince her to be part of it. Having her looking after the patients would have been beneficial for us. However, she refused. She said she didn't want to do anything related to that. Tell me, Tsunade, how many lives would have been saved if you hadn't been such a prick and decided to help us back then? How many lives have been lost because you were a coward and turned your back on Konoha? How many lives have been lost because of you? I can tell you that my son's life was one of them. Tsunade understood now why he hated her so much. She didn't reply. Danzo was right. Countless lives have been lost during the last two wars because she was a coward. She remembered declining Orochimaru's offer to work with him on that project. She found it creepy to work with his grandfather's cells, trying to replicate his Kekkei Genkai. Her personal feelings had gotten in her way as a medical shinobi. Hiruzen said nothing, but he felt responsible as well. Orochimaru and Danzo asked him to force Tsunade to work with him back then. But Tsunade was like a daughter for him. He wouldn't have ever forced her to do something like that. That was the same reason he allowed her to leave the village and stop practicing the medical jutsu. You may think whatever you want, but all these sacrifices paid off. Kino is the future of Konoha. With him, the Jinchurikis from the other villages won't be a threat to us. We may have been able to achieve it years ago if we had had Tsunade as part of our research team. Before Danzo could continue, he was interrupted by Jiraiya. You claim you did all this for Konoha, yet you kept Kino hidden from Minato and Sarutobi-sensei. What benefit comes for Konoha with your right arm? You were trying to get the Mokuton for yourself. You thought the Mokuton would be enough for you to get rid of them and become Hokage? Besides, Orochimaru's work wasn't only for the Mokuton. He was developing an immortality jutsu. You two were working together on that as well, weren't you? Jiraiya took the opportunity. Danzo had been giving information away so easily that it could be the moment to make him confess his involvement in Orochimaru's search for immortality. Surely, what they did to get the Mokuton would be considered perverse by many. However, they succeeded. Minato, Shikaku, and Hiruzen thought Danzo's part in this wouldn't be enough to get the support of all the villagers against him since, in the end, they successfully provided the Mokuton to Konoha again. Orochimaru had also killed nearly 100 shinobis for his experimentation on immortality. They hadn't found any information about that in Nono's reports. Shikaku's theory was that Orochimaru was working on that jutsu by himself. If they could prove Danzo was part of that as well, he would be doomed. Danzo frowned as someone who tasted something disgusting. Immortality? I already survived my son. I have no intention of living forever. I would gladly die, but will die protecting as a shinobi of Konoha. I will protect the tree with my dying breath. Orochimaru conducted that research for immortality on his own. I won't deny I was aware of it, but the root never helped him with that. Jiraiya and Tsunade were about to reply, but Tatsuma talked first. All of you may disapprove of the way Danzo-sama and the root handle things. You may even discuss it. However, Konoha can't survive without the root. Danzo-sama has dealt with the darkness of the village for decades. Neither Hiruzen nor Minato have the guts to do what needs to be done for Konoha's survival. They're too soft. Our methods might be questionable, but our goal has always been protecting the tree. Hiruzen and Minato are indeed the stronger shinobis in the village and among the 5 great nations. However, leading a village is not only about strength and power. Even that pervert Jiraiya would make a more decent work as Hokage than Minato. Tatsuma couldn't continue because Jiraiya interrupted him. He wouldn't let anyone insult his sensei and student. You are a prick, Tatsuma. You spent much time with Orochimaru and have a twisted sense of reality. Sarutobi-sensei and Minato are the best that could have happened to Konoha. It is because of Sarutobi-sensei that the other nations have always had to team up to attack Konoha. They know in a one-on-one fight, they stand no chance against him. He won the 3 wars and defended the village for years. Minato has continued that legacy. He is the main reason Iwagakure surrendered, and he stopped the masked man. Danzo stood up and got closer to Jiraiya. He was smirking. I'll give you proof of how bad your pupils work as Hokage has been. He then turned to Minato. Tell me, Minato, aren't you, your wife and sensei, the best shinobis among the 5 great nations in Fuinjutsu? What is he trying to do with this? Minato wondered. That's correct, replied Minato. Danzo smiled. Then, wouldn't you mind explaining why you were willing to die to seal the Kyuubi when you are more than capable of sealing it on your own? You didn't need Hiruzen's help to seal the Kyuubi. Truly, Kushina would have died without him. But why did you think sacrificing your own life unnecessarily was the best course of action? You could have just sealed the Kyuubi on your son, and you would have survived. I find it hard to understand your reasoning, Minato. Danzo knew he would enjoy this. He realized by Shikaku's, Hayashi's, and Fugaku's reactions that they didn't know all the details of what happened that day with Minato. Everyone stayed silent. Not even Jiraiya or Hiruzen tried to say something in Minato's defense. They had to admit they had been wondering the same thing. They never dared to ask Minato, but they couldn't understand why Minato was willing to use the Shiki Fujin when he could have used the 8-trigram seal on Naruto all by himself. Minato frowned, and then his expression relaxed. He seemed ashamed. You are right, Danzo-san. I was more than capable of sealing the Kyuubi alone, but I wanted Naruto to know his mother. I was willing to die to seal a portion of Kushina's chakra inside Naruto. That way, eventually, he could talk to her at least once, Minato said while keeping his eyes low. He knew what Danzo would try to do, and he was right. Tsunade found it both romantic and stupid. Jiraiya knew Danzo would try to diminish Minato's authority with this, but he had no arguments to defend his student. He understood that for Minato, Kushina and Naruto were more important. How lovely. You were ready to doom Konoha because you wanted your son to talk with your wife once. You do realize what the consequences would have been if you had succeeded, right? Danzo asked, but he wouldn't let Minato respond. Let me explain to you, just to be sure. Not only would you have turned your son into an orphan, again, entirely unnecessarily, but you would also die without informing anyone about the masked man. You would have left us blindfolded against the most dangerous threat Konoha had ever faced. In addition to that, you would have caused Kagami's fear to come true. You cleared the names of Fugaku and Uchihas by confirming it wasn't an Uchiha who controlled the Kyuubi that night. With you dead, Hiruzen, I, and most of the village would have blamed Fugaku and his clan. We all saw the Sharingan in the Kyuubi's eyes that night. The tensions with the Uchiha would have worsened, and sooner or later, it would have ended in a civil war in the village just because you wanted to give your wife a chance to talk with your son. How pathetic. You, as Hokage, have the responsibility to put Konoha above all, even your family. Even Hashirama and Hiruzen, as soft as they are, always put Konoha before their families. It is the fate of a Hokage to become an absent father. If you are unwilling to do it, free Konoha from your incompetence and step down. No one spoke. Danzo and Tatsuma were smiling. Fugaku had to give Danzo some credit. He had a way to break the will even of the strongest men in the village. He still couldn't believe Minato would have been so naive as to be willing to die that way. Danzo was right. If he had died, things would have ended up pretty bad for his clan. Shikaku, the smartest man in the village, couldn't find a way to reply to Danzo and defend the Yondame's actions. He, as a father and a husband, understood Minato. However, Danzo was on the right track. Minato was the Yondame Hokage. His duty with the village came first. Looks like you lost your tongue, Minato. Tatsuma, bring that here. It looks like the Hokage and his advisors need more proof of his poor job. Tatsuma nodded and was about to leave the room, but was stopped by Fugaku and Hayashi. You can't leave this room, Tatsuma-san. You and Danzo are being interrogated by the Hokage. Tatsuma laughed. You call this an interrogation? I would say it is a tea party. I thought it was clear already. We don't take orders from anyone other than Danzo-sama. Hayashi activated his Byakugan and was ready to incapacitate Tatsuma. It's okay, Hayashi. Let him pass. Let them bring the arm. Minato had deduced that Danzo was talking about Madara's arm. Nono had included in her files Danzo had recovered it, and she had created a crop to multiply its cells. The arm was made of Hashirama cells, but that wasn't it. The arm was more ancient than that. According to Nono's files, the arm was at least 1,000 years old based on the microscopic analysis she performed. It had been modified with the cells of the first Hokage a few years ago. She couldn't understand how that arm had been created. Who could have possibly developed such technology so many centuries ago? However, once again, Danzo was right. On the day of the attack, he was so worried about Kushina and Naruto that he completely forgot about Madara's arm. He had made a severe mistake. Tatsuma and Danzo were surprised to hear that. They knew about the arm. They knew he had it. There was only one person who could have told them all of this. Nono had betrayed him. Once her mission was over, he would kill her himself if she came back alive, of course, so you know about your neglect, Minato. I understand everything now. Nono told you about Kino, the research, and the arm. I suppose she also told you about the mission she was part of, and you are here to take me as a prisoner. Am I right? Danzo laughed again. You should know by now the Root will never be loyal to you. You need us. Yeah, it's true. Under your concept of what's right, I have committed several crimes, all of them to protect Konoha, of course. I even plotted the assassination of the daimyo years ago once. That man is too incompetent and is easily influenced by the members of his court. They have limited Konoha's military growth because they fear the Hokage one day would try to replace the daimyo as leader of the Land of Fire. How pathetic they are. Minato and the others were perplexed. Why has Danzo been so cooperative so far? Why are you giving away this information so easily, Danzo-san? Minato asked. Danzo sat again and looked at Minato for a while before answering. It is true that under other circumstances, I may have shown more resistance. There is no point. You already know most of what I've done. Well, at least all Nono knew. She left the Root for many years, so, who knows, maybe there is still plenty of stuff you don't know about us. Anyway, I know what that man is capable of. Only Hiruzen, Hamura, Koho, Oanoki, Chiyo, Ebizo, and myself are old enough to remember the extent of his power. Konoha's annihilation is his goal, and I know I don't have the strength to defeat him. For Konoha's survival, it is vital that you and Hiruzen stay alive if we want to stand a chance against him. If he recovers his full powers, we are doomed. Minato and the rest didn't know how to take this. It was evident that Danzo had no remorse for his actions and all the deaths he caused. However, it was also true that he had been doing all this to protect the village. Having Danzo and the Root working with Konoha instead of fighting each other would absolutely increase their chances of success. However, he couldn't go unpunished for what he had done. Let me ask you something else, Minato. Did Nono tell you what her mission is? Danzo wondered why they hadn't asked anything about her mission, given it was obvious she was their source. Minato and Tsunade were puzzled. They hadn't thought about it. Nono gave them a lot of information against Danzo, but now that they think about it, they didn't know what the mission was to leave the village. HMPF, I see. So, she still has a little sense of loyalty after all. We used the arm of the masked man to track him down. My men looked for his lair all over the continent. We didn't find him, but found two places where his scent was stronger. I would guess it is because he had spent a long time in these two. I figure we could not find his lair, because he must have a barrier protecting it. Minato and the rest were shocked. They had been able to track down Madara and reduce his whereabouts to two different locations. The Root was efficient, so what are those places? Jiraiya asked. Danzo gave Tatsuma a signal. He had returned already with Madara's arm. He placed it on the desk for everyone to observe it. Tatsuma responded to Jiraiya's question. After weeks of tracking, we noticed that this man's tracks tend to go most of the time to two locations: the land of the woods and the docks in the land of hot water. We guess he may have several hideouts, or at least two. We believe one is on one of the islands in the land of water and the other somewhere in the land of woods. Both nations are enemies of Konoha. It is not an easy task to infiltrate and search for any lead. Since the creation of the ENBU by the Naidame Hokage, part of their missions has been infiltrating enemy and ally villages. However, in all these years, we've never been able to infiltrate Kirigakure. Not the ANBU nor the Root has succeeded in this. We suspect he may have allied himself with Kirigakure. That could be the reason for Kirigakure's betrayal and the destruction of Yuzushiogakure. We sent Nono to infiltrate Kirigakure. Hopefully, she'll make it in and get us some intel to confirm our theory. Tsunade was furious. But now that she thought about it, it made sense. The Uzumaki clan was as strong as the Senju or the Uchihas. If Madara's plan was to destroy Konoha, he also needed to get rid of the Uzumaki. You sent her to die. There is no way she'll survive on that mission. Not even when we were allies, we were welcome in Kirigakure. They don't accept foreigners in the Land of Water. There is no way she can make it. Tatsuma and Danzo said nothing for a while. I don't really care if she dies. She is a shinobi of Konohagakure. She would die doing what she is supposed to do, rather than waste her talent looking after a bunch of orphans. Danzo was cold-hearted as always. I assumed you also came to the same conclusion as we did. The work behind that man's arm and my right arm, developed by Orochimaru and Nono, are quite similar. I can't help but wonder if that snake is working with him. Tsunade chuckled. Now you'll tell me you care about that? You have been working with him even as a rogue ninja. Danzo stared at her and replied, I have worked with him because it was beneficial for Konoha. Other than abducting and killing mediocre shinobis who were as useless when they were alive as now that they're dead, he hadn't done anything to betray Konoha. But if it turns out that he is helping the masked man in his mission to destroy Konoha, I will hunt him down. I don't need to tell you how bad the situation would be if that turned out to be the case. Those two men working together are far more dangerous than we can imagine. I have a proposal for you, Minato. Until that masked man is dead, the Root will cooperate with you. Your lack of capability is outstanding. You will let us work as usual, and we'll report to you anything that's relevant related to that man. In exchange, you won't interfere with the rest of our missions. No questions asked. Minato was pondering the offer. He needed to discuss it further with the rest of them. For now, you and Tatsuma-san will come with me as prisoners. The council will deliberate on what will happen to you and the Root. The ANBU will stay here, ensuring none of your shinobis leave the complex. As for the rest of the Root members in your hideouts outside the village, I'll keep them tracked until a decision has been made. After that, Minato and the others took Danzo and Tatsuma to the Hokage Tower. Minato still wanted to keep it a secret, so they were locked down in the Hokage Tower instead of the prison. A suppressing seal was also placed on Tatsuma to prevent him from using his chakra. Shibi, Hizashi, and the Yanbiyu stayed in the Root complex, guarding the other shinobis, except for Kino, whom Jiraiya and Tsunade took to the Senju compound. Kushina lifted the barrier and left with Minato and the rest. Hokage Tower, Council Room, following day at night. Both councils were present in the room. Minato, Fugaku, Hayashi, Hiruzen, Hamura, and Koharu. Minato had summoned the elders to be present in Danzo's sentence. Why did you summon us here at this late hour? Minato, Hamura questioned. It wasn't common for Minato to hold a meeting in the night. I called you all here because we were about to read Danzo-san's sentence for his crimes against Konoha. Hamura and Koharu were taken aback. They didn't expect this. Danzo was not present in the room. Only the 6 of them. What's the meaning of this, Minato? What proof do you have? You can't just point fingers and expect us to do nothing. Danzo is a war hero. Minato looked at Koharu and frowned at her. His chakra burst, and she stayed silent. Everything will be explained to you shortly. Until then, stay quiet, Minato ordered. The elders gulped and said no other word. A few moments later, Danzo and Tatsuma, handcuffed, entered the room. They were escorted by Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shikaku. Danzo and Tatsuma walked all the way to stand before the table where the council members were sitting. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shikaku remained standing in the council room. Koharu and Hamura noticed Danzo wasn't wearing his bandages. They could see the 3 Sharingans on his right hand and another in his right eye. A seal covered his chest, face, and right arm as well. How could this be possible? His arm was completely white. What kind of prosthetic arm was that? Both elders stood up. Danzo, what did you do? Where did you get those Sharingans? Who do they belong to? Koharu demanded an answer from her old friend, but he remained silent. Answer me, you old stubborn. Silence again. Minato asked the elders to sit down. As you can see, Danzo-san has acquired some Sharingans in a non-orthodox way. He killed his former teammate Kagami Uchiha and his son, Koharu, and Hamura gasped, surprised by the news. As a matter of fact, Hamura-san, Danzo-san used his Sharingan years ago to trap you in a Jinjutsu, so you told him how to perform and break the seals from the Hokage's vault. He stole some of the scrolls from the Shodame, Nidame, and Sandame Hokage. This was unbelievable. He used the scrolls from the Shodame and Nidame to continue the experiments to develop the Mokutan with Orochimaru. It was Hamura who spoke this time. How could you do that? You were so obsessed with that Kekkei Genkai. Hiruzen told you it was a waste of time. I know you mourn Yashashi's death, but that's not reason enough, Danzo. You sacrificed so many lives in vain. Koharu hit Hamura with her elbow. He knew he had messed up. Yasashi's identity was only known by the 6 members of Tobarama's elite unit. Hamura stuttered, trying to apologize to Danzo. It's okay, Hamura. They know Yasashi was his son, Hiruzen said. Hamura felt relieved and sat down. He sighed and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Minato spoke again. Despite the cruelty of Danzo-san actions, his efforts were not in vain. The elders were puzzled. They didn't understand what Minato meant by that. Minato gave his sensei a signal, and he opened the door. Come on in, boy, said Jiraiya. Kino, the boy of the Mokutan, walked into the council room. Minato looked at him. Kino-kun, please show the elders your jutsu. But Kino stayed put. He turned to look at Danzo and waited for his approval. Danzo nodded to him. The boy performed a series of hand seals, Mokutan, wood pillars technique, for pillars would form around him. The elders were astonished. After the demonstration, Minato and the rest explained everything they had discovered to the elders. They felt betrayed by Danzo. They knew he was doing missions in clandestinity, but never expected he had done such horrible things. It was time for the sentence. Minato stood up. Danzo-san, the things you've done are beyond imagination. You have shown no sign of remorse despite the number of lives that you have taken. You have sacrificed countless lives just to accomplish your goals. I must say that I find your actions loathsome. However, the council understands you have only acted for Konoha's welfare. We have considered your offer, and the council has decided to accept it under some conditions. You can't go unpunished for what you've done. I will let you keep your arm, but not the Sharingans. Tsunade approached Danzo, and with a smile of satisfaction, she removed the Sharingans from Danzo. They kept Kagami's eyes in one container and his son's in another. The root will no longer be able to conduct any research. You will be limited to carrying on missions. The labs from the root have been emptied. Madara's arm has been confiscated, as well as the crop Nono-san created. Tsunade-sama will take over the research from now on. The root will not operate freely, as you suggested. Fugaku Uchiha will oversee and approve any activity of a root. No more brainwashing will be conducted. I will link your curse seal to me, so even if you die, the curse seal won't disappear. That way, I can ensure your most loyal shinobis won't spread intel to other nations. Danzo was surprised by this last statement. He knew Minato, Kushina, and Jiraiya were the best in Fuinjutsu. However, he never thought Minato could link his curse seal to him. He was a clever man, after all. Minato walked towards him. You will not use jutsu, or chakra for that matter, ever again. I will place a heart-mind chakra binding seal on you. Your life, your brain, and your chakra will be in someone else's hands. If we suspect just for 1 second you betray me again, that you're doing something behind my back, you'll regret it. This is a suppressing seal as well. You won't be able to mold any chakra. If you try to do so, the seal will activate and cause unbearable pain. I will know too if you do it, Danzo smirked. Finally, this was the determination a Hokage must have. This rudeness and coldness were what Konoha needed. Minato performed a series of hand seals. His fingertips lighted in purplish-red flames. Danzo was ready to receive the seal when he noticed Fugaku stood up and got closer to them. Danzo looked at Fugaku with contempt. Minato and Fugaku smiled. I forgot to tell you, Danzo-san. This binding seal will bind you not only to me, but also to Fugaku-san. I'm sure you understand he will not hesitate to take your life if he suspects anything, right? Minato pressed his right hand on Danzo's chest. The seal extended and covered his entire body. Danzo yelled in pain. He then placed his left hand on Fugaku's chest. The seal extended from Danzo's body to Minato's until it reached his left hand and then extended to Fugaku's body. The marks in Danzo disappeared. The seal was complete. The word seal appeared in Minato's and Fugaku's right hand and then vanished. It indicated that the binding had been successful. Chapter 7. New Alliances. Hokage Tower, Danzo's Trial. Danzo and Tatsuma were about to leave the room when the former Hokage spoke. Hold on a second. Danzo, something has been bothering me since yesterday. Danzo stopped and turned back to face his former teammate. You've had Kagami's eyes for years now, long before my resignation as Hokage. Why didn't you use the Konoha Tsukimi with the daimyo to have Orochimaru, or yourself, as the yondaime? Everyone looked at the old war hawk. The former Hokage had a point. With Kagami's jutsu, Danzo had the tools to take over control of the entire Land of Fire. Danzo stayed quiet for a while until he finally spoke. It is not that I didn't want to, it's just that I couldn't. Apparently, everyone seemed confused. Not even Fugaku nor Hiruzen, who were well versed in the Sharingan's knowledge, appear to have a clue. Kagami's jutsu cannot be used so lightly. Kagami did extensive research on his dojutsu. The Konoha Tsukimi seems to take around 10 years to be reactivated once used. By the time I took Kagami's eyes, he had already used it once with his left eye, and I was forced to use it with his right eye during the last war. Koharu and Hamura stood up, angry. It was utterly uncommon for them to speak up against Danzo. However, after everything they had found out, they were wrathful. How come he used it before? What did you use it for? And what did Kagami do when he used it? Answer us, you bastard. Koharu's face was turning red out of anger. Danzo smirked. Kagami used it against Dodai. Kagami's battalion was being overwhelmed by Dodai's troops. He used it to convince Dodai that a larger support army was on its way to aid Kagami, and that if they stayed, they'd be wiped out. Against any common sense and his troops' advice, Dodai ordered a retreat, allowing Kagami and his troops to regroup with Hamura's battalion and then attack Kyomo's camp by surprise. Where Dodai had retreated, the elders seemed surprised. Hiruzen had always found it odd that Dodai had ordered a retreat back then, but he had convinced himself it was due to the fear of the Sharingan that he had decided to flee. Rumor said that the Third Raikage hadn't taken the news well when he heard about Dodai's actions. And what did you use it for? Question Hamura this time. I used it on Hanzo, the salamander, during the last war. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Hiruzen were the most surprised by it, along with the elders. What did you do, Danzo? The former Hokage rubbed his forehead. Surely, Danzo didn't do anything good. Hiruzen had tried to form an alliance with Hanzo after the Second Great War in acknowledgement of his strength by defeating his students. Hanzo had decided to keep the negotiations secret for the time being. During the Third Great War, Hiruzen ensured Hanzo that no troops from Konoha would take a fight in Amage-Kyure's territories. However, all of a sudden, 2 years before the war ended, Hanzo terminated any negotiation of alliance with Konoha and declared themselves as an open enemy of Konoha. Undoubtedly, Danzo was related to that. Amage-Kyure's strength was growing too much. Hanzo had killed the daimyo and became the leader of the entire country. Their military strength was increasing rapidly. They had adopted a similar system to Yuzushiogakure. Sooner or later, they'd be a threat to Konoha. I heard an independent group of shinobis had formed in Amage-Kyure, defending the borders from other nations during the war. They didn't respond to Hanzo. However, Hanzo seemed to think highly of them. He let them act independently, hoping they'd join him one day. I couldn't let that happen. The leaders of that organization were extremely powerful. If they joined Hanzo, they'd be a more significant threat than a Wagakure or Kyumogakure. Danzo stopped for a moment. He could sense Jiraiya's chakra bursting. He also noticed Hiruzen's and Tsunade's expressions changed. They seemed worried, and both looked at Jiraiya, who seemed furious. He ignored it and continued talking. I tried to make Hanzo think they were trying to dethrone him. However, despite all my manipulations, he never took the bait. I knew I had to eradicate this group. I had no other option but to meet him in person. We framed these rebels for an attack on Iwa's troops transporting supplies. Once I met Hanzo in person, I used Kagami's to make him believe these rebels were plotting a coup d'etat against him. Hiruzen was more worried about Jiraiya and didn't bother to reprehend Danzo and let them know about the alliance he was working with Hanzo. Meanwhile, Danzo kept talking. Once in my Jinjutsu, Hanzo reached the leader of this group and asked him to meet to formalize an alliance to work together and protect Amage Cure. It was a trap, of course. I sent a large battalion of ANBUs from the route to back up Hanzo. I don't know exactly what happened there. None of my ANBU came back alive. I only know that the leader and the organization were killed. I met Hanzo one last time when he gave me back all the bodies from my ANBU, but he gave me no explanation. He only said that we would be killed if I, or any other shinobi from Konoha, dared to lay foot on Amage Cure. After that, Hanzo increased the security of his territories. Infiltrating is impossible. Jiraiya's chakra was bursting so high that his vest and long mane were floating due to the high pressure. He formed a Rasengan with his right hand. He was emanating a strong, killing intent, and everyone could notice he was furious. Tatsuma reacted and jumped in front of Danzo, standing between his leader and Jiraiya. Only Tsunade and Hiruzen knew why he was so upset. So, it was because of you that they died. I'm going to kill you myself. Jiraiya was getting ready to strike. Stop it, Jiraiya. It is not worth it. His old sensei was trying to reason with him. He was about to jump to strike Tatsuma and Danzo when Tsunade stood before him. She placed her right hand on his face and touched it gently. She got closer to him, placed her left hand on Jiraiya's right arm, and made him lower his arm slowly. He dissipated the Rasengan as his arm lowered. Tsunade hugged him. I should have brought them home with me, he said tremblingly. Tears came out of his eyes. Tsunade hugged him harder. You couldn't have known. It is not your fault. Jiraiya hugged her back. Hiruzen stood up and approached Danzo. You only see enemies everywhere. You idiot. Hanzo and Amage Cure could have been Konoha's greatest ally. Nonsenses. Hiruzen, I admit that man is strong, but he is not even as strong as you or Oanoki. You're always trying to make peace with the other nations. We need to show them who the strongest is to crush their wills. At this point, any of the Sannin is as strong. No, they're stronger than Hanzo, even the failure of Tsunade. I've heard enough from you, Danzo. Begone. Hiruzen's chakra was bursting as wildly as Jiraiya's. Tatsuma didn't respect the man, but he respected his strength. He would fight him if that were what Danzo-sama wanted. However, the old war hawk gulped, turned around and left, followed by his subordinate. Everyone stayed silent for a while. They felt out of place, and no one dared to speak. It was Shikaku who broke the awkward silence. I think the council has no more business to discuss. We can call the meeting adjourned. Everyone seemed to agree and left the room in a rush. Only Minato, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Hiruzen, and Kino, who apparently everyone had forgotten about, were left in the room. Sensei, are you all right? Minato asked. Tsunade let go of Jiraiya and stood beside him. I'll tell you all about it another day, Minato. I can just tell you now that it is related to my former students. Team 6 was not the first team I trained. I think I need to take a break, Minato nodded. He didn't want to push the topic. Although he was now extremely intrigued, he never knew his sensei had trained another team before his team. Tsunade was shocked to see Kino was still standing there in the room. Tsunade then grabbed Jiraiya's hand. Why don't you stay with us in the Senju compound? My grandfather's manor has plenty of rooms, and I'm sure it'll be good for Kino to have a male figure around. And not only two spinsters like Shizun and Jiraiya agreed, and they left for the Senju compound. Minato went back to his office, and Hiruzen left for the Sarutobi compound. Top of the Hokage Rock, 5 weeks later. It was still early in the morning when 8 figures appeared on top of the Hokage Rock. It was an unusual place to meet. However, they all got there at Jiraiya's request. Fugaku Uchiha and his wife, Mikoto, were the first to arrive, followed by Hayashi Hyuga and his twin brother Hizashi. Not long after them, the former Hokage arrived, followed by Minato. Finally, Jiraiya and Tsunade arrived together. Thank you all for coming. I guess you must be wondering why I asked you all to come here. The Toad Sannin began. I have stayed in Konoha for too long. It is time for me to go back to my missions outside the village. However, there's one last thing I need to inform all of you. I have discussed this previously with Minato and Sarutobi-sensei, and they've given me their approval. Except for the former and current Hokage, everyone was clueless about what he meant. Not even Tsunade knew what he was talking about, despite the fact they've been spending much time together lately. Before I tell you all why we're here, I need to ask you something. Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, was surprised, but offered to provide any information he would require from him. I know Hyugas can block the chakra points, but is it possible to not block them completely? I mean, is it possible for you to partially block the chakra points? With this, Tsunade had an idea of where Jiraiya was trying to get, but she stayed silent, waiting for a response from Hayashi. It is indeed possible, Jiraiya-sama. However, that's a technique only taught within the main family. Hizashi felt offended by his brother's comment. I couldn't care less about that. Hayashi. But do tell me, how long would it take a youngling to learn this technique? Hayashi didn't see the point of all of this, but he replied anyway. I would say that for a talented boy, it would take around 1 year or less. May I ask you, why do you want to know this? Jiraiya, ignore the question. That's great. That's just the time I need. Very well, then. As you know, Tenzo, is under Tsunade's tutelage now. He needs training. I have decided to take him as my new student. However, he is still going through the deconditioning sessions within Noichi and Ibiki. So far, we learned that his real name is Tenzo, not Kino. The others were taken aback. The legendary Sannin was taking a new student under his wing. He had trained the Yondaime. Surely, he would be the best option to train the heir of the Mokuton. Yet, they still didn't understand why they were needed for this announcement. The boy needs to relate with others. His time in the route made him antisocial. That's why I decided I will train a whole new Genin team, and that's why you're all here. Tsunade told me about Itachi's talent. I have spent the last weeks spying on him in the academy and during his training in the woods. You must be proud of that boy, Fugaku Mikoto. He is exceptionally talented. I dare say he is as talented, maybe even more talented than Minato was at his age. Fugaku and Mikoto were surprised and honored. Fugaku felt prouder than ever. However, their pride vanished as fast as they came. Mikoto seemed worried and clung to her husband's arm. Honey, do you think it is a good idea Itachi trains under Jiraiya-sama? Hayashi and Hizashi couldn't believe it. They should be happy about this. Having their son trained by a legendary Sannin would be an honor. I understand your concerns. Tsunade told me about Itachi's condition. He would indeed go through an intense regime and training with me as his sensei, and that could worsen his condition. However, that's why Hayashi and Hizashi are here. It now made sense to the Uchiha couple why Jiraiya had asked Hayashi about the ability to block the chakra points partially. On the other hand, the Hyuga twins were still oblivious to the reason for their presence. Jiraiya approached the head of the Hyuga clan and asked him, You said you intend to eradicate the main and branch family system. The head of the clan remained undisturbed and looked at the Sannin straight into his eyes. That's correct, Jiraiya-sama. I will do it. For my brother, for my nephew, for my clan. I will vindicate the shameful history of my clan. Jiraiya smiled back at him. Hizashi was moved by his brother's statement. He felt hopeful. He could picture a brighter future for his son, a future where he wouldn't have to live as a servant. Jiraiya placed his right hand on Hayashi's shoulder and replied, You are indeed a good man, Hayashi. I have a perfect way for you to prove to the branch family you want to make amends with them. And in return, I have a gift for your clan. Hayashi had no idea what the Sannin could mean by that. Tsunade and Jiraiya then explained Itachi's condition with his inner gates to the Hyuga twins. Itachi is not the only one I've been spying on lately. I've spent a lot of time spying on a Hyuga compound. I have found a young boy. He seems to be Tenzo's age. He is quite talented. I want him to be my third student. He is a boy from the branch family. His name is Mukai. Does the name ring a bell? Hayashi? The name made them ignore the fact that the Sannin had been able to spy on them undetected by the Byakugan. Hayashi felt a shiver. His brother was surprised as well. Both twins started to sweat. Not even Minato or Hiruzen knew why the name would disturb the twins like that. What's the matter with that name? Why are you two acting as if you had seen a ghost? Tsunade asked with no tact at all. Hayashi closed his eyes and lowered his head. Ashamed, he is living proof of the atrocities my clan is capable of. His life is a reminder of my father's sins. He is the son of one of the members of the branch family my father killed during the last war. The boy once tried to attack my father in revenge. I had already been named the head of the clan. My father beat the boy up close to death. I managed to stop my father before he could finish what he had started. Plenty of members of the branch family hate the main family, but Mukai is the one with the greatest grudge against us. He lives with the only purpose of avenging his father. Hayashi's face was full of sadness. Mikoto, Fugaku, and Tsunade were still unaware of the crimes of Hinansho. They were shocked by Hayashi's words. That's precisely why it must be him, Hayashi. You'll train him for the following year. I need him to be able to block the chakra points partially. That way, we can regulate Itachi's inner gate's flow and prevent his illness from extending while Tsunade finds a permanent cure for Itachi. You need to prove to him more than anyone else that you want to change your clan. I promise I will help him with that anger and hatred he carries. Hayashi felt his brother's hand grabbing his shoulder. Jiraiya-sama is right, brother. I'm sure Jiraiya-sama will be able to heal Mukai's heart. I'm sure he'll believe your intentions of reforming the clan when you take him as your apprentice for the next year. Hayashi looked at his brother. He had no other option but to trust his word. He nodded and agreed to take Mukai as his pupil for the following year. He then asked, "What did you mean by a gift for my clan, Jiraiya-sama?" Jiraiya smiled and turned to Minato, who spoke for the first time. "I know you fear the Byakugan can end up in enemies' hands after removing the birdcage seal from the members of the branch family, and that your family will become a more desired target once it is removed. Jiraiya-sensei and I have been working on a new seal that can replace the birdcage seal." Hizashi interrupted Minato. "I'm sorry, Yondaime-sama. Are you suggesting we're going to get a new seal? Where's the freedom for the branch family there? You only want to change one seal for another?" Hizashi was angry. "It's not like that, Hizashi-san. The seal we developed is not only for the branch family. It is designed for the entire Hyuga clan. I think maybe even the Uchihas may adopt it if they want to. The seal will not give power to anyone over someone else's life. It is a blood-based seal that protects your eyes from being taken. If someone tries to take the eyes, the seal will activate and protect the eyes from being taken and will cause a burning seal to activate on the stealer's hands. Since it is a blood-based seal, only a direct blood-related would be able to touch your eyes without activating the seal. The seal does not disappear even after death. This way, we can protect the Byakugan from ending up in the enemy's hands. We can also use it to protect the Sharingan. If that's what you want, Fugaku." Hizashi and Hayashi looked at each other and nodded in consent. It was a reasonable measure to protect the secrets of the Byakugan. Fugaku looked at his wife, and it seemed they were reading each other's minds. "I think it would be wise for the Uchihas to take the same measures to protect the Sharingan. However, I will not force my clan to take it. I will talk with them, and hopefully everyone will agree to get the seal." Minato and Jiraiya smiled. They were happy. It was one of the best moments as Hokage for Minato. Help the Hyuga clan eradicate the birdcage seal. Mikoto still hadn't understood how Itachi would join Jiraiya's team. Tenzo and Mukai are the same age, but older than Itachi. In addition to that, Itachi had just entered the academy a few weeks ago. It would take a few years before he graduated. "I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sama. Itachi just joined the academy and is younger than your other two students. How could he join your team?" Before the Sannin could reply, the former Hokage spoke. "No need to worry, Mikoto. Jiraiya and I have been watching Itachi's performance in the academy. In just a few weeks, he's already impressed all the professors. They plan to recommend an early graduation for Itachi. They have already submitted a request for his early graduation, which Minato and I have already approved. By the time Tenzo finished his sessions with Inoichi and Ibiki, and Mukai had learned the gentle fist technique, Itachi would graduate and the new Jiraiya team would be formed. Mikoto seemed pleased by the news. The Sandaime Hokage was now responsible for the overall matters of the academy. After all, he was known as the professor. Minato wanted to allow the former Hokage to keep molding the new generations. After that, everyone left for their duties. Tsunade took the day off from the hospital to spend the rest of the day with Jiraiya. He would leave Konoha the next morning. Things went smoothly in Konoha. 1 year later, Naruto, 1 year old, Team 9, Jiraiya's team, was formed. Team 9 proved to be an elite team. Itachi graduated from the academy at 7 years old, and his teammates were both 11 years old. Hayashi banned a branch and main family system. The birdcage seal was removed, and every single member of the Hyuga clan got the new seal. Hinansho and a few other elders who had abused the power by torturing the members of the branch family were sentenced to bear the birdcage seal exposed. They were not allowed to cover it with a headband or anything. The Uchiha clan also adopted the seal to protect the Sharingan. 2 years later, Naruto, 3 years old, Team 9 took the Chunin exam in Iwagakure, where they outstood more than any other team. The three of them ended up in a triple combat as the 3 finalists of the exam. Tenzo had been forbidden to use his Mokuton outside the village, leaving him disadvantaged. He was the first to be left out of combat by Itachi. The final match between Itachi and Mukai ended with Mukai as the winner. However, the 3 of them were granted the Chunin level. The final match between the 3 members of Team 9 was something that all the nations would remember as the best combat in the Chunin exam history. Mukai's performance increased the Raikage's desire to obtain the Byakugan. The Chunin exam was the perfect excuse for Tsunade and Shizen to enter Iwagakure, hoping to locate Kabuto and find a way to bring him back to Konoha. Kabuto hadn't contacted Konoha in 3 years, and Tsunade feared the worst. While in Iwagakure, they discovered he was presumed dead as he was declared MIA 2 years before. Tsunade felt sorry for failing Nono. Nono hadn't contacted them since she left to infiltrate Kirigakure. She was also presumed dead. Hokage Tower, War Council Room. 1 year later, i.e. for years since the Kyuubi incident. The Yondaime had summoned the War Council unexpectedly. However, the council hadn't been summoned due to a war declaration, but to discuss a possible alliance. Early that day, the Hokage received a letter from the Raikage. He requested a formal alliance between Konoha and Kyumo. Every act of war or alliance had to be discussed with the War Council, though the Hokage remained with the absolute power to decide against the council's wishes. The council was presided over by both councils, as usual, and all the clan heads were present, including Tatsuma Aburame, the head of the Root Corps, Ibiki Marino, the head of the Torture and Interrogation Division, Hisashi Hyuga, who in recent years had become the head of the recently formed Outer Barrier Team, Koen Yamanaka, the head of the Inner Barrier Team, the barrier that always existed. Danzo, on the other hand, was absent. He had been revoked from any privilege or right to attend the meetings. The Hokage office had informed the absence of Danzo was due to health issues that made him step aside from Konoha's administration. After Shikaku informed the council about the Raikage's letter, the council was open to comment on the matter. One of the advisors, Hayashi Hyuga, was the first to speak. Kyumogakure can't be trusted. They betrayed Konoha during the First Great War, right after a peace treaty had been signed despite the Gold and Silver Brothers' attack against the Nidaime Hokage. Besides, the Raikage has always been obsessed with the Byakugan. Kyumo often deployed entire platoons just to collect Hyuga's bodies in the previous wars. They failed to get a body without the birdcage seal, for which they never got a hold of the Byakugan. I don't think they have good intentions, the Hyuga concluded. There were several nods of agreement in the room. Hamura spoke next. Our relationship with Kyumo has indeed been turbulent, to say the least. However, it's been 4 years since the Kyuubi incident, and we have nothing about the man behind the attack. Having Kyumo as our ally, who possesses one perfect Jinchuriki and a second one in near-perfect control over Bijou, would turn the tides in our favor. There were fewer nods to Hamura's comment. In fact, Koharu burst against her former teammate. "You can't be serious, Hamura. Kumo is the reason Tobarama-sensei is dead. If there is a village we should never ally with, that's Kumo. Not to mention what they did with Yuzushiobikure. The fact that they allied with Kiri, our ally at the time, to do such a horrendous thing. That massacre was inhuman. You can't expect anything good from them." Kushina's and Tsunade's eyes watered. The memory of the destruction of their clan and homeland was still painful. A round of applause followed Koharu's words. Choza stood up. "Koharu-sama is right. Yuzushiobikure was more than just an ally for Konoha. We can't get in business with them. There is no way." More applauses followed Choza's comment. Minato asked for silence and asked Fugaku and Shikaku for their opinions. Fugaku spoke first. The head of the Uchiha clan was arms crossed, as serious as ever. "Both Hamura-san and Koharu-san have valid points. Kumo is the second strongest village, right after Konoha. They would indeed be a strong ally against the man responsible for the attack 4 years ago. However, we have no certainty they wouldn't betray us, as they did before. The Raikage has plenty of reasons to betray us. He hates you, Hokage-sama, for losing against you in the last war. He holds a grudge against the Hyugas for the near defeat his father suffered during the First Great War against the head of the Hyuga clan of the time. And Kumo hates the Sandaime-sama for killing the second Raikage and injuring the third Raikage during the First Great War. It is my opinion there are more cons than pros with the alliance." There was silence for a while. Everyone seemed to agree. Even Hamura did. Minato seemed to be immersed in his thoughts, analyzing the situation when Shikaku spoke. "I agree with Fugaku-san, Yondaime-sama. An alliance with Kumo at this moment is not a good idea. At least not until we have more information about the masked man. We haven't been able to confirm a link between the man and Kiri. This leads to uncertainty about whether he is allied with Kumo. It is a fact that we should try to form an alliance to face the threat of this man. However, Kumo and Kiri are out of the question. Iwagakure would be ideal. That Tsuchikage's experience is as vast as the Sandaime-sama. However, he also holds a grudge against Konoha, which leaves us with Suna. Suna is currently our ally. I believe we should strengthen our relationship with Suna before considering any other alliance with a great nation." Both councils seemed to agree with Shikaku. However, the question remained, how can Konoha strengthen the relationship with Suna? Sum Inuzuka asked for the floor. "I presume that if you're suggesting this, it is because you already have a plan to deal with Suna, Shikaku. Just spit it out so we can vote and return to our business." "These meetings are always boring dead," the woman said bluntly. No one was surprised by her comment. It was her typical behavior. She and Kushina were the two who suffered the most during these meetings. Sihikaku offered a plan to improve the alliance with Tsunagakure. After deliberation, the Yondaime finally stood up to announce his ruling. "I will respond to the Raikage's letter declining the proposal of alliance and send word to the Kazekage to request a meeting. I need to meet with the daimyo as well. He must approve the actions we plan to take with Suna. We'll proceed from there based on the Kazekage's and daimyo's responses." This meeting is adjourned. The meeting room was emptied shortly after that. Minato and Kushina left for his office, where they found a mess made by a young Naruto who got bored from being alone in his father's office. Konoha main gate. 3 weeks later. The daimyo had approved Konoha's proposal to deal with Suna. However, it took a long time for the Kazekage to reply. According to the elders, it was because the daimyo of the Land of Wind was a lazy man who didn't like to deal with Tsunagakure's matters. Surely, he was the reason for the delay in the negotiations. Standing in front of the main gates of Konoha were the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze, his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, and their son, Naruto Namikaze. Naruto was excited. It was the first time he would leave the village. He couldn't wait to see Tsunagakure. Minato and Kushina were carrying backpacks for the trip. Naruto was a short, blond boy. He was the spitting image of his father. He wore a green headband with goggles, a white short-sleeved t-shirt on top of a dark green long-sleeve shirt, blue shorts, and the typical sandals for shinobis. His white t-shirt had the Uzumaki clan symbol on his chest and the Namaze clan symbol on his back. "Oi, Dad, Mom, what are we waiting for? I want to leave. Dadabeo." His parents just smiled at him. Kushina kneeled to face him. "We are still waiting for the others, Naruto. We got here too early. They're on their way." She then rubbed her son's hair and stood up again. Naruto didn't seem happy with the response, but he had no other option but to wait. He sat on the floor, legs and arms crossed, as a child after a tantrum. He waited there for a few minutes when he saw more people with backpacks getting closer. He stood up. "Oi, Sasuke, hurry up. I've been waiting for ages." "Tabeo." Sasuke hurried up to reach Naruto. "It was not my fault, you dumb. Mom forgot to pack some stuff, and we got delayed," said the young Uchiha, trying to find an excuse. Sasuke had a remarkable resemblance to his mother. He wore a black long-sleeved turtleneck shirt, white shorts, and black sandals. The Uchiha clan symbol was on his back. As his parents got closer to them, his mom spoke. "Hey, don't blame it on me, Sasuke. You're the one who overslept," said Mikoto while pinching his son's cheeks. Sasuke blushed immediately. "Mom, stop it. You're embarrassing me." Everyone laughed at the young Uchiha. Kushina leaned forward and pinched his cheeks as well. "You're so cute, Sasuke-kun." Sasuke blushed even more. His face looked like a tomato. Fugaku apologized for being late. "I see we're still missing Hayashi and his family," commented the head of the Uchiha clan. Minato just nodded. Their sons continued teasing each other for a while until the Hyuga family arrived. The head of the Hyuga clan arrived, followed by his wife. His daughter, Hinata, was standing behind her mother. She was a timid girl. Since her father was one of the advisors, she spent a lot of time with the Kushina-san and Mikoto-san and their children. Mikoto and Kushina were best friends, and they had integrated Kagura Hyuga, her mother, into their group. The three of them used to spend a lot of time together. However, Hinata felt very nervous about being with the Hokage and Fugaku. Naruto approached Hinata, who was wearing a cream-colored kimono. "Why are you hiding, Hinata?" "Kulme," said Naruto as he grabbed Hinata by her arm and took her with him and Sasuke. He then tried to speak as low as he could to ask Hinata something. Sasuke and Hinata got close to Naruto to listen to him. "Oi, Hinata, did your mother eat too much? Her belly looks bigger. That happens to me when I eat too much, but my belly has never grown that much." Sasuke face-bombed and Hinata giggled. "No, Naruto-kun. Mother is pregnant. I'm going to be a big sister," the Hyuga girl commented. Naruto turned to look at Kagura-san in awe. "You are dumber than I thought." "Naruto." Sasuke had hit his forehead so hard that a red bruise mark was still visible. Despite Naruto's observation, Kagura Hyuga was just 3 months pregnant. Hayashi was carrying a bigger backpack since he was carrying his entire family's luggage. His wife had told him she could still take her own luggage, but he had refused to let her do it. The Hokage, his advisors, and their family then parted to Sunagakure. The Kazekage had agreed to allow them to bring their families. The Hokage and the rest would spend a week in Sunagakure dealing with the new treaties between both villages. It was an excellent opportunity for their families to have a sort of family vacation. The Council of Elders, led by the Sandaime Hokage, would oversee the village during the Hokage and his council's absence. Sunagakure, main entrance, 2 days later. The Yondaime Kazekage, Raza, stood before the entrance of the village. He wore his traditional Kage robes, including the distinctive hat. His uniform was like the one used by the Hokage, but with green replacing red and the kanji of wind on his hat. He was accompanied by his advisors, who dressed in the typical robes from Suna that protected them from the sand and the intense heat. The Kazekage stepped forward to greet the Hokage. Both Kages shake their hands. "I take it by your clothes that this is the first time you are in the land of wind." The Kazekage noticed the children were red and sweating due to the extreme heat. The adults were experimented shinobis. Surely, they adapted to the weather quickly. "You're correct, Kazekage-dano. The children had a hard time once we got into your country. We had to speed up to get here sooner than expected." I hope it is not inconvenient for you. Not at all, Hokage Dano. Please follow me. I'll take you all personally to your chambers so you can rest. Proper clothes for the clemencies of the desert are waiting for all of you there. Minato and the rest bowed in gratitude. They walked into the village, but a female voice interrupted them. Where's that old monkey? Minato turned to see two elders, a man and a woman. Undoubtedly, they were the legendary Chiyo and Ebizo. Raza didn't expect to see them there. They didn't like the idea of an alliance with Konoha. Chiyo-sama hatet Konoha. Her son had died in the Second Great War at the hands of Konoha's White Fang. I assume you're talking about the Sandaime-sama. He stayed in Konoha as interim Hokage while I'm here. It is an honor to meet you, Chiyo-sama, Ebizo-sama. Minato bowed to the elders. The rest of Konoha's shinobis did the same. Raza, his advisors, and the elders themselves were shocked. For Chiyo, that a Kage bowed to someone was a sign of weakness. I see you're as soft as Hiruzen. He is soft but strong. I wonder if you're as strong as people say. Raza got closer to the elders. Enough of this, Chiyo-sama. You can't insult the Hokage. He is our honored guest. Chiyo and Ebizo said nothing. They turned back and were about to leave when Minato spoke again. Chiyo-sama, Ebizo-sama. I know you don't trust Konoha. The Sandaime told me what happened during the Second War. We were enemies back then. I'm here to strengthen the alliance of our villages. If the Kazekage is okay with it, I would like both of you to be present in our negotiations. I'm sure that if you listen to what we came here to say, you will be able to ease your mind and fears. The elders turned their heads just enough to take a glance at Minato from the corner of their eyes. They stayed silent, said nothing, and left. As they were leaving, the Kazekage said, "We'll meet tomorrow at noon in the Kazekage statue's room. If you wish to attend." They didn't stop to confirm or deny their assistance. Kazekage's statue's room, the following day at noon. Only Minato, Fugaku, and Hayashi were present in the room. Their families were touring the village with one of the Kazekage's assistants. The Kazekage didn't have his entire council of advisors present in the meeting. Only his two more trustworthy advisors, Fuji and Baki. Fuji had long, dark hair tailed in a lower ponytail and dark, purple-colored eyes. He wore a gray tongzhuang with a buttoned-up collar and yellow markings at the hem and the sleeves, red pants, and black shoes. Baki was a tall man with two distinctive red marks on the right side of his face, the only visible part of his head. He wore a turban-like headgear with a mantle hanging from it that covered the rest of his head. He wore the standard attire of Sunanin. I am Sore, Hokage Dono. I don't think the elders will come. We could start the meet. The Kazekage couldn't finish speaking because he was interrupted by the noise of the opening huge gate of the room. All of them turned to see the elders entering the room. Everyone stood up as they approached the table. I'm glad you decided to join us, Chiyo-sama, Ebizo-sama, said the Kazekage as everyone retook a seat. Now that we're all here, we can start. Hokage Dano, why don't you elaborate on your offer? Your letter was ambiguous and didn't explain what you meant by helping us to increase Sunagekyu's military power and source of income. This hooked Chiyo's curiosity. Minato started to explain. I'll go straight to the point. We know that your son is the Ichibi's Jinchuriki, and he lacks control of self-restraint against the influence of the Ichibi. Chiyo stood up immediately and hit the table with her hands. You bastard! You dare come here and confess you have spies in our village. Indeed, what Minato had said was a delicate matter. However, Raza knew Minato wouldn't be too foolish to acknowledge something like that without a good reason. He was the only one from his village who remained calm. Chiyo-sama, please sit down. The rest of you, stop bursting your chakra. Hokage Dano, explain yourself. You better have a good reason for this. Minato thanked the Kazekage and continued. As I was saying, we know your son hasn't been able to control his Biju. In fact, we know he has lost control completely a few times, and the Ichibi has taken over his body. Thankfully, you have subdued the Ichibi every time, and Suna only had minor losses. Based on our information regarding the incidents with your son and the previous Jinchuriki, Bunpuku-san, we believe the problem is the sealing jutsu Suna used to seal the Ichibi. If you allow me, I will improve the sealing jutsu to split the Ichibi mind from your son. He will still be able to access the Ichibi's chakra. He would need to learn how to master that immense chakra on his own and not give in to it. My wife and I are the best shinobis when it comes to Fuinjutsu. I'm not saying that your son will have a normal life. No Jinchuriki ever does. However, he could be in control of his body and actions. He wouldn't be under the constant influence of the Ichibi. The Sunanins were pondering the offer. They knew the Hokage's wife was the last Uzumaki. Her clan was famous for their Fuinjutsu abilities. However, Fuji and Chiyo took the Hokage's insinuations as an insult. They had sealed the Ichibi in Gaara. They're the best Fuinjutsu user in the Land of Wind. He hurt their pride. Fuji spoke for the first time. I'm sorry, Hokage Dano, but I find it hard to take advice about sealing jutsus from you. For years ago, the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki seal broke and attacked your village. How do you expect me to believe you can do a better job with Fuinjutsu when evidence proves otherwise? Fugaku and Hayashi frowned at Fuji, but said nothing. They couldn't say anything about Madara, at least not yet. It is true we suffered a tragic accident with the Kyuubi 4 years ago. However, that was an entirely different situation. Chiyo-sama, you want proof of our good intentions. I hope this is enough. The Kyuubi broke free the day my son was born, and that was because my wife Kushina is the Jinchuriki. The seal weakened during birth, and the Kyuubi was released. Everyone was stunned. Chiyo was the most shocked. How on earth is that possible? If the Kyuubi was released during birth, it is not just because it took control over your wife. The seal must have broken. Your wife got the Kyuubi extracted. How is she still alive? Chiyo couldn't make sense of his words. Uzumakis have an immense vital force. Kushina didn't die after the seal broke and the Kyuubi was released. The Saname-sama and I sealed the Kyuubi back in her, and her life was saved. Chiyo was baffled. No words came out her mouth. She was speechless. She sat down again, still trying to assimilate the information. Raza looked consciously at Chiyo-sama. He then turned to look at the Hokage. That covers part of your offer. If Gaara is a more stable Jinchuriki, our strength will increase considerably. I'll listen to the rest of your proposals before I give you any answer. Hokage Dano. Chiyo looked at Raza, but said nothing. Ebizo was surprised. It seemed his sister was okay with that. She was considering the alliance. This was unprecedented. Minato thanked him again and continued. I think it is unnecessary to say, I want this to remain a secret. Not even in Konoha do people know my wife is the Jinchuriki. Having a stable Jinchuriki is insufficient to consider a substantial increment in your military power. I know your daimyo has cut your budget, which makes it harder for your village to grow. I know this because, in recent years, there's been an increase in Konoha's missions coming from the Land of Wind. I offer to reassign every mission we get from the Land of Wind to Sunagakure from now on. In addition to that, for the next 5 years, Konoha will share 10% of our missions with you. That way, your village can get the funds you need to develop militarily. I'm sure that in that time frame, your daimyo will realize how important it is to fund you adequately. Raza couldn't help but think this was too good to be true. There must be a trap here. The Hokage couldn't be giving away missions to them just because. He wouldn't accept any deal until he discovered the truth. In addition, we offer to send 2 of our best medic nins to your village to train a group of medical shinobis. It is essential not only to increase your military power, Kazekage Dano. You need shinobis who can save lives on the battlefield. Chiyo snarled. You want to send the Slug Princess here? Minato had been warned that Chiyo didn't like Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama is the head of the hospital in Konoha. We can't afford to send her away. If you accept, I will send Shizen, Tsunade-sama apprentice, and Mikoto Uchiha. She is Fugaku's wife. She started training as a medic shinobi 1 year after Tsunade-sama returned to Konoha. She is one of our best. Chiyo had heard about Tsunade's pupil, Shizen. She was an expert in poisons. Raza knew nothing about her, so he looked at Chiyo, looking for advice. Chiyo just nodded in agreement. Minato and the advisors seemed pleased. The Kazekage and his advisors seemed to like the terms of the alliance. However, Raza still looked at Minato, suspiciously. I can't deny that your terms are extremely good for Sunagakure. Too good, if I must be honest. Where are you hiding, Hokage Dano? Why are you offering all this help? What are you getting from all this? I will not agree with any of this until you tell me your motivation, Minato sighed. He knew it would be like this in the end. How much do you trust your shinobis who are here with you? Questioned Minato. Baki and Fuji stood up. That was an insult they wouldn't accept. Oddly for Raza, Chiyo didn't react. He could see she and her brother were curious. Minato looked too serious and stared occasionally at the elders. Chiyo needed to get to the bottom of this. Minato hadn't invited them to the meeting just to talk about the alliance. Chiyo spoke up. Baki, Fuji, leave us alone. Raza, Baki, and Fuji were surprised. We take no order from you, Chiyo-sama. Only the Kazekage. Baki couldn't finish his sentence. Leave the room and ensure no one is listening. Baki couldn't believe it. He wanted to say something, but Fuji told him there was no point. They bowed to the Kazekage and left. This must be good. We are alone now, boy. Explain yourself. Why does Konoha want so desperately to help us increase our power? Ebizo spoke for the first time. Minato looked at the elders. I'm glad you two decided to come. What I'm about to say is too delicate. Hiruzen-sama told us it was crucial you two were present if we were forced to reveal this information. Raza and the elders were intrigued. Minato took a deep breath and continued. The Kyuubi attack 4 years ago was not an accident. It was a planned strike on Konoha. The Kazekage interrupted Minato before he could continue. You just said it was due to your wife giving birth and a weakened seal. Minato nodded. That's correct, Kazekage Dano. However, that's not the whole story. We knew the seal would weaken during birth. We took measures for that. However, a man appeared. He managed to penetrate a protection barrier lifted by the Sandaime. And myself, Ebizo, and Chiyo were stunned, but said nothing. They let Minato continue. Minato then proceeded to tell them everything about Madara Uchiha. When he finished, Chiyo and Ebizo stood up, breathing heavily. They were sweating. Raza knew the stories of Madara Uchiha. He always thought they were exaggerations. However, the reactions from the elders were something he had never seen before, not even when the previous Kazekage disappeared. After a while, with the news of Madara's return, the elders advised the Kazekage to accept the alliance. Sunagakure needed to be prepared for whatever calamity Madara could bring upon the world. The Kazekage and Hokage agreed to work on Gaara's seal the following day. After that, Baki and Fuji were asked to return to the room. They were not informed about Madara and the rest of the story. The alliance was formalized, and both villages started to plan how things would work from now on. Yashimaru's residence, the following day. Now that Yashimaru was dead, Gaara lived alone in his uncle's residence. He hated his father more than anyone in this world. His father had tried to kill him several times. His uncle had lied to him. He believed he was the only one who cared about him. However, he had tried to kill him a month ago under his father's orders. He had destroyed all the pictures he had with him. No memory of him remained in the house. The young boy was having breakfast alone, as always, when he sensed some strong chakras outside his door. He recognized some of them. They were there to kill him. He stood up and launched his sand to the door. The door was shattered into pieces. However, his sand was blocked by golden sand. His father's technique. He stood there, ready to attack. When the sand dissipated, he saw the man who had tried to kill him many times before. He was wearing his regular black robes. He never used his Kazekage white robes when he visited him. Raza entered the residence, followed by all the shinobis from the previous day in the council. Gaara was surprised to see new people. He knew Baki. That man had never mistreated him. Sometimes, he had the impression he looked after him in the darkness. He recognized Fuji. He hated that man. He accompanied his father sometimes when he visited him. Every time he was present, he ended up unconscious. Unknown to Gaara, whenever Fuji visited him, he strengthened the seal that contained the Ichibi. 2 elders entered the room. They were Sunin is. He knew it from their clothes. However, 3 more people entered the room. He hadn't seen them before. He could sense they were strong. Gaara took a defensive stand, waiting for an attack. Minato and the others found it unnatural. The boy seemed terrified and looked at his father with hatred. Gaara's eyes started to water as he yelled at his father. Are you here to kill me once and for all? Do you think you can do it? Yashimaru failed. You'll fail as well. I failed. No matter how hard I tried. I can't hurt myself. Gaara again attacked his father with his sand. However, Raza's gold dust was heavier than Gaara's sand. Raza blocked his son's attack and held him in with his gold sand. Minato, Fugaku, and Hayashi looked at the battle with disgust. They couldn't understand why the child would say such things. Once Gaara was immobilized, Raza got closer and trapped him under a genjutsu. Gaara calmed down and fell unconscious. Raza got closer to his son. A moment of weakness hit him and looked at him with sadness. He then hardened his expression again. He took his son in his arms and took him to his bedroom. He placed Gaara on his bed. Baki, Fuji, Fugaku, and Hayashi stayed in the living room. Minato, Ebizu, and Chiyo followed the Kazekage and entered the bedroom. What was all that about, Kazekage Dano? Minato questioned his peer leader. Raza looked at Minato and faced him. That's none of your business, Hokage Dano. Now, if you don't mind, the sooner you help my son, the better. The Kages stared at each other for a while. Minato had no idea what was happening, but he knew it couldn't be good. He walked toward Gaara. Chiyo and Ebizo were paying attention to anything he was doing. Chiyo and Ebizo had demanded Minato teach them the sealing jutsu as part of the alliance terms. Minato uncovered Gaara's belly to analyze the seal. He ignited his fingertips with chakra and placed them on the boy's stomach. The seal revealed itself as it reacted with Minato's chakra. He was surprised by what he saw. No wonder the Ichibi haunted Gaara's mind. The seal was a mix of two different seals. However, one was an even seal and the other an odd seal. Minato removed the odd seal from Gaara and replaced it with the 8-trigram seal. Once the 8-trigram seal was in place, he removed the original even seal. He taught the elders the hand seals and the procedure to perform the sealing properly. With this seal, Gaara will be able to sleep without fearing the Ichibi taking control of his body. He shouldn't be able to listen to the Biju's voice regularly. Raza got closer to his son. Minato noticed Raza was trying to look like a cold man, but deep inside, he cared for his son. Raza broke the Jinjutsu on Gaara. The boy woke up and got scared when he saw his father standing next to him. Raza stepped back and raised his hands to show Gaara he intended no harm to him. Gaara sat on the edge of his bed. He rubbed his head. The voice he used to hear was gone. Everything was so silent. He felt better, somehow. He didn't know what had happened, but he felt good. His father was there. Was his father trying to help him? Was he giving him the medicine Yashimaru spoke about? The medicine that can only be received from others. He stood up and looked at his father. None of them said anything. Raza felt relieved. He could see his son was in a better condition. However, he stuck to his role as a cold father and leader. He said no word to his son. After exchanging looks for a while, Gaara passed by his father. He was going to the living room to finish his breakfast. He ignored the shinobis who were standing there. Raza got closer to the bedroom door. Minato and the elders behind him. He raised a wall of sand behind him, leaving Minato and the elders trapped in the bedroom. He threw some kunai at his son's back. The kunais were stopped by a wall of sand that protected Gaara. Raza could feel Minato was trying to break his sand wall, so he dissipated it. He had seen what he needed to see. Gaara kneeled, crying. He pulled his hair as he yelled, "Why, father? Why can't you love me? Why do you keep trying to kill me?" Fugaku, Minato, and Hayashi were astonished. Minato demanded an explanation, but Raza said nothing. He got closer to his son and placed the Jinjutsu on him again. Minato pulled Raza from his arm. Baki, Fuji, Fugaku, and Hayashi took fighting positions. Raza gave the signal to his men to stand down. Minato did the same. Raza took his son in his arms and gave it to Baki. Take him to his siblings. Stay with him until he wakes up and make sure he doesn't hurt Kankuro or Temari. From now on, he will live and train with his siblings. Baki took Gaara and nodded. He disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Raza ordered Fuji to leave. Raza took a seat in the dining room. He hadn't sat there since Gaara was just a baby. Chiyo and Ebizo walked out of the bedroom. Raza asked everyone to take a seat. The elders took a seat. However, Minato and his advisors refused to do so. He was starting to consider an alliance with Suna a mistake. I know what you are thinking of me, Hokage Dano. Let me be clear, I do not give a fuck to what you think. You think I'm an awful father. Raza was interrupted by Minato. He was furious. I don't think so, I know so. How can you possibly treat your own son like that? Raza looked at his son's bowl of cereal lying before him. You are Kage as well. You should know that our duty to our village, to our people, is greater than our duty to our families. I sealed the Shikaku in my own son. Tsunagakure had no Jinchuriki for years after Bunpuku's death. I wouldn't have asked any of my shinobis to offer their children to become Jinchuriki. We tried to seal it in my older children, but they were incompatible with Shikaku. We had already found a possible container for the Ichibi. However, Gaara turned out to be a match for it. I decided to seal the beast in my son instead of someone else's. Minato and the others listened carefully to the Kazekage. Minato identified with him. He had also tried to seal the Kyuubi in his own son. However, there is no way he would treat Naruto like the Kazekage treated his son. You must have realized by now that our sealing techniques are not as good as yours. Gaara was constantly hunted by the Ichibi. It made Gaara kill civilians and shinobis alike just for the pleasure of killing. He is only 4 and has already killed nearly 100 people. Some of them were Jounin. Minato felt a shiver. A 4-year-old boy had killed so many people. He felt sorry for Gaara. He must have been tormented by the Ichibi. He couldn't blame the boy for the killing. It was the Biju's doing. In the last 2 years, I attempted personally to kill my own son 4 times. His sole existence was a danger for my village. I failed every time. Not for lack of power, if that's what you're thinking, but for my weakness. I was never able to strike the final blow. He hates me, and I accepted I could live with that if I found a way to make his life useful for the village. My brother-in-law, Yashimaru, offered to look after him. He would teach him to deal with people. Gaara lived with Yashimaru for 1 year. He improved a little bit, but he was still unable to resist the influence of the Ichibi. He continued to kill people just for fun. It is not that it was my son's doing. It was that beast that is inside of him. I made up my mind I would give Gaara one last chance. I ordered Yashimaru to attempt to kill him. If Gaara could stay in control after Yashimaru's betrayal, I would let him live. Otherwise, I would kill him personally once and for all. Raza stayed silent for a while, lost in his thoughts. Minato and the others felt pity for the Kazekage and his son. Minato finally said something. His voice was calmer than before. His expression had also softened. I assumed that Gaara succeeded, and that's why he is still alive. Raza denied with his head. Gaara killed his uncle and lost total control of the Biju. He transformed into the Shikaku and attacked the village. Since it was a planned attack, I was ready to act for the worst scenario. I contained the Shikaku. After Gaara returned to his human form, he was unconscious. I was prepared to kill him, but my other children, Kankuro, Temari, and Baki, stopped me. They said they would look after him and make sure he would never hurt any civilian or shinobi. They've been doing a good job so far for the last month. Now that you have upgraded his seal, I hope he can bond with his siblings. It is too late for me, and I would be a hypocrite to expect something from him. I attacked him early to confirm his control over the sand remained intact. He is the Jinchuriki of Tsunagakure. He is useless to the village if he can't be a shinobi. My duty to my village remains the priority. I will be an absent and heartless father, so my son can be the shinobi the village needs him to be. We who are called Kages are doomed to make sacrifices not many are willing to make. I doomed myself to lose my children in order to protect my people. Raza's words echoed in Minato's mind. Danzo had told him something similar. He had to place Konoha over his own family if he wanted to be a Hokage. He never thought it would mean to go as far as Razadano had done. He felt a new respect for the Kazekage. Minato still wasn't sure if he would be able to sacrifice Kushina or Naruto for the village. Had he made the right choice by accepting the mantle of Hokage? He now needed to question himself what was more important, to be a good father and husband, or to be a good Hokage and protect the village, even if that meant sacrificing his wife and son. Madara was still loose, and Kushina and the village were his main targets. If he wanted to protect them, he would need the will to do things that go against his principles. The rest of the week, Suna and Konoha planned the details for the beginning of their new alliance. Things like when Shizune and Mikoto would be sent to Suna to start training medical shinobis, and what kind of missions Konoha would share with Suna during the next 5 years, among others. Gaara and his siblings seemed to get along better now. During the following days, Naruto had befriended Gaara. Gaara made Naruto promise he would visit again as they were departing to return to Konoha. Unknown to the Hokage and the rest, Konoha was not the only one forming new alliances. Somewhere in the land of rice, Orochimaru was working in his lab with his new recruit, Kabuto Yakushi. Orochimaru was impressed by the boy when he met him at the orphanage. The boy continued to impress him once he joined the route. He had kept track of him once Danzo sent him on infiltration missions. He knew Kabuto had been trained in the basic medical jutsu by Nono and that he continued training with medical jutsu within the route. He decided it was time to recruit him, so he went to Awagakure 2 years ago to find him and offer to work with him. He told Kabuto that Nono had been sent on a suicidal mission with the route, and Danzo had kept it hidden from him. Orochimaru didn't take long to convince the boy to join him. The boy had proven to be an excellent help for his research. Orochimaru's work was disturbed when he felt a presence inside his lab. But how? No one could ever pass through his barriers. He and Kabuto turned around when they felt a strong chakra behind them. Orochimaru saw how a vortex that deformed the space around it formed in the air, and eventually, a man appeared before them. The man was tall. He wore a black kimono, dark purple gloves, and an orange spiral-like mask. He had a long black mane. Shortly after that, a second figure emerged from the ground. A Venus flytrap-like figure emerged. Inside the plant shape, there was a humanoid figure. He, if that thing could be called he, was half white and half black. He had yellow eyes and short gray hair and wore a black cloak with red clouds. Kabuto pulled a kunai from his pouch and stood between Orochimaru and the intruders. Orochimaru spoke. "Who the hell are you? And how did you get in here?" Orochimaru remained calm, but he was ready to attack if needed. This man was no joke. He could sense he was a strong opponent. "You are no rival for me, Orochimaru," said the masked man as he activated his Sharingan. Orochimaru noticed the crimson red eye, and instinctively, he curled his tongue like a snake ready to eat its prey. "I'm not here as your enemy, at least not for now. I come here to make an offer to you. We can help each other reach our goals. If you accept, I'll help you achieve immortality. If you deny my proposal, you'll die here and now." Kabuto laughed and charged the masked man without Orochimaru's permission. The masked man didn't even try to defend himself. Kabuto just passed through his body. Orochimaru and Kabuto were astonished. What kind of technique was that? As I was saying before that rude interruption, I'm here to offer you an alliance. Orochimaru chuckled. "Why don't we take a seat and talk about what you have to offer?"